wszystkimi drzwiami i nikt nie będzie chodził, żeby rozdawać.
Może można by...
Jak najbardziej.
Już nie musisz nic robić, tylko jest...
Działa?
Ladies and gentlemen, just a very quick technical note for everyone who doesn't speak Polish. If I may kindly ask you to grab a headset, because Commissioner Serafin will be speaking in Polish. So there's headsets right in front of the door if you don't have one yet, and there's going to be a couple of people handing them out. But the Commissioner will be speaking in Polish, so everyone that needs a headset, please grab one. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to start. Szanowni Państwo, Ekscelencje, abonenci, przyjaciele. Mam przyjemność i zaszczyt otworzyć czwartą edycję Warsaw European Conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to switch to English now. Preparing for today, I looked back at the early days of this conference when with the Polityka Insight team and ECFR, we started planning our Warsaw European Conversation. The reasons that I had then jotted down back in May 2023 were the following. 1. Poland lacks an in-depth conversation on Europe. 2. Poland's presence in the EU is at risk. And although studies have not shown this yet, Poland's attitude towards the EU will deteriorate. Meanwhile, the number of politicians who are building their support on anti-European slogans is fast growing, I then wrote. 3. Discussions on the single market, the benefits of energy transition, or the need for a European defense industry are rare and do not reach a broader public. This is how I explained why we need a serious conversation about Europe 3 years ago. Guess what? Not much has changed. Or rather, all these risks and trends have accelerated and have become more pressing. If you have partnered up with us in this endeavor, if you have traveled to talk on stage or in one of the closed sessions, if you have taken the time to come here and sit in the audience, if finally you're watching us online, you must probably understand the gravity of the situation, and you know where this could be heading. You hopefully don't notice this, but I keep repeating myself. These yearly short speeches are rather predictable. The gist of them is basically this. The world around us is speeding up. Events are getting more and more unpredictable, more and more dangerous. And then I say the same couple of sentences. As a society, as a community, as a nation, we need to get serious about Europe. We need to change the conversation and find a more positive narrative about a union which provides security and prosperity for the continent. We need to honestly assess the assets at our disposal and the shortcomings of our common project. Only then will we be able to move forward. I'm not one for lost causes. I don't particularly like grandiloquent speeches, and I hate repeating myself. But today I would like to make an exception because I see no alternative. If we, as a society, are not able to have a grown-up, in-depth, honest conversation about Europe, we are doomed. So please bear with us. Hang on to every word said on and off stage. Ask all your best questions. Eat all the pastries, drink all the tea and coffee. Please stay till the end. And remember to come back next year. We need your thoughts, your ideas, and all your energy to keep us going. For this is just the beginning of a debate we cannot stand to lose. And on that positive note, I would like to pass the floor to my friend and colleague, Piotr Buras. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrzej, for your great cooperation on this conference, and very well welcome also from my side on behalf of the European Council on Foreign Relations, the co-organizer, together with Polityka Insight. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen and dear friends. Europe Independence Moment. You may have stumbled over this term while learning about the title of this year's Warsaw European Conversation. Moments or days of independence are usually instances of pride and glory. This is what we learn at school and what many in this room may have even experienced in their lifetime. Today, on the contrary, there is not so much to celebrate. The mood is rather grim and gloomy, marked by fears rather than joy. Andrzej has just pointed to a few reasons related to Poland, and there are, of course, many more if we look around in the world, and I will not bother you with enlisting them as you know them best. As we discover even more and more dependencies which make Europe vulnerable, the term moment of independence may need feel a bit awkward. Perhaps some of you would rather call this edition of our conference Europe's loneliness moment or something along these lines. But doubling down on despair and defeatism would be completely out of place, and this is what the enemies of the European Union and our common values of freedom, democracy, tolerance only hope for. And I do believe, and Andrzej also alluded to that this is a new beginning. In this critical moment, many, or I would say many enough Europeans discover that more brings them together than drives them apart. A unique socio-economic model, a feeling of Europe's distinctiveness, common enemies, also common challenges and common threats. There is a lot worth cherishing and protecting in our small European world, not by sticking to the old patterns, but just in opposite, but taking risks and looking for out-of-the-box solutions. And Europeans are today stronger attached to Europe and more convinced of the Europeanness than perhaps even before. What they are still lacking, however, is the conviction that we can collectively come to grips with the massive challenges they are facing. But this European moment of independence in our minds, in our perceptions, is a great opportunity which cannot be wasted. We may have needed this shock of the unfolding polycrisis, as some academics call this new reality, to realize that we have to, and most importantly, that we can do much more to take care of our future than we had until recently believed. We managed to cut off Russian gas and oil, invest hundreds of billions euro in our defense, take new European laws, help Ukraine maintain its remarkable resilience in defense, to name just a few examples. And we are able to do much more. And for that, we need resolve, we need good ideas, courage, and a collective sense of purpose. We hope that the Warsaw European Conversation will help us move the needle into this direction. And we are very grateful to our great speakers from across the continent and to you all for your engagement and dedication to this common cause. And in particular, we would like to thank our partners who made the organization of this fourth edition of the Warsaw European Conversation possible. Our main partners, Orange Polska and PKO BP, our partners, AstraZeneca and the European Climate Foundation, our supporting partners, Sustainable Economy Institute, Kombud Group, Łukasiewicz, ITECH, Polish Development Fund and Strabag, as well as our media partners, Financial Times, TOK FM and TVN24 BIŚ. And I would like to add that the European Commission representation in Poland is the honorary patron of this event. And now, I would like to invite to the stage Piotr Serafin, the EU Commissioner for Budget, Anti-Fraud and Administration, to deliver his keynote speech opening our conference. Piotr, the floor is yours.
Thank you for your invitation. First of all, I will speak Polish. There are so rare opportunities I can speak Polish, so I thought, being in Warsaw, I will do so. And I promise it will not be a grandiloquent speech, not only because Andrzej hates them, but I will try to deliver to the standard of a keynote speech. Szanowni Państwo, przez stulecia europejskie mocarstwa rozszerzały swoje wpływy na różne sposoby. Poprzez wojny lub poprzez sojusze przypieczętowane małżeństwami dynastycznymi. Wszyscy w Polsce pamiętamy Unię w Krewie z 1385 roku i ślub Władysława Jagiełły z królową Jadwigą. Ten związek stworzył fundamenty potężnego partnerstwa politycznego i gospodarczego, które na stulecia ukształtowało geopolitykę Europy Środkowej i Wschodniej. Pod wieloma względami Unia Europejska wybrała współczesną wersję takiej drogi małżeństw dynastycznych. Nie wzmacniamy swojej siły przez podboje, ale poprzez pogłębianie więzi i współpracę. Historia uczy nas jednak czegoś więcej. Żadne królestwo nie związałoby swojego losu z partnerem, który nie potrafi się sam obronić. Sam dobrobyt nie gwarantuje bezpieczeństwa. I polscy panowie, i Władysław Jagiełło myśleli, zawierając związek, nie tylko o szansach na biznes, ale przede wszystkim o bezpieczeństwie. To samo dzieje się dzisiaj. Rynek europejski, nasze partnerstwa, nasz system wartości to potężne magnesy, ale aby pozostać globalną potęgą, Europa musi zapewnić sobie bezpieczeństwo i obronę. Sojusze są najsilniejsze wtedy, gdy opierają się nie tylko na obietnicy dobrobytu, ale także na zdolności do jego obrony. Widzimy to dzisiaj na przykładzie Islandii, która szykuje referendum w sprawie przystąpienia do Unii Europejskiej. Pomysł ten wraca po latach nie dlatego, że Islandia zbiedniała i szuka sojuszu z zamożną wspólnotą, ale dlatego, że groźby prezydenta Trumpa pod adresem Grenlandii podziałały na Islandię jak zimny prysznic. Poszukiwanie bezpieczeństwa jest zatem główną motywacją do przystąpienia do Unii Europejskiej. W obliczu wojny na Ukrainie, agresywnej Rosji i stopniowego wycofywania się Stanów Zjednoczonych z Europy, Unia Europejska podejmuje wyzwanie w dziedzinie obrony. Mimo że nie było to jej pierwotnym celem. I to jest dobra, wręcz niezbędna decyzja, na której podjęcie Polska miała decydujący wpływ. Bezpieczeństwo stało się teraz europejskim priorytetem. W następnym wieloletnim budżecie proponujemy 131 miliardów euro na inwestycje w nowoczesny europejski przemysł obronny. 5 razy więcej niż obecnie. Na mobilność wojskową, czyli zdolność do szybkiego przemieszczania wojsk i sprzętu po Europie, proponujemy 18 miliardów euro, 10 razy więcej niż obecnie. W kwestiach obronnych nie mamy jednak czasu do stracenia. Nie możemy czekać do 2030 roku, kiedy nowy budżet zacznie działać. Dlatego w trakcie polskiej prezydencji w ubiegłym roku Komisja Europejska zaproponowała instrument SAFE. Mechanizm o wartości 150 miliardów euro, który pozwala inwestować w obronę już teraz, dzięki zdolnościom pożyczkowym budżetu Unii Europejskiej. Taki postulat zgłaszała Polska, a przez długi czas niechętne były mu Niemcy. Mogę powiedzieć, że dużo już widziałem w polityce europejskiej. Widziałem, jak różne tematy można wykorzystywać do budzenia lęków czy zohydzania Europy. Ale nie przypuszczałem, że można budować antyunijną narrację na opozycji do programu, którego celem jest wzmacnianie polskiego przemysłu obronnego i polskich zdolności obronnych, tworzonych po to, by skutecznie odstraszać Rosję. Nikt, komu leży na serce bezpieczeństwo Europejczyków, nie może podważać fundamentów tego programu. W Polsce często słyszymy, nie do takiej Unii wchodziliśmy i to ma być zarzut. Wzmacnianie zdolności obronnych państw członkowskich to zupełnie nowy wymiar Unii Europejskiej. To prawda, on nie istniał w roku 2004, kiedy do Unii Europejskiej przystępowaliśmy. Ale Unia zmienia się, wchodzi na nieznane wcześniej obszary i dzięki Bogu, że tak się dzieje, bo świat wokół nas zmienia się w tempie, jakiego wcześniej nie doświadczyliśmy i w kierunkach, których nie możemy w pełni przewidzieć. Szanowni Państwo, polityka rozszerzenia Unii w przeciwieństwie do obrony nie jest niczym nowym. Zawsze była częścią DNA naszej wspólnoty. Jednak w ostatnich latach wiele państw członkowskich było rozszerzeniu niechętnych, argumentując, że najpierw musimy posprzątać we własnym domu. Dzisiaj jest już jasne. Świat nie będzie na nas czekał. Unia musi się rozszerzać, bo inaczej próżnię w naszym regionie wypełnią inni i nie będą to aktorzy przyjaźni wobec Unii Europejskiej. Już dziś widać liderów tego procesu rozszerzenia na Bałkanach Zachodnich. Czekali na akcesję przez lata, a teraz perspektywa staje się coraz bardziej realna i pewnie zmaterializuje się w tej dekadzie. Członkostwo Ukrainy leży w interesie bezpieczeństwa Europy i niesie ogromne zyski geopolityczne, w pierwszym rzędzie dla Polski i krajów naszego regionu. Ale nie ma co ukrywać, że są też wyzwania, przede wszystkim związane ze strukturą sektora rolnego w tym kraju. Nie mam wątpliwości, że proces rozszerzenia musi przebiegać z akceptacją społeczną i odpowiadać na obawy obywateli Unii Europejskiej. I wierzę, że to jest możliwe i że Europejczycy nie mają się czego obawiać, bo warunki członkostwa ustalają w pierwszym rzędzie państwa członkowskie, a nie kraje kandydujące. Szanowni Państwo, Unia jest w trudnym momencie historycznym, wystawiona na skutki 2 wojen toczonych w naszym sąsiedztwie, na Ukrainie i na Bliskim Wschodzie. Nie my zaczęliśmy te konflikty, ale my płacimy potężną cenę. Przy okazji takich wyzwań pojawia się pesymizm, niewiara we własne siły. Spójrzmy jednak obiektywnie na naszą wspólnotę, do której w kolejce czeka teraz 9 państw, nie licząc Islandii. Europa oferuje dzisiaj najwyższą jakość życia na świecie. Porównajmy się ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi. Średnia długość życia w Unii Europejskiej to ponad 81 lat, więcej niż w USA. Mamy niższą śmiertelność niemowląt. Większe bezpieczeństwo na ulicach, wbrew temu, co widzimy w mediach społecznościowych. Żyjemy w społeczeństwach, w których ryzyko przemocy jest nieporównywalnie mniejsze. Europa udowadnia też, że rozwój może iść w parze ze sprawiedliwością społeczną. W Stanach Zjednoczonych 1% najbogatszych posiada 1/3 całego majątku. W Unii Europejskiej wybraliśmy inną drogę, taką, w której gospodarka służy wszystkim, a nie tylko nielicznym. Co więcej, wciąż jesteśmy silnym graczem gospodarczym. W handlu ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi Unia ma poważną nadwyżkę. To pokazuje, że Europa nie tylko chroni swoich obywateli, ale też skutecznie konkuruje na globalnych rynkach i to pomimo wyższych cen energii. Oczywiście wszyscy wiemy o luce konkurencyjnej między Unią Europejską a Stanami Zjednoczonymi czy Chinami. Zawaliliśmy jako Europejczycy transformację cyfrową i wdrażanie innowacyjnych pomysłów w gospodarce. Dlatego w nowym budżecie unijnym proponujemy Europejski Fundusz Konkurencyjny, aby wspierać inwestycje od badań stosowanych po produkcję i wdrażanie. Proponujemy na ten cel ponad 450 miliardów euro. Ale ja nie mam złudzeń. Same pieniądze nie wystarczą. Unia musi znów stać się synonimem wolności gospodarczej. To nie jest niemożliwe. Od ponad roku jesteśmy na tej drodze. Z jednej strony mamy inicjatywę upraszczania i redukcji barier biurokratycznych, tam, gdzie utrudniają one przedsiębiorczość. Z drugiej rośnie, i jestem o tym głęboko przekonany, poparcie dla idei odnowienia wspólnego rynku. Możliwe, że zbliżamy się do kolejnego skoku naprzód w eliminacji barier wewnątrz Unii Europejskiej. Warto przypomnieć, że decyzja z lat 80. o ukończeniu budowy jednolitego rynku była odpowiedzią na długotrwały kryzys gospodarczy spowodowany także kryzysami naftowymi i wynikającym z nich wzrostem cen energii. Brzmi znajomo, nieprawdaż? Dziś musimy na nowo odkryć pierwotną wizję i cel, które napędzały tamten program. Europejczycy mogą zyskać więcej na zniesieniu barier w działalności gospodarczej między państwami członkowskimi niż na wszystkich umowach handlowych razem wziętych. I nie potrzebujemy do tego niczyjej zgody z zewnątrz. Czeka nas również racjonalizacja polityki klimatycznej, co już się dzieje. Nie powinniśmy odrzucać energii jądrowej z powodów ideologicznych. nie powinniśmy też brać na siebie ciężaru rozwiązywania problemów świata, wszystkich problemów świata, co wielu odczytuje jako naszą słabość i naiwność. Jednocześnie jednak nie powinniśmy wylewać dziecka z kąpielą. Kontynent bez gazu, bez ropy i z najdroższym węglem na świecie musi dążyć do niezależności energetycznej. Nie możemy pozwolić na to, by przy każdym poważnym wstrząsie geopolitycznym, jak po inwazji Rosji na Ukrainę, czy teraz po amerykańskich i izraelskich atakach na Iran, być bezsilnymi ofiarami wahań cen energii. Ceny paliw na stacjach benzynowych czy ceny gazu nie rosną przecież przez ETS. Jedyną logiczną odpowiedzią jest dalsze inwestowanie w niezależność energetyczną. Ale mam jeszcze jedną uwagę. Dzisiejszy chaos w gospodarce i polityce światowej może być dla Europy szansą. Europa oferuje dzisiaj przewidywalność i stabilność. Rządy prawa, trwałe, przejrzyste reguły to nie jest nasze obciążenie. To nasza przewaga konkurencyjna. Jeśli potrafimy ją wykorzystać, pogłębiając wspólny rynek, obniżając ceny energii i inwestując w nowe technologie, to możemy stać się na nowo liderem także w obszarze gospodarki i konkurencyjności. Szanowni Państwo, tylko działając razem jako Unia możemy zabezpieczyć interesy narodowe państw członkowskich. Siły, zarówno wewnętrzne, jak i zewnętrzne, sieją i będą siać nieufność między Europejczykami, bo ich celem jest dezintegracja Unii. Silna, zjednoczona Europa to zagrożenie dla ich interesów. Rozpocząłem moje przemówienie od analogii historycznej i na niej również zakończę. Nasz system polityczny musi być odporny na ingerencje z zewnątrz. I mówię to jako Polak, czerpiąc z doświadczenia historii Polski. System polityczny I Rzeczpospolitej był oparty na wolnych elekcjach królów i prawie weta przysługującym każdemu posłowi w naszym parlamencie. Ten system utorował drogę do zewnętrznej ingerencji. Ta ingerencja sparaliżowała zdolność naszego państwa do dostosowania się do nowych realiów geopolitycznych. Agresywni sąsiedzi, którzy pojawili się u granic Rzeczpospolitej, wykorzystali naszą wewnętrzną słabość, by rozszarpać naszą ojczyznę na kawałki pod koniec XVIII wieku. Dzisiaj Unia Europejska musi wyciągnąć wnioski z doświadczeń Polski, która była przecież Unią ludzi różnych języków i religii mieszkających we wspólnej ojczyźnie. Musimy być świadomi, że prawo weta może być narzędziem obrony nie tylko uzasadnionych interesów narodowych, ale także szantażu, a co gorsza narzędziem służącym realizacji interesów obcych, nieeuropejskich mocarstw. Wiem, nie ma tu łatwych rozwiązań, ale potrzebujemy debaty o tym, jak chronić naszą Unię przed takimi zagrożeniami. Zewnętrzna ingerencja przybiera również formę presji gospodarczej i cyfrowej propagandy w mediach społecznościowych. Nord Stream był przykładem tego, jak Rosja manipulowała Europejczykami, oferując korzyści jednemu krajowi kosztem jego europejskich sąsiadów. To nie może się już nigdy powtórzyć. Niestety ta pokusa jest uniwersalna. Nic łatwiejszego niż oferowanie korzyści jednemu kosztem całej wspólnoty. Dlatego musimy zbudować mechanizmy, które będą chronić nas przed takimi pokusami. Właśnie w ten sposób postrzegam strategię bezpieczeństwa gospodarczego wprowadzaną w ostatnich latach w Unii Europejskiej. Mówię tu o narzędziach przeciwdziałania przymusowi ekonomicznemu, o rozporządzeniu o zagranicznych subsydiach, czy o systemie kontroli bezpośrednich inwestycji zagranicznych. Dezinformacja, często pochodząca spoza naszych granic, ma na celu dzielenie Europejczyków. Widzieliśmy to wszyscy. Fałszywe historie dotyczące walki Ukrainy o wolność, zmyślone narracje o kompletnym upadku Europy, czy fabrykowane twierdzenia podważające zaufanie do wspólnych instytucji. Wiele z tych treści jest wzmacnianych przez aktorów zewnętrznych, którzy dobrze wiedzą, że podzielona Europa to Europa słaba. Nie unikniemy, i to w najbliższej przyszłości, odpowiedzi na pytanie, komu naprawdę przysługuje wolność słowa w erze cyfrowej? Czy są to obywatele, którzy korzystają z internetu w dobrej wierze, czy boty i nieprzejrzyste sieci, które zaśmiecają debatę publicznymi kłamstwami? Musimy znaleźć równowagę w tej sprawie. Chronić otwartą debatę, jednocześnie ustanawiając jasne, przejrzyste zasady ograniczające rozprzestrzenianie celowo fałszywych treści. To kwestia odpowiedzialności za naszą wspólnotę. Szanowni Państwo, przepis na przyszłość Europy, na przyszłość naszej Unii jest prosty. Więcej inwestycji w bezpieczeństwo, więcej wolności gospodarczej i więcej jedności. W latach 50. ubiegłego wieku premier Belgii Spaak powiedział: w Europie są tylko dwa rodzaje krajów. Małe kraje i kraje, które jeszcze nie zrozumiały, że są małe. Wydarzenia ostatnich lat sprawiły, że dzisiaj już wszystkie kraje w Europie rozumieją, że są małe. I to jest źródło mojej nadziei. Dociera do nas, że jeśli nie będziemy działać wspólnie, to będą nami pomiatały mocarstwa zewnętrzne. Dziękuję.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo panie komisarzu za to wystąpienie wypadające, które dało, myślę, bardzo dużo impulsów, inspiracji do naszych dalszych dyskusji podczas Warsaw European Conversation. My mamy jeszcze parę minut i chciałbym je wykorzystać na dwa pytania. Myślę, że pierwsze pana nie zaskoczy, bo dotyczy budżetu. Budżet, o tym wspomniał pan w swoim wystąpieniu, jest takim trochę lustrem Unii Europejskiej, tego, jak zmieniają się jej priorytety, jak zmieniają się jej cele, jak zmienia się jej sposób funkcjonowania. Mówił pan o tym, że jest w Polsce dużo takiej niepewności czy krytyki, że ta Unia jest inna niż była kiedyś. I ciekawi mnie, jak pan widzi, co to lustro mówi nam dzisiaj o transformacji Unii, to znaczy jakie w tym nowym projekcie budżetu, który Komisja Europejska przedstawiła, jakie główne kierunki transformacji Unii się odbijają, poza tymi, o których pan wspomniał, to znaczy obrona, konkurencyjność, ale gdzie ta Unia zmierza, jeżeli spojrzeć na ten nowy budżet, którego jeszcze nie ma, który pewnie będzie?
Budżetu nie ma, ale jest propozycja. W tej propozycji jest miejsce zarówno na to, co znamy jako tradycyjne polityki, wspólna polityka rolna. Swoją drogą musimy doceniać fakt, także w Europie, że między innymi dzięki wspólnej polityce rolnej nigdy dotąd w Europie, i oby tak było w przyszłości, nie martwiliśmy się o naszą zależność zewnętrzną, gdy idzie o żywność. Jesteśmy supermocarstwem w produkcji żywności. Mamy potencjał, żeby wyżywić nie tylko samych siebie, ale znaczną część świata. Jest w tym budżecie także miejsce dla polityki spójności. Ale gdybym miał powiedzieć, co jest nowego, to rzeczywiście to, co nowe, to nacisk na bezpieczeństwo i obronę. Nacisk na bezpieczeństwo i obronę, który mam nadzieję w tej części Europy jest doskonale rozumiany. Wiem, stoi przede mną wyzwanie, stoi przed całą Komisją Europejską wyzwanie, przekonanie także krajów, które są nieco bardziej oddalone od granicy z Rosją, że wspólne inwestowanie w obronę ma sens, że to jest wspólna wartość i że jeżeli nie będziemy w stanie sami się obronić, to nie będziemy również w stanie utrzymać w Europie dobrobytu i europejskiego modelu społecznego. I drugi wymiar, nowy, również o tym wspominałem, konkurencyjność. Budżet Unii Europejskiej już obecnie jest jednym z najmocniejszych narzędzi wspierania badań i rozwoju w Europie. Tam, gdzie jest nasza słabość, to przenoszenie badań i rozwoju, przekładanie na innowacje, na produkcję, na sukces rynkowy. I mamy nadzieję, aspiracje na miarę możliwości budżetu Unii Europejskiej, by ten proces przyspieszać. I to są, jak sądzę, dwie główne zmiany w stosunku do tego, co znamy dzisiaj. Zmiany podyktowane koniecznością dostosowania się do zmieniających okoliczności.
Drugie pytanie o wojnę w Iranie i jej konsekwencje. Ona budzi ogromne obawy w społeczeństwach, ceny energii rosną. Pytanie jest takie, czy grozi nam kryzys energetyczny porównywalny z tym, który mieliśmy po wybuchu wojny w Ukrainie? I z tym związane, czy należy się spodziewać tego, że korekcie zostaną poddane decyzje właśnie po to, żeby łagodzić skutki tego nadchodzącego czy obecnego już kryzysu, które zostały podjęte wówczas czy w ostatnich latach, to znaczy zwłaszcza dotyczące odchodzenia od importu rosyjskich surowców, które dzisiaj są już w części zakazane i takie też są plany, jeśli chodzi o Europę. Czy można się spodziewać tego, że te decyzje zostaną zmienione albo odwrócone?
Po pierwsze, to warto zauważyć, że ty zadajesz mi to pytanie, a ja muszę na nie odpowiadać, dlatego że Europa jest uzależniona w dalszym ciągu, w nadmiernym stopniu od nośników energii, które nie są nasze. Nie produkujemy wystarczających ilości gazu w Europie, nie mamy w Europie ropy. Węgiel, jak mówiłem, mamy najdroższy na świecie i też niezbyt wiele. I to jest oczywiście sygnał, że nie możemy schodzić z drogi myślenia o tym, w jaki sposób, także poprzez narzędzia polityki klimatycznej, niezależność energetyczną Europy budować. Co do Rosji i co do porównania z kryzysem energetycznym w roku 2022. Jesteśmy dzisiaj w nieco innym miejscu. W 2022 roku Europa była nadmiernie uzależniona od gazu, który płynął do nas rurami. Niemcy, nasz zachodni sąsiad, u progu kryzysu nie miały ani jednego terminala LNG, nie kontrolowały swoich magazynów gazowych. Europa, co prawda, czy Unia Europejska nie ma rozwiązania na to, co dzieje się dzisiaj w cieśninie Hormuz, ale przez lata przygotowywaliśmy się do tego, by być lepiej gotowi na kryzys. Mamy magazyny, mamy obowiązki utrzymywania rezerw gazowych, więc ja jestem przekonany, że ceny, które żeśmy widzieli latem 2022 roku, to było bodajże 300 euro za megawattogodzinę. Takie były ceny gazu, że to się nie powtórzy. Warto również zauważyć, że w trakcie tych ostatnich 4 lat zużycie gazu w Europie spadło i to spadło dosyć znacząco. Po części także dzięki rozwojowi odnawialnych źródeł energii, po części dzięki temu, że efektywniej gaz jest wykorzystywany. Więc sądzę, że nie ma powodów, żebyśmy wyrewidowali mapę drogową odchodzenia od uzależnienia od rosyjskich nośników energii. Jak wiecie, węgla już nie importujemy. Gdy idzie o ropę, rosyjska ropa to jest około 3% całej konsumpcji ropy w Unii Europejskiej. Mówimy w istocie o 2 państwach członkowskich, które zabiegają o to, by móc ropę kontynuować. W pierwszym rzędzie Węgry. A gdy idzie o gaz, jest w dalszym ciągu spory import LNG, ale mapa drogowa przyjęta w ubiegłym roku zakłada, że ten import zostanie do końca przyszłego roku wyeliminowany. Myślę, że jesteśmy na tej drodze.
Bardzo dziękuję. To potrzebne słowa optymizmu na koniec. Dziękuję bardzo za przyjęcie naszego zaproszenia i za otwarcie Warsaw European Conversation. Dziękujemy. Wszystkiego dobrego.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joanna Becker. I'm the Vice President of Polityka Insight, and I'm delighted to welcome you all today. I'm delighted that you are here to discuss the state of the European Union, to discuss Europe's future. The Commissioner said the recipe for Europe's future is easy, and we will probably be discussing that the whole day. Unpredictability, instability, chaos, disorder, these are the words that we use on a regular basis. I'm sure you do too when we describe today's geopolitical landscape and the state of diplomacy. And no wonder you've heard them today. I'm sure you will hear them again. There's no way back to the world that we were used to. But then what is the way forward? I think we discuss that regularly. But recognizing that the world has changed doesn't necessarily mean that we all agree on how we want to adapt to the changes. And I'm particularly thinking about the EU27. Even if we have the instruments, I think we're not always ready. The EU27 is not always ready to use them. Especially in a very changed world, in a multipolar world, in a post-rule-based order world. So what does the European Union have what it takes? With that, it is my pleasure to introduce our outstanding guests. Natalie Tocci, Director of the Istituto Affari Internazionali. We welcome you to the stage. Stefan Löfven, President of the Party of European Socialists, former Prime Minister of Sweden. Welcome. Henry Foy, head of the Brussels Bureau of the Financial Times. And I'm very glad that Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, Ignacy Niemczycki, managed to join us. He had a last-minute meeting at the Presidential Palace. Welcome.
Hi, how are you? Nice meeting you.
It feels right to start our discussion with some very uncomfortable questions. I'm not sure they're uncomfortable to you, maybe to some, but questions that member states have been confronted with in the past year and a half or even more, also because of President Trump's foreign and trade policies. So the big question is, are you the optimist or pessimist, as Commissioner said? Do you think that Europe has this state of mind, because I'm not talking about this particular moment, but is it in a state of mind that it really wants greater independence? And I say these are uncomfortable questions because very, very often Europe's independence is seen as an opposition to the United States. So Natalie, are you a pessimist? Are you an optimist? Do you think that Europe is in this state of mind of, gaining more independence, ready to do it, knows what it wants, has a plan, and wants to use the mechanisms that it has on paper?
Okay, well, I'm neither an optimist nor a pessimist, and actually I don't think they're very useful categories. I am hopeful, though, which I guess is a start. So I don't think that Europe wants to become independent. I think that Europe is recognizing the fact that it has to become independent. So I think that we were extremely comfortable in a world in which we were not independent. And by not independent, what I mean is not just, the relationship with the United States, but more broadly, a world in which interdependence, multilateralism, the fact that one did not have to depend only on oneself was basically Europe's world, right? And it really took us quite some time to recognize that that order has been fraying for some time. And I think for a long time, we tried to revive it, right? And I said, I think we tried to do so for very good reasons. Now, I think we have come to the point in which there is a broad recognition that order has gone. But I think that recognition is taking two very different forms. One form is, well, that world is gone. Yes, it was great, but it's gone. And so we simply have to accept that the new world is one of predatory powers. It is one of the survival of the fittest. It is the law of the jungle. It's not our preference, but given that this is the reality, we simply have to accept it. And we kind of hear some sounds, well, quite a few, in fact, to my liking, far too many sounds in this direction when we hear things like international law is not a useful framing to understand the US and Israeli attack on Iran. Well, if international law is not a useful framing, I'm not quite sure what is. So, you know, when you hear things like, yes, indeed, you know, we are seeing a violation of international law in the Middle East, but we neither condemn nor support this war. Once upon a time, if there's a recognition of a violation of international law, the next sentence would have been, and therefore we condemn it. So there is one path in which one recognizes that the old is gone, and I fear that this is a path that is increasingly being taken by some leaders, political parties, governments. I think this is fundamentally connected to the state of politics rather than policy in Europe. And then, of course, there is a different path, which again stems from the recognition of the old is gone, granted, and let's call it the Carney path, right? The path in which basically what we're saying is, yes, we understand that we need to rely more on ourselves. Yes, we understand that rules and norms have to be rethought, and possibly they have to become more inclusive and more reflective of a fundamentally different makeup of power in the international system. But we're not here to get rid of norms and rules altogether, right? We are there, in fact, to strengthen multilateral institutions, to strengthen international law, and not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I fear, as I said, that this acceptance that the old is gone is pushing us in a very dangerous direction in terms of accepting, as I said, to get rid of norms altogether, rather than that of strengthening and reinventing norms together with other middle, small, big, whoever wants to be part of the party, powers in the world.
Prime Minister, do you share these, these worries of Natalie that we're heading into this, no norms order where no one lectures each other on violating international law?
Yeah, I mean, we see that clearly, but I don't think it's black or white. So I think we need to gather now all the good forces. We have clearly leaders, regimes that do not want to adhere to international law. That's clear, and I agree with you. We should be clear when international law is breached. We must be clear. Otherwise, we are ourselves contributing to the deterioration, and that is sad. But also listen to Mark Carney in Davos, saying that now, he talked about middle powers, and I don't know exactly how you define that, but I said, my recipe is gather the good forces. We should have done that a year ago when Trump first introduced the tariffs. Instead of, I can somewhat understand the logic behind it, but I think it was a bit humiliating for the President of the Commission to go to his golf course in Scotland and make that deal. I didn't like that. I would have wanted all the countries that were affected by this to go to WTO, sit down and say, this is how we want it to be done. US is important, no doubt, but I think the EU export to US is about 17–18%, meaning that 82–83 is not. Again, just to avoid misunderstanding, I'm not saying that US is not important. It is. But it shows that we have other interests as well that we need to take care of. And I want to say also that because this can become so much more serious if we do this wrong. And I agree with the Commission, we have to stay united the best we can. So we have to first recognize and acknowledge that what happens in the United States now is so much more serious than I think most of the people understand.
Yeah.
What we see now in the United States is fascism. So now the preparations are ongoing on disturbing the midterm elections, seriously, really hurting, perhaps even canceling the election. We have division, we have violence, we have hate, attack on academia, attack on journalists, attack on the judiciary system, people in the judiciary system. So we have to understand that this is the US that will stay there, I guess, for a long time. It won't go away with Trump because he's got so many powerful people behind him, not least the tech oligarch. They hate the European Union. They hate the European Union. When I met Trump in the White House 8 years ago, he was also introducing steel tariffs, and I said, President, it's not the European Union that is a problem here. It's China subsidizing steel production, flooding the market with cheap steel, lowering the prices, but not EU. And then he looked at me and said, well, you know, the European Union was founded just to create problems for the United States. That's his view. So we have to be aware of this. We have to be aware so we understand the seriousness. Unfortunately, I will end here. Unfortunately, we have some member states, some leaders that doesn't really, I don't know what they're thinking about. They don't really care. I'm talking about Orban, I'm talking about others that are working directly against our security interests. And I can't really understand it, but so again, gather the good forces, the one within the EU, but also the ones outside.
Henry, you talk to leaders, you talk to people from the institutions, and I think after the year and a half, it's quite obvious that the United States doesn't respect the European Union as such for many aspects of its existence. But I want to focus not on the US, but more on us, on Europe, because we've been talking about the US so much. In the Financial Times, you said, was you or one of your colleagues that said that Europe's attitude, policy towards Trump and his administration is called strategic supplication. That's, you know, trying to avoid any problems in relation with the US and so on. But then we've seen all these speeches in the past weeks, Munich, Davos, and it seems something has changed. So my question is, how would you define Europe's Trump policy right now?
Yeah, I mean, I would say we're definitely past peak self-delusion when it comes to Trump. There is this understanding now that pragmatic divorce is what is happening. I mean, he's got the big house, he's got the big car, his parents are super rich, there's the trust fund. It would be a real pain to leave him, but this is happening. I would, I'm a simple journalist, I would be very simple and say there are those that think Trump is daddy, and this is Rutte, and there are those that think Trump is a baddie, and that is Sanchez. And over the last, Pedro Sanchez, Prime Minister of Spain, and over the last 18 months, the herd in the middle has shifted from daddy to baddie. In private, in public, and with every single crisis, you see more and more leaders talking about Trump as a baddie and not as daddy. At some point, Rutte will be by himself, maybe with Viktor Orban, as Trump is daddy. But I think even Rutte knows that he loves daddy more than daddy loves him, right? So it is a difficult process for Europe, and I totally agree with Natalie that there are certain elements that are going to happen faster than others. But essentially, we are in a place where we don't want this to happen, but it's pretty obvious that he does. And so therefore, we have to get with the program. With the tariffs, and I was in Turnberry with President von der Leyen and Commissioner Šefčovič, there was this relief afterwards. I remember when they all got in their Range Rovers and drove to the airport, there was this like, we've got away with this, you know, like 15% is okay, we haven't blown up the transit. Now in the Commission, it's much more like, okay, how do we move on from this and make it better for us? Like, there is an understanding that we don't have to keep taking everything he says. The problem for Europe is that people focus on F-35s and nuclear deterrence and things like this as something to replace, but it goes so much deeper. The problem is with every cupboard you open to look for a kill switch that the Americans might have, you find 6 or 7 more, right? I mean, how much proportion of European public administration is run on Windows? How much data that we all have that keeps the government's running every day is on an Amazon AWS server, right? I mean, we can't move money between banks without Visa and MasterCard. So when people like Pedro Sanchez beat their chests and say, we must detach from America as soon as possible, what they're saying is we should go back to the Stone Age for a little bit, so we can't, transact between each other. We can't do this quickly. So we're in this situation of schizophrenia where in public we have to say, calm down, we'll look after this guy, we'll hold his hand, we'll make it smooth, while in private we are freaking out and doing everything we can to make sure that with every next crisis we're a little bit more able to say, no. There will always be divisions, I think, amongst the 27 as to the speed of it and the extent of it. And I'm sure the Commission would agree, those divisions are in the college. Those divisions are probably inside this room. That's okay. It's what Europe has sort of got used to. But the direction of travel is clear, and it just comes down to which bits we prioritize first and how much money and time we're willing to invest in it.
Minister, if you agree that we're moving from daddy to baddie in Europe, I'm going to use that
I don't
term.
think that's usually the language of diplomacy.
You're not in presidential palace anymore. If we agree, then apart from the fact that we have leaders that are saying this, we have institutions that are saying this, we have societies. We have the Polish society that has been for years relying on daddy and for its security, calmness, and everything. And we can see it in the polls that something is changing. But do pro-European forces that want to build a resilient, independent Europe, something that the Commissioner was also talking about, have a proper narrative about everything that we've been talking about, meaning this change that is happening in the world and what it means, and this positive note that strengthens also the pro-Europe voices. We have elections coming in so many countries, including Poland next year, but we have elections in France that might change a lot. Hungary in about 3 weeks. So we have all these local elections also, looking at Germany. So do we have that positive narrative? Do we have a language to talk about this change within societies?
Well, thank you. I agree with Henry that it's important to recognize that there are differences among the member states, there are differences within the college, there are divergent opinions in the society. So I'm not entirely sure that we could develop one single narrative, but that's really okay. What I think right now is super important is to recognize that Europe is still in a position of strength. And I do have a couple of proof points. First, when you think of Ukraine, right now, it's the European Union that is actually footing the bill. So we are paying for Ukraine. It's no longer US. Yes, we are still buying military equipment from the US, but we were able to step in and provide some stability for Ukraine. Another argument is sanctions on Russia. So we see those sanctions. Each time it's quite difficult. Each time we do have a discussion, but we're actually putting more and more economic pressure on Russia. I'm not saying it's easy, but we're doing that. Then I think Piotr Serafin mentioned that earlier. I don't think in public we have properly recognized the magnitude of the change with the Repower EU. Yeah, I mean, we're giving up Russian fossil fuels. And I think it's also very important for us here in Poland to recognize that. So it's Poland that convinced the European Union that we have to give up Russian fossil fuels. I mean, those of us who are Polish know how important, politically speaking, that is. We have proper influence on the EU. So those three things. And on top of that, we also have the SAFE mechanism. And we adopted this mechanism quite quickly. It took us, Henry, it wasn't even 4 months. It was 4 months, wasn't it? So we did it super quick to respond to a new situation. And again, here I think we don't really recognize the change that has been happening. I mean, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, no one thought about the EU as a tool, as a mechanism to aid us in buying military equipment. And here now we have this 150 billion euro mechanism. I mean, some here in this country don't like it. I don't understand the reason, but still the EU is delivering. Then we have a new economic security strategy in the EU. We're still discussing it. But I think it's also important to recognize that we do have a different, less naive approach towards, for example, China. We did have a very interesting vote, I think it was last year, on additional tariffs on Chinese EVs. And it was really like a breakthrough moment for Europe. So responding to your question, I'm not sure if we have a proper narrative, but I think it's important to remind ourselves of the strength and that we are still in a position of strength, and we will be able to deliver in the future.
Natalie, I think that the positive sides of building European independence and using all these crises, like Henry said, using a crisis to go a step further, the opportunities are quite obvious. But do you see any risks in this process as well? Meaning, it's harder and harder to have a position of all member states. And then we have, for example, let's take defense. I think even perhaps it was in one of your podcasts that you were talking about possible fragmentation of the defense sector. You know, all the countries investing in their own defense. Altogether, it's a good thing. It's good that Germany is, spending more. It's good that Poland is spending more. But then we risk. Again, I'm coming back to this fragmentation. That's probably one risk. Do you see other risks in this process that we will be observing in the next years?
So I think that the main risks that I see are actually internal in nature, right? Okay, we've got the Russian threat, but we're doing something about it, right? I think we're doing something militarily. I think we're doing things on the hybrid front. So I think that when it comes to Russia, I don't wish to underestimate it, but I think that there's clarity in terms of the nature of the threat, and there's a path and action in terms of what to do about it. Then we have another, the other big issue that we've been talking about, the United States. There, it kind of took us a little bit longer to smell the coffee in this transition from daddy to baddie, and this kind of shift from private and individual to public and institutional. But I think we're making our way along that journey. I think also for two sets of reasons. I mean, firstly, when we've tried a method, the flattery, the subjugation, it has not exactly worked spectacularly well. And then we have at times tried a different method, perhaps not keeping our backs completely straight, but beginning to straighten them. And you know what happened? The world didn't fall on our heads, right? And so I'm not, again, suggesting that the emperor's got no clothes, but maybe he's a little bit more undressed than what we thought he was, right? So I think, coming back to the Spanish example, trade embargo on Spain. To the best of my knowledge, there is no trade embargo on Spain. Right? And so I think there's an element of learning, I think, in this process. Now, it's painful. I think it's painful not just for material reasons, I mean, the level of dependence on the United States, but for psychological reasons. I mean, this is really tough, right? I mean, this is not a story of disengagement. It's not possibly even a story of abandonment. This is a story of betrayal. And, to come to terms with betrayal is tough. But I think that we're moving in that direction. Where I think, and this comes to what you were, I think, hinting at, where I see the biggest risks or the biggest threats, it's internally, right? It is about the rise of nationalism and the way in which the far right is polluting the center right. So I don't think it's just a far right story. I mean, it's too easy, quote unquote, if it was just a far-right story. I think there's this broader renationalization of Europe, which I see as the major threat, which explains, I think, coming, and just to give, one could give 1,000 different examples, but just to stick to the defense point, yes, it is true that things are happening at EU level, right? But frankly speaking, the big story is at national level, right? The big story is at national level, which will create major imbalances in Europe. I mean, that's just a fact, right? And no one is basically saying, you know, we've been telling the Germans to rearm for years and now should we be telling them not to rearm? I'm not obviously suggesting that, but I'm simply pointing to the fact that there are these, you know, I don't see European leaders today actually having a vision for Europe, right? I think they have a vision for European cooperation. I don't think there's a vision for European integration. And I actually think that that is the biggest threat of all.
Just one thing to add, totally agree. Take the Strait of Hormuz, right? I think it was Friday night or Saturday morning, Trump says, we need Europe to come to join this armada, yada, yada. Europe unites remarkably quickly in basically saying, go away, no way, no chance. But they united in opposition to Trump. Monday morning, they all arrive at the Foreign Affairs Council in Brussels and says, no chance, we're not doing this. By the afternoon, the question to Kaja Kallas, the chief diplomat, was, okay, what's Europe's response? And she's like, actually, we don't have one. You know, like, we could agree not to do what Trump wants, but we can't agree what we would do instead. And I think that is the issue. And it's an internal thing. We can unite in opposition to something, in opposition to Chinese EVs, in opposition to Trump being... I keep using baddie. It makes me seem like a child, but whatever.
I'm going to so use this, you know. I'm going to steal it from you.
We quote you like every week, so it's fine. And then on the German armament thing, I mean, the French are freaking out, right? That by the end of this decade, German defense spending will be roughly 3 times French spending once you strip out the nuclear deterrent. And so Paris is like freaking out about what this will mean long-term for industrial capabilities, competition, but also just a German army that is totally dominant. Right. We can talk about SAFE and we can talk about EDIP and say, oh, this is all wonderful, but it's a drop in the ocean compared to what the Bundestag is spending.
Prime Minister, we hear no vision, there's no vision for Europe. We hear about fragmentation and that Europe is going towards the path of renationalizing itself. So first of all, from your perspective, do you agree to this, to these statements that Natalie made? And what does that mean for the European Union? Does that mean, and I think, I don't know if you agree with me, but probably the situation in Europe, the stronger far right means no more treaty change for Europe ever. So does that mean everything that we've been discussing now? Does that mean that we will have different formats, enhanced cooperation, coalitions of the willing, as the only working model for Europe to go forward with things, with new policies, changes, and everything?
Again, I think it's not black or white. I can subscribe to most of your comments. Absolutely, we see a growing nationalism. And that is not only, Hungary, Czech Republic. So I think it's a sentiment that is broader, deeper than that. It is sad because it's right in the moment when we need even more international cooperation, and people tend to turn inwards instead and close themselves. And that is also why I think the European Union cannot, the independence thing, it's important, in terms of energy and other, but we also face a risk where in the future we get so independent, everybody, so we have like a 1984 scenario. We have 3 giant players in the world, and they are independently closing themselves, and that's a very dangerous situation. So we need to both make sure that we can handle this, but also, again, reach out and build.
Are we one of the 3 giants?
I had the same question.
Sorry?
Are we one of the 3 giants?
The EU could be one of the 3, yes.
That's a very, very optimistic scenario. I fear that we're not even one of the 3.
because if we keep on doing this, as I say, no EU now within a large EU perhaps, and we have distanced ourselves from the United States. We have a tough time competing with China. We don't know what happened in Asia. So I'm not saying it's going to be this, but we have to watch out so that we do not end up in such a situation. It wouldn't be good for the European Union. Now, the nationalism is, as I said, I think it's broader and deeper than just a few states, but it's sad. I mean, to a certain point, we are where we are because we had too little international cooperation during the time since the new technology made it possible to move production all over the place, and we had to deregulate our currency regulations, went away. So the nation state lost a part of the power. Capital gained power. But we never transferred power to, we tried limited way into the European Union making that market, but not as good. We have a lot of people that are afraid, that are worried about the future, what will happen, and we don't have that answer because and especially we're now going inwards again and say we more national decision making, it won't solve it. And as long as they are afraid and anxious about the future, the extreme far right will gain even more, because that is why we are where we are. People are afraid. So this discussion about increasing competitiveness in Europe, I agree with that. Innovation, capital flow, all that, R&D, all that. But don't take that, don't make the people more unsure. Do not reduce Social Security. Do not reduce training possibilities. Do not make people more afraid, because that is when we're going to lose competition.
I'm not sure we can do it all, but I still want to leave time for questions from the audience, and there are still huge topics. So quickly, a question, because the Commissioner also mentioned enlargement, and I think in terms of Ukraine and everything, is enlargement, having in mind everything that we said about the European Union, no vision, the future we're going towards, enhanced cooperation, is enlargement still seen as an instrument of strengthening Europe, or, with this different ideas to do it, partially? Is enlargement the tool it used to be?
Well, I think it's seen by most member states, but not by all, and that's the issue. That's enlargement to include some other countries is blocked by member states trying to resolve the bilateral issues. That's the case with a number of candidates. We see it especially clearly right now with Ukraine, obviously. But the majority of us, we see enlargement as the tool to really make Europe stronger. But even with Ukraine, again, I will try to be a bit more optimistic. Listen, I mean, it's quite clear that Hungary has been blocking it, but we went ahead with the so-called front-loading procedure, and we've actually been discussing the content of the negotiating chapters with both Ukraine and Moldova. So we found a technical way to go further. And obviously, yes, at some point we'll need unanimity to actually open those negotiating clusters. But for me, this is a proof of our flexibility in the European Union. And the question about the EU being or not being among the top three powers, we absolutely need to include our neighboring countries to make sure that we are among the top three. If my response to you on the top three would be, if you look at how many people want to come to Europe, maybe that's still the proof that we are the top three, because we offer the quality of life that is basically unmatched around the world. So, folks, I do understand your arguments, and we keep on discussing the problems, the issues that we're having, the how tricky it is to agree among the 27. But from a perspective, I still think Europe, simply put, is still the best place to live. And I'm quite sure a lot of us here in this room would agree on that.
The problem with that is like the Premier League, right? Everybody wants to play in the Premier League to make the most money, but England can't win a single tournament, right? being attracted to the rest of the world doesn't always make you strong. My problem with enlargement is I see enlargement as actually a sign of the EU's weakness. Because right now, enlargement policy is being driven by Putin and Trump. Putin, because the obvious thing to do with Ukraine is to do what we did with Poland and other countries in this part of the world, which is bring them into NATO first. Plus, they have the best army in Europe, the biggest army in Europe. It just makes sense, right? From a very pure, rational point of view, get them in NATO first and then bring them into the EU, like every other country that's ever joined the EU. But Putin says no, and Trump says no. So now the EU is forced into coming up with these crazy different recipes to try to get them in but not have them in. And so because we can't agree on that, we're stuck. And it makes us look impotent, essentially. And it is leading to rising, not to a dangerous level, but rising Euro annoyance in Kyiv, right? Because they feel that they've been led on this path, that it's going to happen, it's going to be quick, you're going to get in, don't worry. And now it's like, wait a second, it's not. The backlash in Brussels to reverse enlargement or enlargement plus, whatever it's called, whatever they want, is massive. I mean, countries do not want it because it looks like it cheapens the value. We'll see what happens with Iceland. I think it was great the Commissioner mentioned it because for me, that's the test case for reverse enlargement, not Ukraine. Because Iceland is basically there on sort of 2/3 of the chapters. So you could have a situation where if the referendum is to join, you could get them in early as a member, but with no access to CAP or fishing, and then you negotiate farming and fishing once they're in. If that works, you do the same for Ukraine. But the resistance to changing enlargement is enormous. And we're stuck in this position because Putin has said Ukraine can't join NATO, and so has Trump.
Can I
Yes,
just
but I'm not
quickly-
leaving you without a discussion on China, so go ahead.
Okay,
But
just quickly to respond. I think it's a bit more nuanced. I'm not sure if you know, but Polish president actually said that he's not in favor of Ukraine joining NATO. So even in Europe, there are different views on that.
Sure.
And then on the enlargement and the so-called reverse enlargement, well, it was one of the ideas that was floated, but politically speaking, we have already delivered on saying that Ukraine will be part of the European family. And also, I think it's important to recognize that Ukraine right now has access to the single market already. This is very different. This is sorry?
Aspects of the single market.
Yeah, most of the single market. I mean, there are aspects where it doesn't have full access, yeah, but most of the single market it has access to. And this is very different from, for example, the 2004 enlargement. Yeah? For us, access to the single market was the final price. Yeah. Here with Ukraine, to some extent, you could already say that it is a reverse process. So, yeah, again, I'm a bit more optimistic than you are, it seems.
But also financial support to deal with the process, to become a member. So there's a financial support, isn't it, from EU, Ukraine? Yeah. Because I think it's important that we do want this enlargement, but we can't cheat on the processes. The steps that are necessary, we need to take the correct steps. Otherwise,
can I just, I promise I'll be very...
Go ahead.
I disagree with Henry on this. I don't think that this is just a story of, Trump and Putin, because had it been only a story of Trump and Putin, then the Western Balkans would have almost all been in the European Union. I think it is a story of the increasing bilateralization and politicization of enlargement over the course of the years, which I think takes us back to this problem that we have in Europe of a renationalization of Europe. And once Europe is renationalized, and therefore in the case of enlargement, the process is increasingly politicized and veers away from what it used to be, then in a sense it becomes far easier for the Putins and Trumps to put spokes in the wheels of enlargement.
Well, enlargement was dead until 2022 though, right? And then they were like, oh goodness, we've got to make it geopolitical.
Right.
if there's a renationalization, how do we agree on a policy towards China? Do we agree on a policy towards China? Is there any chance that we have within the within Europe, we have a way we want to discuss, our policy. If we know more or less what we stand on in terms of the US, what do we do? What do we do with China?
Well, I think that actually when it comes to China, we can't disentangle it actually from this conversation about the United States, especially about the United States, because our policy towards China was part of a triangle. We had our North Star, and it was Washington. And Washington said A, and we said A minus. Washington said decoupling, and we said de-risking, right? So it was, and I'm not saying that de-risking is the bad thing. I think it's a good policy, but it was formulated as part of that triangle. Now we're like, oh, the North Star's gone. We don't even know what the US's policy on China is, right? And so we have to think with our own little heads, and that's very difficult, right? And mind you, it's not easy to figure out what to do, because however you look at it, there are some real trade-offs to be made. You're looking at it through the climate angle and the energy angle. And on the one hand, if you want to achieve decarbonization, you obviously have to work with China. And yet, if you want to protect your own industry, you want to protect yourself from China. If you're looking at it from a security angle, well, obviously we're at a stage in which we're at war with Russia, and we have to, become more independent from the United States. So we can't have conflicts on all sides. And yet you also see the growing convergence between Russia and China. If you're looking at it from the economic angles, you on the one hand obviously need, China to work with. So I think, there isn't a good, there isn't a sort of silver bullet, but the point is that we have to think about it only by thinking about what our interests are. And that is, I think, the switch that we're beginning to make, given that we can't, as I said, simply just do the US, but just a little bit less.
But then we need to think about our interests, but then do we have a single, all the countries know their interests, more or less. But then we're talking about a common policy that we want to think about.
I think we're on a way to get there. It won't be easy, and I mentioned the vote on Chinese EVs. It was the divisions were huge. It was super interesting. I recommend you go back and follow that. But I think the key word here in the discussion about China is, and the Prime Minister mentioned it before, is overcapacity. So the overcapacity in China creates economic effects all across Europe, and on that we pretty much all of us we agree. So it's quite clear that we need a united European response to that. The other thing is that still most of us in Europe agree that Europe benefits from free trade. If you look at the structure of our economy, export is an important part of that. But what we've been increasingly saying is that not only do we need free trade, but we also need fair trade. And when we look at the weakness of, for example, WTO mechanisms, we know that some of those mechanisms were actually used against us. And we probably need to develop some some different policies. So here in dealing with China, I think we're becoming less naive. And you can see it in the discussions that we're having about the made in Europe or made with Europe. So are we there yet? Not yet. But for me, it's quite clear we're going towards a particular direction. I think it's also quite important to recognize the difference between the interest in a short-term perspective and the interest in the mid-term and long-term perspective. So for some companies, it would be quite important to continue working with China for short-term gains, but in the mid-term, it's not even beneficial for them.
So it's a cliche to answer a question about China with a Chinese proverb, but I'll do it anyway. They say, never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. And the Chinese have had the most amazing 18 months, right? This is great for them. We're bogged down in Ukraine. America is now bogged down in the Middle East. They have a big fat oil pipeline that runs down the eastern seaboard of Russia, so they're fine when it comes to crude. The less crude we buy, the more crude they can buy at a cheaper price. All of these Patriot interceptors and all of these AMRAAM missiles that the Americans are firing in the Middle East and in Ukraine are not going to be fired in Taiwan because they've blown up already, right? So this is excellent for China. The fact that when Trump tried to send an aircraft carrier to the Middle East, immediately he was told, no, one of them is up in the high north because you were trying to threaten Greenland, and the other one is down next to Venezuela because you were, and so basically America's stretched, and China likes that. We cannot fight three things at the same time. So Europe is in a position to tell China what to do. And I would say in Brussels, the debate about de-risking from China is as or more politically sensitive than the one with America, because there are so many different economic linkages that big member states do not want to get rid of. And even the ones that talk tough on China know how much they rely on the Chinese economy. And if we're going to talk about competitiveness and becoming richer and making sure that people don't get poorer and vote for the far right, as the Prime Minister was saying, we can't do that while picking an economic fight with China. We think a trade war with America is scary. A trade war with China is far more frightening because of what we've done economically. And I'd say, just to finish, like, Xi Jinping can turn his policy machine in ways that will pick us off one by one, which the Americans can't do as easily because they're much deeper ingrained politically with the whole of Europe. So I think people in Brussels are very, very nervous about what's coming. I mean, Friedrich Merz, was it yesterday or the day before, said in some speech, a throwaway comment, we should restart talks on a Chinese trade partnership. I mean, Kai died, 6 years ago, but he's trying to bring it back now. I mean, this will be hugely politically divisive in Brussels. And I think China is sitting there and waiting for us to turn to them, and they are going to have all the cards.
Yeah. That's quite pessimistic.
Yeah.
Henry, last question before I open questions to the audience. What role does UK play in in all of this? Meaning, is this, Europe and the UK coming together, discussing coming or not coming? UK not in safe, didn't manage to agree on anything. With everything that's happening there, does it strengthen Europe? Does it have any, any...
I'll try to speak on behalf of the Commission and not behalf of me. There is great disappointment in the government of Keir Starmer in Brussels. Here comes a guy with an enormous majority who says, I want to be more friendly with the EU and I want to strengthen ties. And Ursula von der Leyen, Commission President, says, great, excellent. You've got 140 seats, I think, and I've got 27 governments. Some are minority governments, some are hanging on by one seat, some are a complete mess of coalition. What can we do? And they sit down in these meetings and the Brits go, okay, so what do you guys want? And the Europeans are like, no, you have to tell us what you want. And so there's this huge amount of disappointment.
Great negotiation strategy.
There's this great sense of disappointment inside the EU towards the UK. That Keir Starmer's not it's all talk and no trousers, essentially. And he could have been a lot more bold. He could have been a lot more ambitious. The defence stuff, I think, would have happened anyway. I mean, it's in Britain's interest as much as the EU's to be closer on defence vis-à-vis Russia. And the Brits aren't stupid about America, right? They understand that they need to... Thanks for that. They need to be closer to Europe, and so I think sometimes defence is used as the fig leaf, like, oh look, we're being so much closer on this stuff, and we can also then be closer on chemicals and SPS and youth mobility and whatever. But that's just not the case. Yeah. And so I would say that it's been a really, really disappointing and lackluster effort by the Brits to try to reintegrate, and essentially Brussels called their bluff and said, okay, well, what is it you want? We can deliver it, and the Brits didn't have an answer.
Do we have questions from the audience? Yes, we do. We'll be passing on the mic.
Can I just because I didn't really have an opportunity
we do have a mic.
To comment on the US, and probably here that our position is a bit nuanced, as you can imagine. First, I just want to remind of the words of Prime Minister Tusk in Strasbourg during our presidency, when he clearly said that Europe needs to take responsibility for itself. At the same time, to keep it short, we still think that it's actually better to have two friends than just one. So the transatlantic cooperation is in the interest of both sides. And again, here I'll try to be a bit more optimistic than the rest of the panel.
I'm sure we'll be talking more about the transatlantic relationship in the next panel. That's why we also kept it to a minimum. Okay, we have the mic. There's the first question over there. If I could ask you to introduce yourself, please, so that everybody knows who you are.
Thank you. Robert Schell, Central Eastern Studies and formerly NATO. Like the title of this panel is interesting. In English, it's Europe's independence moment. In Polish, it's actually, yes, Europe's independence, the moment of truth. So listening to this panel, well, you moved very swiftly from, you know, the sound bites that you liked, you know, daddy, buddy, and so on. But when it came to discussion, actually, how to engineer the situation in which Europe has more cards to play, well, I've not heard, if I may say so, to perhaps whip up some discussion, you know, addressing some of the most obvious things. How do you engineer a greater sense of solidarity? Your hero, Henry, if I may say so, Prime Minister Sanchez, he's exactly the one that is showing total lack of solidarity when it comes to defense spending, and so on and so forth. Sure. So the question is this, what about the instruments to discipline those member states who are not playing the game, who are undermining the process? Hungary is the obvious case in point. And the second, from a more positive point of view, how would you visualize the way in which Europeans would actually, you know, generate some success in bridging this solidarity gap? Because frankly, there's no China policy. I would even argue there's no proper Russia policy. There's sort of outline of a policy of support to Ukraine, which is good. Because if you look at, you know, the desire of some countries to start conversations with Moscow tomorrow, you can see that big difference. So the question to you is, can I press you a little bit to suggest how we're going to end up in a situation in which, you know, discussions, quarrel, call it what you like, with US and others will actually be easier for Europe because you will have, you know, more to show, so to speak, because at the moment, I'm not hearing this. Maybe it's just because...
Great question,
Sure.
and we will, before, I think it's very important to hear the answer. We need concrete, you know, statements from you. So how do you engineer more solidarity in Europe? Who's first?
I can, yeah, you want to go?
I just want to respond. Sanchez is not my hero, Robert. Given that we have the president of the Party of European Socialists here, I think Sanchez is the hero. Yeah. Sanchez is the hero of the PS. I mean, look, there are obvious ones, and some of them are happening. We are developing our own long-range strike capabilities in Europe. We are investing more in Italian-French air defense, so we don't have to rely on Patriot missiles. We are building MasterCard and Visa alternatives. We are building European AI champions. We are trying to come up with a strategy for European cloud. This stuff takes time. This stuff takes an enormous amount of money that could be spent on hospitals, could be spent on social benefits, could be spent on schools. They're difficult political decisions, but they are being taken. It requires time. And to a certain extent, it requires America giving us that time. And it remains to be seen whether or not that time will exist. I mean, in terms of solidarity, there are different ways you can find coalitions, and I think Joanna asked a question about this, but I mean, I'm wary now about bringing it back to Sanchez, but since 2022, Spain invested in renewable energies at a scale that no other country in Europe did, which means in the last month, Spain's paying about $15 per megawatt hour versus countries like Italy that are paying 160. So the solidarity there would have been also for everyone to do the same from the repower from the Next Generation EU funds. And then we would be better at standing up to America because we wouldn't be begging them now for additional LNG imports. So solidarity and independence can come together.
No, I fully agree with that. Regarding Sanchez, he's saying we are aiming at capacity, defense capability, not the percentage. And I always, to be honest, I've also been a bit skeptic to exact the percentage that if you pour in a lot of money, you're not sure that you're increasing the capacity. You might do, but that's not the full answer. It's the capacity, the capability that counts. But I fully agree. I mean, we're not in a situation that nothing happens. I mean, we have the Letta report, the Draghi report, Sauli Niinistö report. I think is underestimated. It should be should be read more and followed up on. So there's not that we're doing nothing in this perspective. Things are ongoing, but again, it takes time. So we were slow, absolutely. We need to showcase more, and that goes also for the international cooperation, that what it really means, also for citizens, because they hear international cooperation, they hear European Union, and okay, what is it really? But just the fact that for Sweden, 2/3 of our no, even more, 70% I think of our export is this market. And okay, if we had not been there, what would that have meant for our wealth, our economy? So I think we need to showcase, be more concrete. This is what it means. Also for the international cooperation. Now we're reducing foreign aid. The ODA, all countries are doing that. UK, Sweden, everybody's doing that, thinking this is good business. So we're using this money here instead, but we're not investing in Global South, if we can call it Global South. We have an African continent that is growing substantially this century with a huge workforce. And then we're worried that China is investing in Africa instead of investing ourselves to make sure that you can increase number of people that is getting out of poverty, and that would mean something good for them, but also for us. We have to explain more what solidarity actually is. It's good for others, but it's also good for us.
I know there was a question on that side. Okay, do we have the mic? And then there's Mateusz Mezzini. Oh, first over there, and we can take 2 questions maybe now, just to be sure that we manage to answer them.
Good morning. My name is my name is Catherine Godin. I'm the ambassador of Canada in Poland. So therefore, I want to actually pick up the point with regards to what does Mark Carney mean when he talks about middle powers, right? So I looked up one of his quotes, and perhaps just to make sure I'm in keeping with what he actually said, he was talking about the EU, Australia, Japan, Korea, Canada, UK. Those countries together have a larger GDP than the US.
Yes.
3 times the trade flows of China, and largest R&D budget. So I think building on those strengths, there is an opportunity to actually create a variable geometry of opportunities together.
Fully
so
agree.
this leads me to my question to this panel is how to make sure that Europe doesn't become insular, because the challenge it faces itself inwardly should not overtake the importance of opening the windows, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in the back, right over there. That will be probably the last question, but we'll see.
Mateusz Mezzini.
Yeah, it's on, I think.
Yes. Mateusz Mezzini, Gazeta Wyborcza. A quick question to the entire panel. Should Europe give up on America entirely? Because you guys know this better than I do. There are big parts of the American political establishment that are anti-Trump, and they're begging for Europe not to forget about them. And you saw that very well this year in Munich with Elisa Slotkin and AOC coming and essentially begging for European attention and tell them, don't forget, we're still here. And I fully concur, we're in a very difficult situation in the US. Maybe this is a fully fledged fascist administration, but we might well find ourselves this time next year in a situation in which Democrats control both houses of the Senate, of Congress. And what then? So should we invest in the capacity or in a relationship with the opposition in the United States? And maybe, just to use a cliche, since so many of them have been used in this panel already, we have a track record of having Radio Free Europe. How about we invest in Radio Free America?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, you're right. So it's not in our interest to break 100% with the United States. It's not. But what I'm saying is that the situation is so serious that we can't just say, hope that this will go away after the midterm. The midterm election might be really damaged by this administration, because that's what they're planning on, that's what they're working on right now. So we don't take it for granted that this will go away with Trump. There's so many really powerful forces in the United States, not least the tech oligarchs. They are running the show. read Project 25. It's not Trump only. It's but having said that, of course we need to be in contact also with the opposition. Yes. So we have no interest in breaking this 100%. Absolutely not. But we have to be prepared. This could be for a long time.
Natalie, we have the middle power question.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the middle power question, I actually think I would frame it even more broadly than middle powers. I think it is a story about the rest of the West with the rest, right? Middle, small, and large powers, right? In the rest of the West with the rest. No, I don't actually think that there's a risk of European insularity. I mean, I think that it's quite significant that this is the year in which all of these trade agreements have been signed, right? And there is absolutely no way that we would have got Mercosur and India and Indonesia had it not been for the fact that there is this shock coming from across the Atlantic. I would rather than the risk of a kind of united Europe looking in, I think the risk is the one that we were referring to earlier, i.e. that of a European renationalization and fragmentation, even as it looks out. So that's on that. On the point about the United States, I think that we need to look at this on two different levels. At the level of governments and institutions, I don't think it's very wise, right? And I do think that we should simply assume that the US is what it is for now, and that we have no influence over the United States. And so the wise thing to do is to assume that it's going to continue to be this way and kind of prepare for the worst. I do, though, think that, in the same way as, I think this is coming off, in the same way as the sort of sovereignists international has actually been coming together, I think that on a more political and civil society level, there should be a lot more that should be done in order to join forces.
The question was, Henry, maybe we'll end with you. Should Europe give up on America entirely? What would that be like?
No, I mean, and like nobody's arguing for that, right? Would people say that China is dependent on America? No. But there are deeply, deeply intertwined economic and political and financial links between China and America. I mean, if Europe can get to a place where it's able to take strategic foreign policy decisions and defend itself without America, that's a huge, huge step from where we are today. And that would be a brilliant situation for Europe to be in. We will constantly trade with America. We will constantly have people-to-people ties, bank-to-bank ties, financial flows. I mean, cable between London and New York was the first time someone transacted currencies electronically, and that will continue to be the way in which the Western world funds itself. Do we need to always do what they say on a foreign policy and defense level? No. And that's the independence that people are talking about. No one's talking about, closing down the US embassy in Warsaw and cutting off all ties with them. And look, AOC was interesting in Munich, but she was asked a question about foreign policy and basically fell off her chair. So I don't think we should be banking on the Democrats coming to power and sort of returning to a sort of Biden aberration of Europe is wonderful and we need to keep working with you.
And the last word goes to Minister.
On the middle powers, I agree here 100% with Natalie that we should be working on our trade relations with other partners. And I also see more of a risk internally with rising nationalism rather than Europe not being active economically in the world. To respond to the US question, I mean, I said it before, but I still think it's worth saying it's better to have two friends than just one. So no, I don't think we should give up on the US. And really, it's important to remember that even the previous administration has actually been calling on Europe to take responsibility for itself. To some extent, this is nothing. One could say that this is nothing new. We should focus on our interests. That's exactly what the others are doing. There's nothing wrong with that. We here in Poland believe that it is in our interest to continue working with the US. And just a quick response to someone from the audience saying that Europe does not have the Russia policy. I completely disagree. We've proven 19 times with 19 packages of sanctions that we do have a policy towards Russia. We're working on a 20th package. We've, as I said, given up on Russian fossil fuels. And if we're talking about creating a counter narrative to the what MAGA is saying about Europe, I really think it's quite important to underline the strengths of the European Union and look at how much time we spend talking about the deficiencies of the European Union. Seriously, we also need to focus on the strengths of the EU.
Correct. Thank you very much, Natalie Tocci, Henry Foy, Stefan Löfven, Ignacy Niemczycki. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you. Thanks.
Cheers. Dzięki.
Cztery mamy tylko. Macie wszystko? Nie. Jeszcze jeden. Jeszcze jeden, nikt. Ten polski zdejmowałeś, ten nieszczęsny FR, nie? Jeszcze trójka. Tak, tą laskę mam. Tak. Czyli ten pacie gruby. Tak. Przerwy z pół godziny pewnie? 15 minut chyba. piętrowy sikło. Spoko. O, niedobrze. Coś źle zadziałało.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marek Swierczynski, and I've been writing about security and defense for Polityka Insight for 11 years already. This period was marked by increasing deterioration of global and regional stability, growing anxiety about the effectiveness of deterrence and defense, and finally, by ever closer fear of war. The first Russian aggression on Ukraine was plastered with a makeshift solution which could not prevent another one. There is no guarantee that we will not be faced with further Russian aggressions. We all know we were not ready then, but are we doing enough today to be ready tomorrow? Ready to protect peace, to get safely through unpeace, as Mark Leonard from ECFR once put it, or when push comes to shove, to be ready for war. Commissioner Serafin told us earlier this morning that Europe cannot afford to be unable to defend herself. So, let's talk about what that ability really means. Let me invite to this conversation Amanda Sloat, professor at IE University in Spain, formerly at the National Security Council under President Joe Biden. Thomas Gomard, director of IFRI, the leading French think tank on security and defense. Monika Sus, professor at the Polish Academy of Science and the European University Institute. Hello. And Lieutenant General Piotr Buras, strategic advisor to the chief of the Polish General Staff of the Armed Forces, and also former commander of the Eurocorps in Strasbourg. I'm so glad I don't need to start the defense track at this conference, really, because the defense and security has been already marked as the #1 topic. But also it creates an awkward situation because so much has been already said about the need for security and defense in Europe. So my idea to start this part of our European conversation is to ask General Buras for a detailed definition. What does it really mean to be ready for you as an officer, as a military man, and how can we translate your ideas of readiness towards all society, all the country, for ourselves?
Well, I think the one word that describes what it means is the resilience, because military is just one instrument of power, and we can have the best ideas, but in order to be able to defend the country, you need the government, you need the society to be resilient and be able to continue or participate in the war as it is in Ukraine. Ukraine has showed us that it's not just the military that's taking the brunt of the fight. This is actually the society, and you need to keep the support of the society during these war times. You need to have the normal services, water, gas, electricity, functioning to the extent possible. You need the banking services. So this is what we all need to work on. Make sure that the whole country is ready, basically, for war. That there is this consciousness and situational awareness about the threat right now during the peacetime, because obviously, according to our definitions, we are all at peacetime. But as Secretary General of NATO said, we are not at peace. We are not at war either. So we are more or less in this kind of a crisis, which doesn't fit the definition of the normal crisis that we've been used to. So absolutely, we need to work on this resilience of the whole country, because Russians are testing us constantly. They are climbing the ladder of escalation day by day, trying to test our systems, trying to test how far they can go, basically. And if there is no response from our side, and if we talk and worry too much about the escalation or miscalculation without open talk about it and preparation to deal with this fact, then the Russians will continue testing us.
Do you think we have a right discussion between civilians and military peoples in this time between peace and war?
I think it's getting better and better because there is a common understanding of the threat. And this helps to talk between the different ministries. And you know that even in peacetime, this intra-governmental coordination is not that easy. Each ministry is fighting for its own budget, but there is always room, I think, for the discussion and trying to make sure that certain things that we do build up our resilience and contribute to the national defense, basically.
All right, so let's dive into all those aspects of readiness, resilience, preparedness. But let me start with the political and strategic level. We are on the eve of the 4th week of the war with Iran, which is consuming the resources, the military resources, in record-setting pace. We've just learned yesterday that the US administration is considering diverting money from the Pearl mechanism, that is money or initiative by which the European countries are funding the purchase of the US-made equipment and weapons for Ukraine, to restock their own inventories. This is anything but a direct hit, both at Ukraine and as Europe. Amanda, a question to you. Do you think President Trump even considered European security while deciding for this excursion, as he calls it?
No. Next question.
Which brings us to a conclusion that we are in deep trouble. And
yes.
From all the discussions in Europe, specifically in
usually it's the opposite. Military says yes or no, and the political side says more.
Specifically in the UK, I guess, there is a growing realization that we are no longer in a allied arrangement that we signed for with the United States. So, what next?
I agree with all of the propositions that you put out. It's a difficult position to be an American telling the Europeans what to do and also an American trying to explain what's happening with the Trump administration. All of this is disappointing and unfortunate, but it's also not entirely surprising. Trump has been very clear since he came in the first time, even more clear since he came in the second time, that he is pursuing a policy of America first, and he is going to take the decisions that are in the economic and security interests of the United States, and that is his primary objective. There's been a lot of understandable desire, I think, by Europeans over the first year of the administration to not offend Trump, to not push back on him publicly. A lot of that was driven by a real dependence of European security on the United States, and also primarily a desire to keep the United States involved in Ukraine. And I think this continues to be one of Europe's overriding concerns with the response to the Trump administration's war in Iran. But I think as we have seen, both in terms of what the Trump administration may do in response to Pearl, and also what the administration has been doing in terms of diverting military equipment that European countries have bought to Iran, which drops European timelines for receiving the equipment further down on the list, shows that Trump is going to continue to act in what he believes is the primary interest of the United States. And I think consistently that has not been first and foremost European security.
Whereas the question of our panel is Europe ready for war? Is America ready to include European security interests in their plans for whatever?
I think up until this administration, throughout the entire post-war period, the answer has been yes. So it depends if your question is America ready or is the Trump administration ready? And again, I think Trump has been very clear since his first term that there is an expectation for Europe to do much more in terms of ensuring its own readiness to protect its own security. And that message has simply become stronger and starker now in his second term.
Thomas, my question to you is this situation, this few months and weeks, especially around the war in Iran, a turning point for the US, Europe-NATO relations, or can we actually do anything to make it better in the future?
I don't think it's a new turning point. The turning point is very far away in the past already in my mind. What is at stake is, in fact, the global balance of power, and the Strait of Hormuz is a very important focus. It's not very new. In a sense, we rediscover obvious things. If you remember the war between Iran and Iraq, you had also blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. So we are stupid, in fact, in a sense, in strategic terms, just to think that it's possible to strike Iran without any reactions. So that's my first point. The second point is, in terms of analysis for Europeans, two things. To make a distinction between the objective of Israel in doing so and the objective of the US. And I think that in the medium term they are divergent. And that's very important also for Europeans, because that's a new example of complete military cooperation between the US and another country, which is Israel. That's something completely new. In a sense, the real successful man in this game is Prime Minister Netanyahu, who succeeded, in last June to convince President Trump to bomb Iran, something he was very reluctant to do in his first mandate. But Netanyahu was successful in doing so. And once again, in February, huge military effect with the decapitation of the regime the first day. So in a sense, it could have been an opportunity for the US president just to stop, to say, yes, Ali Khamenei is killed, that's over. But he decided to continue because he has no objectives. So now he has to find, an exit way, whereas Israel will continue having, air power, and will continue, I think, to try to provoke a chaotic situation in Iran. And last point, I think that for Europeans, it's very challenging for many reasons, which has been already discussed in the first panel and already in our discussion. But there is another thing, which is, the cleavage between oil producers, arm producers. Because in a sense, the real framework in terms of analysis, it's not only 2022 and our reaction to the energy rupture with Russia. I think that we should remember the beginning of the 80s. We had at that time a very strong strategic crisis with the Euro missiles, plus energy shock. And that's a similar situation right now. And the response to the strategic crisis, at the beginning of the 80s, was a decision taken by Europeans against the US argument to take some Soviet gas. And I think that if this situation will continue, Europeans will have very difficult choice to make. Of course, the impact is higher right now for ASEAN countries, but imagine a situation in which this level of oil price will continue after, next summer. It will be very, very challenging for Europeans. And also, it is very important because the Gulf countries are asking Europeans powers involved in their security to really protect them. And that's part, I think, of the equation we should keep in mind.
We will discuss in a second, Piotr. We will discuss the industrial part of what we need to do later on. But I would like to press you on the political level still. What does it tell us about the U.S. role in the strategic transatlantic arrangement? both the fact of cooperation with Israel, the unilateral decision to go in, the way it was and still is executed. How does it sort of locate the United States in the sphere that, you know, very much we depend upon?
Look, we were obsessed for obvious reasons to keep the US on board for Ukraine. Okay, and we had this completely reverse narrative from the Trump administration regarding, you know, the situation in Ukraine. So it's absolutely clear for Europeans that they will have to deal with the so-called Russian issue by themselves, you know, in the next years. So it's not to say we should put away, you know, the US, not at all, but it's just to say we should accelerate our own preparation. Point number two, we are very focused in Europe for different reasons I have no time to elaborate on ourselves, you know, on the transatlantic relation, but let's try not to be too provincial, because I think that what is really at stake, it is a sort of geostrategic reading about what is happening, you know, in Ukraine has some consequences in the Middle East, vice versa, plus also take into consideration what will happen in China Sea, or already happening in China Sea. We discussed very eloquently in the previous panel about China and the different approach we have regarding China. I think that it's very important to understand, you know, the effects about what is happening in Europe, in Middle East, and in China Sea in the coming weeks. It is really a geostrategic reading we do need in Europe, and not only to be so obsessed, you know, by the transatlantic relations.
Piotr, does it all make us less ready, while we need to be more ready?
So first, few comments. Absolutely agree with Thomas. There are at least 3 centers of gravities around the world which are completely interrelated, and sometimes we are not able to find those interrelations or fully understand them. The other point that I want to mention is that with the US-Europe relations, we need each other. No matter how difficult our marriage is, we need each other in a number of areas, and the history has showed it, and I think it will, the future will show as well. The US has been telling us, as Europe, for many years, you need to do more in defense. But it was not, I was rather, my perception is it was falling rather on deaf ears. Even General Eisenhower, I think in 1951, the first Secure said, if the US forces, paraphrasing a little bit, if the US forces stay in Europe for more than 10 years, then the whole project of NATO is rather, should be considered a little bit of a failure. But they stayed much longer for a number of reasons. President Obama was telling us, hey, Europe, you need to do more, you know, contribute more. President Trump during the first term was telling us, hey, you need to get your stuff together and do more. Where there was not much reaction in all the countries. Look how long it took us from Wales 2% pledge to reach that point finally last year that we are 2%. Look at the
But still half of member states are actually at the 2.
And as was in the previous panel, obviously this GDP is a little bit misleading, but at least you have something to compare against. Now, burden shifting is happening in NATO, and everybody knows it. It's a slow process, but we're picking up more and more responsibility as the allies, and US is turning a little bit more into the support role. And this is natural. This is part of the process of Europe doing more for ourselves. And Ankara, the summit in Ankara, I think will be the check of what are our acts behind the deeds. Because from what I see, from my perspective, at the humble military level, there is more and more eagerness at the political level in Brussels, both NATO and EU, to make certain agreements, to make great decisions. But then when it comes to the military level for execution, and Secure, for example, asks around the nations, okay, we have this political agreement, now please contribute, then it's slightly different than at the political level, and it's not the military fault because we are basically under the civilian control and the political masters are making the decisions. Now, are we ready? I would answer it this way. When we look at Ukraine in 22, can we consider them that they were ready? They did a lot of changes since 2014, but still we are well thinking 1-2 weeks and Ukraine would fall, right? Now we are in the 5th year. The point is, I think in Europe we need to, and I'll be maybe a little bit provocative, but we need to get even more out of this pacifist mindset that we got after the two terrible wars, that we always want to absolutely not to talk about the war and try to avoid. I think it's a bit of misunderstanding the escalation, because Russians are escalating every single day, and they are testing us. While we are kind of afraid to be a little bit more proactive in this, which is difficult because EU and NATO, more or less, you need a consensus. So even reacting to any act on their side is not that easy, and we are not as fast. We are getting better. I have to admit, things are changing. Now, Ukraine. What's important, showed also that you need the will to fight and you need to believe in victory and be able to quickly adapt, because we in Europe, we have the resources. We are not there yet. We started the process, and it sounds strange, but in a way, Putin motivated us to make the change, but also President Trump forced us to change much quicker, because when you think if there was not so much pressure from the US, would we make such a huge step in Europe? The style is a different story, right? But the end effect that Europe is really waking up and making such huge changes and committing to its own defense, I think it's terrific.
Right. So the general used the analogy of a difficult marriage. I wonder if what is happening around Iran and the repeating statements from President Trump, is this, you know, is he filing for divorce actually in this transatlantic marriage?
Well, a difficult question, but actually that was something that I was missing a bit so far in the discussion, the word trust. Because, you know, I mean, we've heard, I mean, perhaps many of you also watched the press conference from Mark Rutte from yesterday, when he basically said that, well, Europeans weren't informed about the invasion of Iran because Trump wanted to keep it secret, right? So it basically means that we are not, you know, enough trustworthy, basically, to be informed about that. And well, you know, I mean, if you look at and answering question on the filing for divorce, well, it started not with Iran. It actually started much earlier, right? And I think that the Europeans, or we basically, as we are Europeans, we chose not to see this as a pattern, but every situation that Trump provided basically was seen as a one-off aberration of the pattern, you know. So we had, let's mention the meeting between Zelensky and Trump in the White House, right? Many of Europeans were actually really taken aback by that. So it was a year ago, or actually even more than a year ago. Then we had several other, you know, actions by Trump, like inviting Vladimir Putin to Alaska and actually letting him enter the European diplomacy and transatlantic diplomacy once again. Then we had the Greenland case, which, by the way, I don't think it's over. So I think Trump is now distracted with Iran, but I'm afraid that the Greenland case will actually come back to the discussion. And now we have Iran, where Europeans were really taken again by surprise by that. So, you know, considering all this, there is definitely lack of trust on both sides, I'd say. But Europeans, you know, to some extent still want to trust the Americans, because we are, as you say, dependent on them. And someone mentioned nuclear deterrence in the previous panel. It's not only that, right? So there are many other things that we still need from the US, and we need the US to deliver. So yes, I think Trump failed for divorce, but we are basically refusing to accept the fact to some extent.
But how discussion of separation?
Exactly, we are in the, but there's no mediation, so that's maybe unfortunate.
Exactly. I mean, how can you do it with the lack of trust when, you know, with every step, you know, the evidence is growing, while you need to cooperate on, you know, crucial structures, procedures, arrangements, plans, etc.
I mean, there has two points on that, I think, and I think you mentioned this too. Institutions or organizations are resilient. So I think to some extent, if you talk to people at NATO, at the headquarters, there's a different tone, I think, you know, in many conversations that, you know, the Americans actually are still there. They haven't left the European continent. So I think that's an important fact as well. But at the same point, and that's the second point that I wanted to make, I think we focus too much on what actually Trump is doing and too little on what the agency of Europe actually should be in this transatlantic, relationship. And I had this very much impression, the very same impression in the Munich Security Conference, when I thought that we have been discussing the US and, all the actions of the US for so long, and there was little room for the discussion. Okay, so we cannot influence what Trump is doing. What we can and we have impact upon is the European action and how Europe can actually develop its agency. I'm not saying it's easy because, as you said, we are dependent, but we have to still be able to act, on our own, at least as much as we can. So I would propose to turn the discussion perhaps a bit more towards the direction of the European agency in all this via different instruments. We have NATO, but we have also, many different groupings of member states in different constellations with the UK, with Norway, that actually are doing things while we have this transatlantic struggle.
And certainly we will travel in that direction in a moment. But Amanda, can I ask you, in what way, except for pressure, demands, criticism, can the current US administration help us being more ready or getting more ready?
I mean, in a way, it's an interesting question that essentially gets to the root of what the problem is. I mean, for me, the big intangible role that the United States has played in Europe since the end of the Second World War is to be the convening power in Europe and to help paper over the differences and also the lack of trust between European countries. I mean, I agree with you, there's a lack of trust between the US and Europe, for sure. But news this week about the Hungarians reading out European Council meetings to the Russians shows there's a real lack of trust within Europe as well. And you're seeing this on the military side. I mean, I saw this when I was in the White House. And we were trying to collect ammunition and military equipment for the Ukrainians, that you have very different standards, even of 155 munitions between European countries. And this is playing out in a way now that, yes, Europeans are investing, but the French are buying French, the Germans are buying French, and you still don't have a sufficient degree of trust across Europe. But on the U.S., the U.S. had the Marshall Plan. The U.S. was supportive of European integration. The U.S. was supportive of the integration of Central and Eastern European countries into the EU and NATO after the fall of the Soviet Union. The U.S. was very involved in the financial crisis, including trying to help save the single currency, which in some ways had been set up to be a competitor to the United States. And now, even with your question, it's how can the U.S. help Europe save themselves and help Europe be more autonomous from the US. And for me, this is one of the big concerns I have about how Europe is actually going to manage in this moment, because the question is, who actually is going to play that leadership role, that captain role, to point Europeans in a single unified direction? There's skepticism about France doing it. For historical reasons, there's skepticism about Germany doing it. You now have the UK outside of the EU. So that, to me, the very fact that you asked that question is one of my biggest concerns about how Europe is actually going to manage this moment. Because in a way, you are going to have to find your own way out of this crisis without the US doing what it's done over the last 80 years, which is provide you with the leadership and strategic direction to do it.
And it is true that, as we sit at this table even, probably some of us have different ideas how to do it in Europe. Is there any way that we actually... Is there any chance to find a forum, a platform, to have that idea that Amanda was speaking about? I mean, who's going to lead this? Who's in charge? Monica.
Can you ask someone else this question? I mean, I don't really think it can be led by one single country, I think it has to be definitely a coalition of countries. And, for better or for worse, we have the organizations and actually the EU-NATO cooperation with all the problems. I am not neglecting them, so don't get me wrong. But it has improved over the last 4 years at least. So it could be one, of the possible fora. But I'm afraid, and this is something something that I'm afraid of because it can lead to fragmentation, that we will be relying on coalitions of the willing among different members and even not only members of the European Union or NATO, but also perhaps other countries that are not members of these organizations, like, like-minded countries from Asia, for example. So I know that we are talking about a solution for Europe, but I think Europe cannot do this alone, and we have to find a way. But again, it won't be an easy way because there are no shortcuts here. It won't only be NATO or the European Union. It perhaps really will be a constellation of different of these groupings. But I don't see, and I agree with Amanda, I cannot imagine this being done by one single country, independently really of what country we are talking about. And final point, I think we see also a change in terms of how leadership actually has been constructed over the last couple of years. We see, for example, strong leadership on selective issues of smaller member states, like Estonia, for example, or Czech Republic on the ammunition coalition. And we see a very strong role of the Nordic-Baltic 8. So I think there are some, platforms that we can chip in and plug in. But no, I mean, it won't be easy, and it won't definitely be quick, and I think that's what we are now urgently need, speed.
In terms of, looking at things from our perspective where we sit in Warsaw, you've mentioned coalitions of the willing. What could or should be our coalition of the willing?
Polish, you mean?
Yep.
I definitely think that Poland should be, I can say this because, I'm only an academic, I'm not a politician. I wish Poland would be even more involved than it is in the coalition of the willing for Ukraine, so the multinational coalition. I think that we should consider putting boots on the ground after the ceasefire is achieved. This is an unpopular opinion in Poland, I know that, but I still think this would be good in terms of showing not only solidarity with other countries and with Ukraine, but also showing strong leadership on this issue. And I do think that there is still room for doing more, but perhaps the general disagrees. Maybe we're doing enough with the Nordic part of the alliance, and definitely also with Germany. I mean, Germany is, as I think the previous panel made clear, spending or has started to spend money on defense. We are still waiting for the outcomes. Again, it won't be fast, but I think this is a partner we cannot neglect in terms of cooperation.
Why did you not mention France?
Because it's an obvious, I think, candidate for Poland, not only because of the treaty that we signed, but also because of, I think that actually the Polish and the French strategic cultures are to some extent quite similar in terms of, being more outspoken perhaps on many issues. So France definitely as well.
Do you agree?
Yes and no. The no is, once again, maybe to try to broaden our perspective. Because we can spend, so many times to discuss on NATO, the position of Germany, the UK, France within NATO relation. Okay, that's important. But we should also try to understand, this strategy of the others, and not to be all the time focused on the US strategy. For me, the real situation, the reading is in fact to remind that Russia attacked Ukraine and Iran was attacked, first point. And these two countries, plus North Korea, was the most sanctioned country by Westerners, and remind us that they are not stupid, and there are some strong points, ability to completely mitigate, the global economy. Just a short reminder: who would have, expect that some North Korean troop would fight, in Ukraine? So these sort of things are, I think, very, very important. Just to remind that our discussions are more and more provincial. The more we are speaking about, okay, the German leadership, Polish leadership, French leadership, okay, that's a minor issue regarding what is happening, in my opinion. First observation. Second observation, we have a very strange situation with a pure military efficiency, which is the Israeli one, and no diplomatic support for that, and a pure military inefficiency, which is the Russian one, we're having, a diplomatic support for that. So we should work, Why Russia is still supported, globally speaking, by some countries. Why some countries criticize Russia but don't sanction it. Have a look about India. And how it will be more and more difficult to pressure Russia through sanctions given, the oil crisis. And third point, that's very important, burden sharing, all this discussion. Of course, I belong to those in my country which promote, the idea of military rearmament since more than 1 decade, very actively and so on. But you can have military spendings. That's one thing, and we are going in this direction. General rightly remind us, and that's a positive step. But that's one thing to spend money. That's another thing to have, real military capabilities. You can have a huge budget like the UK, an ability to act with your navy. So the question is not only to spend, it is also to create the capacities we need. And the last, most important thing is the political will to use them and to accept risk. And that takes me to my final observation, which is the most uncomfortable one for all Europeans. It is our reluctance to losses. We do want to we pretend now to have a geopolitical risk, but without losses, without damage. That's very challenging.
A few comments, Marek, if I can. First of all, on the Ukrainian support, Poland stepped in on the first day. We established the Polish logistics hubs on the second day of war, and it continues to operate. 90% of all the support that goes to Ukraine goes through Rzeszów, Jesionka, and I don't think it's going to change in the near future. Interesting point, we provided over 30,000 Starlink terminals, as you probably are aware, and we are paying for the services. So that's an interesting leverage. Remember the story of Mr. Musk saying, hey, I will turn them off for Ukrainians. And Polish government stepped in and said, hey, look, but we are paying for the services, so we cannot really turn them off, because then you would have to pay us back for not providing the support. As mentioned by Monica, there's a lot of different formats for cooperation. And this is nothing new. Even within the NATO and EU before, for many years, we've been cooperating on different topics together, not only coalitions of the willing, but many different formats. For example, there is a Council of the Baltic Sea States. And it seems that it can play more right now. And there are many more formats that we can look off.
And actually, Poland is presiding as we speak.
This year, we have the presidency. Let me touch a little bit on the issue. You heard about this transfer of authority planned for the Joint Forces Command in NATO, meaning the Brunsum, the Naples, and the Norfolk, but not Brunsum maybe that much. It's nothing. It's not. Some people think that it happened now because of the U.S. pressure for the burden shifting. No, actually, the whole discussion about giving the Joint Forces Command to the allies started about 19 or 20 already. But that's how long it takes in NATO to happen. And this is another sign, I think, of Europeans taking a little bit more responsibility within the NATO. Because before, obviously, those were two US generals or admirals. Now, on the EU side, EU has decided, I'm curious in observing the process, to start writing the second new European security strategy. So I think it will be a good test for us, what we do, how we define our problem sets, because in the EU there are too many documents, and we create new ones for each summit. NATO, to a certain extent, too, we just come up with new documents, and there is sometimes difficult to find. So which one is? What's the hierarchy, right? Now, you mentioned also, Monica, very important point of interoperability. This is something we all heard for many years. When we joined NATO, we heard interoperability. Ukraine showed it's still a bit of a challenge. And 155, we have 3 calibers, but by the way, again, it was agreed by all the allies in NATO that we accept that there are 3 different calibers. But now we have to go back to this discussion, to the standardization again, difficult ones, because you would have to decide we're picking this particular country caliber, while the other 2 we have to phase out in 5 or 10 years. But this is absolutely a necessity. The other difficulty, which has to do with the business, is so-called cross-certification of ammunition. That even if you have the same caliber, to fire it, you need to test it, right? Check the pressures, check how it flies. Basically it's parable, but also have the firing tables, okay? So it costs money, and it's difficult for the industry, because then you would have to say, okay, this cheaper version is okay, you can fire it from our weapon, and then how you ensure that the country buys still both, kind of, and not only the cheaper one. So very difficult discussion, business-like. And the last point, as Thomas has mentioned, we need to continue searching how we can create the strategic dilemmas for the Russians, to a certain extent Chinese. By the way, Chinese are supporting both sides. They are supporting Ukraine and Russia, as we know. And we can find those strategic dilemmas not only in the military side. One example is, why don't we sell certain type of weapons which are offensive in nature to a country that, like Moldova, for example, or any other that Russia considers kind of its own sphere of influence? And if there's a reaction the second day from the Russians, that means we hit the soft spot, right? Because they will consider we're mingling with their own policies. And as Thomas mentioned, absolutely critical in NATO, EU, and across political domain, if I can call it this way. Risk acceptance. We need to be more willing to accept the risk and also delegate the authority. This is something we have learned in Poland, and it's happening, that there is no time to ask political masters, can I open the fire? No. They need to accept the risk, and they need to trust the military. We are not the trigger-happy people. We are not the ones just waiting, hey, you allow us to fire. No, on the contrary, we always assess the risk in our level, and we know that this is the commander's decision. If I open the fire, okay, this is the risk, can I mitigate it, okay, and what is the potential collateral damage? So this is happening slowly, but again, as you know, in Brussels, our politicians still like to have a very tight political control instead of, again, looking at the risk and delegating it down to the military.
One other thing without which I cannot let you go is, can you comment on the sort of ideal coalition of the willing from the Polish point of view? Who would that be?
For what purpose?
Exactly. Fighting for the Suwalki Gap, for instance.
Well, first of all, I think we should change the paradigm. We should not talk about the Suwalki Gap. We should rather talk about, okay, how we can fix the Kaliningrad region to make it a much bigger gap. We can do it.
With whom?
So with who? Obviously, the countries that are not afraid to pick up the fight, that are accepting that there will be some potential losses, as it was in Iraq and Afghanistan, and the ones that don't have the red card holders, that whatever I want to do, they say, wait, let me call the capital. Okay? There needs to be trust among the allies and willingness to accept certain risks, because obviously during peacetime, it's always a discussion. If you fire at something, there's a debris going down, then who's responsible? The country that fired, or the particular commander sitting somewhere else, you know. So difficult discussion. So I will be looking for the allies that are willing to accept the risk and are willing to actually open the fire, because this is also difficult for some countries. You deploy certain systems, but then the kill chain is so complicated that you sometimes say, no, forget it. I'm not going to even try it because I have only 2 minutes to decide.
I understand you wouldn't like to name them, but we can
probably
figure out. Okay, let me switch gears to the European efforts. You know, the things that we need to do more of, and obviously one of the issues mentioned by Commissioner Serafin in his keynote speech was the SAFE mechanism and all the funding efforts that the EU is rightly undertaking. You know, on one hand, I have a little bit, I'm struggling to accept the timeline, which is 2030, because it's still, you know, a long time to go. On the other hand, if we're talking about developing of our industrial capability, it's not really, you know, that much. Have we got it right? Who wants to answer?
By the timeline, you mean the moment?
The implementation of the SAFE mechanism.
I mean, SAFE is just, as it has been said at the previous panel, just a very small element of the whole, you know, ecosystem of defense capabilities development, right? So well, we definitely could have done it faster, but I mean, for political reasons, we can't. So I think, you know, this is again, I mean, often we criticize the EU for being slow, but we know why the EU is being slow, and that's because of the 27 member states and unanimity on many issues on defense and security. And you mentioned, General, the security strategy. So if I'm counting correctly, this would be the 4th security strategy of the EU, actually, which is quite telling that we, you know, what to consider to be a strategy. That's another issue. And I wouldn't actually, and again, I love the EU, but I wouldn't count too much on this particular security strategy because as for now, it is pretty much detached from the member states. So in the end, you know, the member states can basically throw it all away or perhaps, you know, change the narrative again. But I mean, final point on that, because I think, you know, there are many other voices here. I think what we really should have been focusing on is, you know, not only, I mean, the national level is still the key. So SAFE is helping us, of course, many countries in Europe, you know, to step up. But I think that there are many other countries doing this in different way. Poland is going into debt because we can. We have the fiscal space for now. So I think if, you know, if every member state basically does its homework on developing national capabilities, that's something that definitely is you know, the thing that we need the most now, but still considering that we have to somehow make it more harmonized at the European NATO level. But you know, I mean, the European countries agreed on the developing capabilities list, so I think on that we are not as bad as we could have been.
Thomas, how can we harmonize on European level where there are so many individual approaches, so many, you know, national capitals defining by law their defense needs and capabilities, and the way they purchase it. France being the prime example of the one who wants to do it its way.
Well, the example of France, I can be back on that, but maybe once again, broader picture. If you observe the things differently, you know, the 5 United Nations permanent members are the 5 most important arms producers and sellers, and they are also nuclear powers, and you have 2 European countries in this group, and to some extent, since 1945, we can sum up things by saying that these countries sell weapons to Gulf countries against energy imports, except for Russia, which doesn't need, you know, energy. The real change was, in fact, that now the US is a net energy exporters, and its dependence, its own dependence on Middle East has completely decreased. But the situation remains the same for European countries, which continue to import, and we see the consequences of the situation right now when you have less gas coming from Qatar, for instance. So the very first point is to try to link, you know, this energy issue, the arms production, in terms of revenues and in terms of destination for exportation, because there is new competitors now, Turkey, which try to enter the market, Israel, Poland, certainly India, you know, in the coming decades. So it is sure that for a country like mine, the real relevant scale is Europe in terms of thinking about the future of the military industry. Having said that, there is competition, there is defense, there is a lack of funding, for instance, in my country right now. But it is very clear that you have this idea that it is the proper scale. Having said that, there is also this idea that it is good that the EU Commission is going in this direction, but it is not in its attribution to deal with pure defense issues, which is by definition an issue for interstate discussion. And I think that we should be very careful on that and to avoid, you know, that the EU Commission tries to speak about things. She's not designed for that, and she's not politically relevant to that. It is, once again, a defense issue are an issue for interstate relation. So now, there is more money, what we should do with that. You know, a country like mine is between a contradiction, because France has its own military needs, especially the nuclear deterrence, which is very important for the whole organization, ability to do almost everything by yourself, almost, and the almost is important to be said, and what we call, you know, the grit exportation, you know, towards Gulf countries and towards, you know, for instance, India or country like that. But we are not very present on the European segment, by opposition, you know, with Germany or Poland and others. So this segment is very important to be addressed. There will be competition. Some will be, you know, more to say less expensive, more expensive. That in a sense, you know, this competition can be seen in a positive way. But from a French perspective, there is a huge paradox, you know, to say there is more money, but let's European, you know, buy F-35. Fine, that's your choice. But as soon as you buy this sort of system, you know the consequences. You know, it can be switched off. So the day you want to express or to make, you know, a strategic demonstration, I don't know, we can imagine very easily, and I'm pretty sure that the General has some scenarios in mind, you should give a call to OTC. Can I use my F-35? So that's the choice of many European countries.
Whereas, you know, the issue of kill switches has been debated for a long time.
I am always thought in this way, but let's try to be sure on that.
Let me press you on something. You are emphasizing the intergovernmental relations in defense procurement. What is happening between France and Germany, actually, in that respect? Because, you know, a few years ago, another set of initiatives was launched. And really, you don't see much progress on it. And in recent months, to the contrary, you know, France is, again, speaking about going it alone, especially in aviation.
Well, we are in Warsaw. It's always, you know, I have always a question about the relation. Jakub is in the room, and my colleague from the DGAP. We are always a discussion about, you know, the situation between Berlin and Paris. You know, it's always difficult between Berlin and Paris, but it is more than ever essential. You know? So, and it is essential that there is, you know, strong leadership to involve London, to involve Warsaw. I think that we should overcome this sort of traditional trap to say that, okay, it's difficult. It is always, and it will continue to be difficult. But at the end of the day, I think that both countries does understand that we are now collectively at risk. So I'm pretty confident about the ability to overcome these conjunctural difficulties.
Okay, Amanda, can you help us understand the U.S. and it doesn't only apply to the current administration, because I'm sort of, you know, confident that even if there was a democratic administration, the U.S. position might be quite similar towards the European defense market development, towards the European arms purchases, etc. For a long time, and the General has recapitulated this moments ago, the US, have been appealing to Europe to do more, to expand production, to create its own industry. And in the end, if we are doing small steps towards this direction and ambition, there is a phone call from the US, from DC. Hang on, buy our F-35s with your money, buy our Patriot systems, excellent as they are, HIMARSes, etc., etc. What is the idea of the United States for the European defense industry?
You keep framing questions as, you know, the view of the United States, the view of America, and I think there's a difference between America and the Trump administration. I mean, you're right that historically, and I've written about this, I mean, I think there is an element of American culpability over the last number of years in terms of not necessarily sufficiently encouraging or responding positively to efforts by Europe to do more for its own defense. I mean, at the root of it, it's not hugely surprising, right? We produce good equipment, we want to sell our equipment, and we think everybody should buy our equipment. I mean, there's in America first interest in people supporting our defense industry and also contributing to the interoperability of NATO if everybody is using American kit. So I think at its most basic, you have an element of self-interest there. There have also been efforts over the years by Europeans to do more. You ended up with Madeleine Albright a number of decades ago with her 3Ds speech pushing back on some of that. I have to say Macron's idea of strategic autonomy was never fully understood in Washington and was also not...
I guess neither in Europe.
Or in Europe, or necessarily a particularly appealing approach at a time when the Biden administration was working hard to try and restore trust with the Europeans. But you are seeing this carried even further now with the Trump administration. I mean, you had an op-ed a couple of months ago by the U.S. ambassadors to the EU and NATO really pushing back on the idea that Europeans were going to be investing additional euros in defense and therefore were wanting to invest those euros in developing the European defense industry. And both Trump and the ambassadors pushing back on the idea that American firms would not be eligible for procurement bids put out by the SAFE Act and the rest. I mean, I do think there is a broader issue of interoperability. We were talking about that with the 155s in the past. I think we're talking about the need for more effective decision-making, and a lot of the need for unanimity on some of these policies really has slowed the European system down. The one thing we haven't talked about yet is the need for Europe to develop its own strategic enablers. We do have the list of requirements that came out of NATO. That was done essentially before the Trump administration and was premised on the United States still playing a critical part in Europe's security and was premised on Russia as a security threat. The thing that Europe also needs in its own defense is the acquisition of strategic enablers. It was painfully clear during the war in Libya, where the United States was supposed to be leading from behind, that Europe did not have ISR, strategic airlift, and aerial refueling. And it is one of the things, in addition to intelligence and the continued sale of weapons, that is making Europe most dependent on the United States now in Ukraine, including some sort of coalition of the willing of European countries, boots or not, in Ukraine, is very difficult, if not impossible to do without some of the American strategic capabilities. So I certainly accept the premise of your question and think that there could have been more opportunities for the United States to be more supportive of that. I think while the United States, and as the general said, going back to Eisenhower, has wanted Europe to do more for its own security, with the exception of the current Trump administration, the desire has always been for that to be within the context of a strong and unified NATO. That's why I think there was always a bit of an allergy to a European pillar in NATO. There was an allergy for the European Union to be doing too much of its own defense capacity, because there was a value placed by the United States on the NATO alliance. The other thing that's been interesting to see with Trump in response to Iran is it is not surprising that European countries are pushing back on American use of its bases. I mean, there's been an implicit bargain over the last number of decades that we provide the bulk of your security, and in exchange you provide us essentially unfettered access to your strategically located bases from which we can then project power globally. And so it's not a surprise if the U.S. doesn't consult, doesn't involve, has a war of choice of questionable legality that Europeans were not involved in, that Europeans are not necessarily going to give the U.S. a blank check for that. And there's also an irony that you have had Trump for the last year telling Europeans to focus on their own security, that NATO should not be operating out of area. And now he sees the strategic utility of NATO in terms of helping with his war. So there's a lot of contradictions implicit in what the Trump administration is doing.
Okay. Piotr, your institution, the place you serve currently, the General Staff of the Polish Armed Forces, has found itself unintentionally in the middle of this political row about about the SAFE instrument. I'm not going to press you on political issues, but what is, given this debate, by European, by American, by Polish, or regional, what is the idea for the future? You have just, a few weeks ago presented the new plan for development of the armed forces, which spans until the end of next decade, effectively. So tell us, what is the idea where to buy the equipment, arms, munitions to become the strongest land army in Europe?
You really want to break my career, okay? So,
publicly.
Well, first, very few quick comments on the future of what we should do in Europe. Strategic one, I think we need to really start seriously discussing what's the European Union role in time of war in Europe. We've been dodging this question. There was no such discussion because there is always NATO, but then let's say a scenario: NATO is leading the fight. Then what's the European Union role in war? I stress, not crisis, just, and how it operates during this period, because this is something that I think is missing a little bit in the discussion. On a very tactical level, an example from the Eurocorps, little things that we can start working on and try to fix at the national, multinational level in Europe. I had German-made Mercedes Unimog, which was operated by the Germans, by the Belgians, and by the Spaniards. Well, the mechanics for Spain were not allowed to sign off the German vehicle or the Belgian, and vice versa. Okay? So what I was able to do was they were able to work on it, fix it, but then still, if it was owned by the Germans, German mechanic would have to sign it off. Another example is a medical kit, and those are extremely tactical examples. Okay? During peacetime, Belgian soldier, Polish soldier cannot use the French medical kit. There is a differences in the number of shots inside, the purpose, and but I said, but we can at least train, right? So we've been training using the kits from different militaries. So there is a lot to do, and sometimes those are little things. Another example is the vehicles in Europe. You need to do the technical examination in the country where it's registered. So you can also work on this, make it more standard. So instead of taking my Polish military vehicles from Strasbourg back to Poland to get the technical checkup every year, maybe I can do it in Germany or in France. So just a few tactical examples. Now to what Thomas has mentioned, and you ask F-35. The challenge in Europe is that we have a lot of difficulty agreeing on the common military requirements for a number of reasons. That's why the project of the FCAS, the Future Combat Aircraft System, the project on the future main battle tank didn't go too far yet, and I don't know how far they would be able to go. So that's why in Poland we are now more of the thinking, instead of searching for the gold-plated solution, let's try to find good enough, okay? Which requires some sacrifices. And basically you buy the equipment the way it is, you have a requirement to this particular system to do more, but then you say, okay, more important to get it fast instead of looking for this gold-plated solution. That's why, for example, some of the challenge of the U.S., another way of what some companies are doing with some armor vehicles, they're trying to make it ITAR free. Because right now, some of the customers ask, if I'm buying this particular equipment from this country, is it ITAR free or not? And we know why. Now, on the issue of where to buy, honestly, I'm a soldier. I know what I want. I know the capabilities that I want to achieve, right? I know the effects that I want to achieve, for example, the deep precision strike. And very honestly, the faster I get them, because as I mentioned sometime before, there is a sense of urgency, okay? Russia is for the moment bogged down in Ukraine. But if there is any time of peace settlement in Ukraine, they will use this time to reconstitute and threat us again. And it could come in different ways. We better be prepared. So all I'm asking is the political masters, I know what I want. And please make it available for me if you want me to do my part.
We have less than 15 minutes until the end of the panel, and this is it's time for announcing that we still intend to have some questions from the audience. So, if anyone wants to ask a question, please raise your hand and let me see it, because
the U.S. position.
I can see already two hands. But let me ask, maybe a final question for all of you. Do you imagine the future of European defense without the United States as an active contributor? Can Europe at all be ready by itself?
I'm afraid that's not a question whether we imagine, but I mean, we have to imagine that. We have to plan for this scenario, obviously. But if I may abuse the power of the microphone that I have now, because I think we are still missing a key element in the discussion when we talk about whether Europe is ready for war, and that's the societal dimension. So, we can have as many great discussions on capabilities, but then in the end, we have to convince citizens to, vote for parties that actually want to increase defense spending. And I think that this debate, that has to be an honest debate about trade-offs in every country, not only in the countries, in Southern Europe, where, of course, the threat perception is different, but even in Poland, I think this debate has to still happen, basically.
And it's not only about spending, it's also about serving.
Absolutely. Serving, spending, and spending on what? So these are all questions that, we have to start discussing with the society. And the US question is definitely, as important as it is, but I am missing, the societal component in this.
It's hard for me to imagine the complete elimination of transatlantic cooperation on defense. I mean, even the Trump administration says they still support NATO. As you said, they are still participating in all of the NATO institutions. The United States, as I said earlier, and Trump is coming to see, enjoys having access to Europe's strategic bases, has benefited historically in terms of fighting shoulder to shoulder with European forces. And broadly speaking, there is still the same perception of threats and challenges in the world. And historically, and even now, there is strong bipartisan support in the United States for NATO. Marco Rubio was one of the ones that introduced legislation during Trump's first term to actually require congressional approval if a future U.S. president was going to pull the U.S. out of NATO. So there is broad-based support. I do think it is true, and this is irrespective of which party is in the White House next, there is an expectation that Europe takes much more responsibility for its own defense. It is simply not sustainable going forward to expect American taxpayers to foot the majority of the bill for European security. My own hope in the best case scenario is that after the next election, we have a Democratic president in office. I would even take a more moderate mainstream Republican administration in the office. And we have a European partner that is now more unified, better equipped, better capable of serving as a more effective partner with the United States in terms of responding to the global challenges. If that doesn't happen, at a minimum, I would hope that you have a Europe that is more unified, more capable, and better equipped to take on more responsibility for challenges within its immediate neighborhood.
Yeah. So the Q&A, time for the audience. Minister Święcicki.
Marcin Święcicki. I have a question about the idea that was created by our founding fathers in 1952, when in addition to the European coal and steel community, they wanted to set up a European defense community. With the great support of the United States, Secretary of State Acheson and President Eisenhower supporting this idea. Is this today a kind of the solution to all these problems that you mentioned, that we need consensus in NATO and Europe, that, for example, SAFE program, money are European, but spending is national, so there is a threat of duplication, short scales of production, etc., no economy of scale, and so on. Don't you think that setting up among the coalition of the willing European Defence Union under the separate treaty would, with maybe participation of UK also and Norway, would solve some of the problems that you mentioned in the debate?
Who wants to?
I'll pick on the European Army.
All right.
There is no such thing as a NATO army, okay? We need to remember there are 32 more or less militaries who are trained together, who have a common command and control system, who have interoperable communications and information system, and are trained to operate together. So one day I could be a national soldier with a national forces, the other day I could be NATO, and if necessary I could be sent under the UN flag, and I could be sent also under the EU flag. Operational TIA is one example.
This is happening on a daily basis.
Berlin Plus, it's a history, but it's still working, and the EU staff is sitting inside shape, working together with the French Vice Cos, who is the commander of the operation. So it's absolutely, I think, wrong direction of discussion. It's rather about how we work together, this convergence between NATO and EU, using the NATO command and control system and the CIS. Otherwise, we're going to have unnecessary duplication. And by the way, even right now, the so-called main planning and coordination capability, the MPCC/preferred operational headquarters in the EU, it's a little bit over 100. It should be 400, and the nations are not willing to provide. So we don't have the command and control system. We don't have the communication information system. And very honestly, EU is not capable, does not have institutions like Joint Warfare Center, Joint Forces Training Command, which are huge institutions. It cannot provide the training venue for multi-core exercises and complex exercises. So absolutely, I think this is the wrong direction of travel. It's rather the convergence that we should be looking for and working together instead of trying to duplicate on the EU side. Because again, this is 27, this is 32, more or less same forces that are trained for either organization.
But the question, I guess, was about the treaty, yes? So about the future.
Monica.
I mean, you know, this idea is of course floating around, right? And I think the last conversation I had about was with Javier Solana about a few months ago, and he is actually proposing this very idea to several people. But I think there is not enough appetite for that in the member states' capitals, basically. But following up on you, I think, you know, definitely no duplication, because this is the last thing we need now. But perhaps we need some, you know, some sort of a new coordinating body, including the UK, a few big European countries with rotating, you know, presence of smaller countries. So I'm talking about a European Security Council. You know, I wouldn't exclude this idea so fast, you know, so this would be perhaps the way to go.
Talking about the army. Not
I know, of course. I'm so much against the European army that, you know, I won't comment on that.
Last 5 minutes, there was a question from Anna Denner here.
That will be an easy one.
I can see, yes.
Anna Denner, the Polish Institute of International Affairs. As I promised to Piotr Buras that it won't be easy, maybe a little bit provocative, but I would like to come back to the question which was put on the title of this panel. So if we imagine that Russia will come here with its tanks, jets, artillery, and drones in, let's say, 2 years perspective, are we ready in Europe to protect ourselves? And let's imagine even more that there is no US on the theater. Thank you.
Good luck.
That's easy.
Anya, you really want me to finish the career? Okay. Well, first of all, the threat could be difficult to define in a way that Russians can choose, instead of sending the conventional forces, which for the moment they are not really capable of, thanks to Ukraine, they could just send a swarm of different unmanned systems combined with the missiles, and then, as they always say, deny it. This is not us. Even though we'll be telling, we've seen where it came from and everything. Then it's a challenge of the reaction. Then the whole discussion about who did it, about the attribution is always very difficult. Although the military is always ready. We have different courses of action prepared, the so-called military response options, and then it's up to the politicians to decide. Do we do something little or we go really serious? In 2 years, I think, Anna, this is always our job to be prepared with what we've got. And we are constantly trying to adapt. Basically, we call it sometimes also transformation in contact, which is extremely difficult because the threat is there, the enemy is there, while we know we need to change and do it quickly. Not easy with all the new platforms and systems that we're introducing, because buying an equipment, it's only 1/3 of the cost or even less. Then the so-called operation and maintenance is extremely difficult. Then it's getting enough ammunition for the particular system is also difficult. Storing it's difficult because, as you know, in peacetime you need to have those special security safety zones around those storages, and finding such a place is always a bit difficult. But the most important, I think, is that we need to understand the threat. We need to counter what's doing already in cyber, in space, and also in a number of other hybrid activities. The other side has to know that we are preparing, we are deterring, and we are prepared to fight if they decide to do something stupid.
So strategic communication is
yes,
key to deterrence.
Messaging, but also the most important thing. I am a big proponent of being proactive, having this offensive mindset. I know in the NATO difficult discussions about doing anything offensive, but we need the other side to understand that we have plans and things we can do to them if they decide to do something stupid.
We have time for just one final question over there. Please be brief.
Yes, I'm Raphael Minder. I'm Central Europe correspondent for Financial Times. It's a session-ending, not career-ending question, but I wanted to come back to what Monica asked about the Polish boots on the ground. From an army point of view, Poland had troops in Afghanistan. I know that Rzeszów is a major center, I know that, but there's a difference between running an airport and logistics warehousing and sending troops. From a military point of view, what is the issue with having a Polish contribution to a post-ceasefire international force in Ukraine?
Well, one thing that I have to mention, and this is not really, I think, so well known. Due to the hybrid Russian activities, right now we have about 8,000 troops on a daily basis tied up with the operations supporting the border guard, supporting the police, protecting the critical infrastructure on land and also at sea. So this is a huge effort on our side. The problem is, for example, the Belarusian, I call it state-sponsored migration, right? This is tying up a lot of forces. This is a smart hybrid tactic. There is not even a one battalion on the other side trying to attack us. So we are really doing a lot to protect not only our country, but to protect the EU and NATO border and prevent, for example, those migrants from going deep into the Europe. So we are already really paying a lot as the military, okay? This is not really our job per se, but because of the nature of the threat and the high activity on the other side, we have to do it, okay? So already a lot committed to the operations. On the top of it, obviously, in the different missions, operations, and activities abroad, another 3,000. So when you think about it, this is quite a significant number for our military. Now, we, as you know, the decision, political decision, is that we will provide the support command, and it's more or less already established. And I can tell you that there are a lot of very serious ongoing discussions about the coalition of the willing between the countries that want to do it and Poland as the host nation, and so on. Being the host nation, remember, this is not an easy job as well, because these troops will need a lot of host nation support. Because it will not be only the ones that are in Ukraine, but the rotating ones, and then all the supplies they will need as well. So it's still a big role. But as a military planner, I can tell you we have the capability if it's required. But again, it's not up to the military. This is the policy. We have the civilian oversight. So whatever the political decision is, we are just an instrument that will execute the political decision.
All right. I'm afraid this is all that we have time for in this panel, but before we leave the stage, I have a very important announcement about our program, because immediately after Minister Domański, Andrzej Bobiński, Minister of Finance and Economy, and Henry Foy are taking the stage to discuss important economic issues, because the minister needs to attend the voting in the parliament. Thank you very much for this. Thank you, audience. Amanda Sloat, Toma Gomart, Monika Sus, Piotr Buras, Marek Świerczyński. Thank you so much.
Okay, good. Let's go straight, right.
The minister has like 15 minutes, so we're sorry.
Good.
Where are you, Minister? Sorry. Yes, life comes at you fast. Politics comes at you even faster. So we have ripped up the schedule. Minister, do you want to sit? Yeah, exactly. No, you sit here. Thank you so much for coming straight from Parliament. We'll let the other guests leave while they sort out the chairs and the tables. Excellent. Okay. Please sit down. Minister, thank you so much for giving up, for leaving Parliament, coming here, and I know your time is very precious today. My name is Henry Foy. I'm the Brussels Bureau Chief of the FT. I'm much more comfortable asking the questions than answering them, as I had to do this morning. The topic that everyone's talking about today is on your file. Poland has just cut taxes on petrol to try to make the price of driving cheaper. The question I have from the Financial Times is this economically sustainable? This looks to me like naked populism. Can the Polish budget afford it?
Thank you for this. First of all, thank you for the invitation, and thank you for this question. Right now we are facing probably one of the biggest energy oil shock crisis in history.
Yep.
And it's no doubt that country needs to take some actions in order to lower the impact that this crisis, that wasn't actually caused by any action by Poland, but this crisis has a very meaningful impact on Polish citizens. So this is why we decided to lower VAT, lower excise tax. This is, of course, something that it's temporary. We are well aware that it's not possible to have lowered VAT tax, lower excise tax for in a long time.
But we have no idea how long this conflict could last. We have no idea how high oil prices can go. If Polish people expect the government to keep stepping in every time the price of Brent rises $10 more, what happens if the Iranians put a naval drone into an oil tanker next week and we jump to $150 a barrel?
We'll be analyzing this situation very, very carefully, and it's very important that Poland has really well diversified sources of both oil and gas. There is, at this point, no risk of shortages, which is not the case in many other countries. This is because of the investments that were done here in Poland in past years.
You've said that this is a temporary measure. How long can the Polish budget sustain it if this conflict in the Middle East continues for months and months and months?
Poland is ready. Polish budget is ready. Our assessment is that 1 month of these measures costs roughly 1.6 billion zloty, and this is of course a substantial figure, but it's something still that it's bearable from the budget perspective, taking also into account how these high oil prices, high petrol prices can impact, for example, consumer sentiment. This is something that we need to also care about. Well, we know that unemployment in Poland is low, wages are growing, retail sales is growing. So it's, from my perspective, very, very crucial to keep this momentum and not to let the, for example, consumer think too long about whether they can afford additional spending or not.
And in the conversations you've had with Polish bondholders, people who are financing your debt at the moment, they're comfortable with this measure? They're comfortable that it won't lead to destabilization?
Well, when you look at the bond markets, Poland is, of course, we see that the conflict in the Middle East has impact on actually all countries. Yields are rising everywhere, and this is very interesting to discuss financing of our spending. And actually, in days like that, we see, for example, how valuable financing of programs like SAFE is. Actually, the value of SAFE program for Poland today is bigger than a month ago.
Because of the delta.
As the spread is wider than it was a month ago.
Very keen to talk to you about SAFE, but just quickly while we're on Iran shocks, Poland has diversified towards LNG in response to the 2022 energy crisis. How confident are you that America will continue to supply the additional gas needs that you will require? And are you worried about the threats from some US officials that, LNG supplies could be used as leverage in terms of the trade deal with America, the trade deal that was passed through the European Parliament?
Our discussions with US partners, for example, my meetings with Secretary Wright, were about rather increasing supply of US gas than decreasing it. So I'm pretty confident that we can first of all, I'm sure we can rely on our US partners. US is our strong ally, and I wouldn't expect any shortages from this direction.
Returning to SAFE, as you mentioned, in Brussels, people are pretty baffled that a program that was essentially designed by the Polish presidency, that you were the largest recipient from, that would offer Poland money at quite dramatically cheaper rates than you would borrow it on the markets, was rejected by your president. Are you worried that it has damaged the reputation of Poland in the EU as a reliable reputational partner?
Fortunately, President has no power to reject 44 billion euro for our military spending. He has only power to make it slightly more difficult for us to use this money to modernize Polish army, to strengthen our defense industry, to also spend additional money for dual-use spending that we have in the SAFE program. So of course he's trying to make life of the government more difficult. But fortunately, he has no power to block it, and we have already took some steps to search other ways, other tools of spending that assets.
But as a politician, are you not concerned that he's weaponizing EU funds, something that across the table here seemed to be a positive thing for Poland? Now,
well, of course, and I'm saying that I'm concerned with President's decisions is not really precise. Of course, I'm really afraid, and I see that his direction of his way of thinking is really anti-European. And as we see that some political parties in Poland, like, let me be very open here, Peace, Law and Justice, are getting more and more anti-European, then it's clear for me that they are thinking about Polexit as something that could happen and something that might be good for them. And I personally think that it would be a disaster for my country, Polish economy, and this is why we take this change of attitude of opposition very, very seriously.
I want to talk to you about, we talked on the earlier panel this morning about partnerships with the UK. You have a great relationship with Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor of the Exchequer. In fact, you and her were two of the people that put together this idea of a multinational defence pact on industrial defence. But in the end, you didn't sign it. It was the Brits, the Finns and the Dutch. Why has Poland not joined in, and will you in the future?
First of all, we have rising geopolitical tensions.
Yeah.
Also, we have, let's be frank, we have some transatlantic tensions. In such an environment, I think it's even more important to be close with your friends. And UK is with no doubt our very good friend. And I've been to London this week, and we were discussing how much Polish economy gained from the fact that we joined the European Union, but also how many Polish people decided to live in UK and treat UK as home. And I believe that everyone in this room has some friends living in UK. So our bilateral relations are really, really strong. Then on financing of, or maybe even more, funding and developing relations in defense industry, I believe that there's at least a couple of UK companies that could be interested in investing here in Poland. We are ready to cooperate. Of course, what's really important for us is R&D transfer. That's what I raised during our meetings in London this Monday. And about MDM, of course, this is an idea that actually was born during Polish presidency, and we were and we are engaged in discussions about this mechanism, as we believe that Poland, Europe, will need more funding for defense, and programs like SAFE are a great example of that. Having said that, of course, we need to look also outside EU. There are some discussions, there are some details. We are not ready to go into announcement with our freight, but I can confirm that we are in the process.
So it's not you're not shutting the door on it. It's a possibility.
No, I'm never shutting any doors for that would allow me to finance our military expenditure at a lower cost.
Is it complicated by the fact the UK is not included in SAFE, and so that money can't be shared with them?
No, the fact, which I regret, that UK is not included in SAFE program, is of course, I believe, encouraging our UK friends to be really involved in other ideas, other mechanisms that are like MDM. But as I said, I would like our relations with UK to be as close as possible, also in military and defense industry development.
Maybe on the next negotiations the French won't win. Just quickly, we talked about trade diversification earlier. As somebody who's actually on a national level dealing with this stuff, can you replace America with all of these other trade deals, or is this just very nice rhetoric from the EU that, you know, we need to sign these trade deals with Australia and with Indonesia and Mercosur? Are you seeing the impact directly here in Poland, or are your trade relationships as they were pre-Trump?
We are on a couple of days before the first anniversary of Liberation Day. Yes, I believe it was April the 1st. As you may know, Polish export is developing pretty well. We are diversifying our export channels. We are also running, I believe, pretty active economic diplomacy. We took our companies to Riyadh recently, of course, before the war started. We've been to Stockholm, we've been to Norway, to Spain. So I believe we are doing pretty well. Those tariffs, they have some impact on Polish companies, of course, but it's rather limited. And I strongly believe that Europe must focus on its own competitiveness, focus on also diversifying our trade partners, because I believe that diversification is good.
what we hear in Brussels is that the leaders all agree on making the single market stronger, making competitiveness super important, and it's all great, and they sign their declarations and they leave. And then the things come to the finance ministers who will say, absolutely not, we're not going to do this because the Germans want that and the French want that. And tell us, what's it like in ECOFIN? Are you all arguing but pretending your bosses didn't all agree that we should all work together on the single market?
So, indeed, ECOFIN meetings are getting more and more interesting.
Which isn't saying a lot, given where they started.
Point two. There is a group of European countries, actually 6 biggest European economies, that believe that ministers of finance of those countries, who strongly believe that we need to accelerate and that we need to take what Draghi wrote, what Letta prepared very seriously. And when you are talking about single market, it's clear, and it's IMF figures, that internal barriers for trade within the European Union, within single market, are equivalent to tariff of 44% for goods and above 100% for services. So of course it's interesting to discuss how will higher US tariffs impact our companies, but we can really focus on ourselves. We can really focus on making single market really work. This is what President von der Leyen said, I think, very strongly during her recent speech. And for Poland, well, we are of course benefiting a lot from the single markets, and our companies, our people can have this additional gains if we manage to improve the way the single market.
But is the idea to create this coalition of the willing on the economy and say we're going to get richer, or is it to make it look so attractive that the other 21 just join it because they realize that you guys are the biggest and you guys have managed to do it?
Well, this idea of E6 is not against anyone.
Maybe the Luxembourgers and the Irish on the capital market scene.
No, come on. But the truth is, we need to search for solutions. We just cannot say it's business as usual. We just cannot accept the fact that Europe is losing on competitiveness. We just cannot forget that competitiveness is about competing. So it's a race. We are in a race, and our rivals from US or China are really, very often, are doing more than we try in Europe.
And
so we try to encourage European Commission to do more. I personally try to encourage Commissioner Albuquerque to speed up with Savings and Investments Union, as we believe that we need to focus also on low-hanging fruits. We need to improve how capital markets in Europe work, and there is no time to be lost.
Just a final question. You're sure that European governments aren't too used to competing with each other, not competing as a bloc with China and the US? Because that's what I see happening now.
Well, of course, sometimes you need like external incentive. So let me give you an example. It was really difficult to convince our European partners to increase their spending on defense. Well, there are many arguments. We need to spend more on social programs. We need to spend more on roads, trains. It's all very important. And then we had the Munich Security Conference, J.D. Vance speech, and everything started to work smoothly. Yes, countries finally understood that we need to take our security seriously, that we just cannot rely on our US friends, but we need to invest more in our defense industry. We need to invest more in fighter jets, missiles, tanks, whatever. I'm not an expert on what we particularly should buy. You had an expert here before. Having said that, I really learned a lot about military equipment recently.
I bet. But I guess my problem is that Mario Draghi writing a report is a lot less sexy than J.D. Vance saying, the party's over, we're not going to defend you anymore. Where is that moment for Europe on the single market?
Well, this could be true, that there is no like a single moment like J.D. Vance's speech for for single market, but already President von der Leyen speech in Strasbourg was pretty powerful, I would say, and I believe that this momentum is already built. Commissioner Séjourné is preparing another ideas. Some of them we like, some of them not that much, but I believe there is a strong will in European Commission and in European government to focus on our competitiveness. And for example, what happened recently with ETS is, I believe, a great example of that. That's, of course, climate change is real climate change is serious, but we need those factories here in Europe. We just cannot allow ourselves to get rid of steel industry, chemical industry, and frankly, I see no benefits for climate from moving factory from Germany, Italy, or Poland to some Asian countries. It's not doing any positive, and we are losing jobs. And while talking about steel industry, it's impacting our security as well.
Minister, we could talk for hours, but I know you have an incredibly busy day. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you.
That's
great.
Thanks. The schedule has been adjusted. Lunch will now continue till 3 p.m. and we'll see you after that. Thank you.
Test, test. Test, test, test.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming to this panel. We hope you enjoy the conversation, Warsaw European Conversation, of course. I'm very grateful to the organizers and, of course, Polityka Insight and ECFR for putting this together. You know, we have today, as you see, a great panel. Let me just briefly, introduce you to our speakers today. We have Muriel Popa-Fabre, who's a senior tech and policy advisor at the AI and Society Institute at the École Normale Supérieure. We have Christine Bolche, who is the Chief Digital and Information Officer at the European Space Agency. And we have Maciej Witucki, who is the Chairman of the Main Council and the Confederation Leviathan. So we want to run this conversation for approximately, 50, 55 minutes, but we will really want to engage with you in a Q&A. So be ready, prepare your questions. We will be very happy to have you participating. This panel asks the question: is digital sovereignty still possible? I think we should understand that we are discussing something, whether it's possible or not, in the understanding that it is necessary in any case, right? That we are beyond the point of discussing whether we did it or not. But I think it's interesting to set the scene just for a second on why are we discussing this. And the truth is that the situation and the awareness that we have developed in the European Union on technology for the last probably year and a half, it's been equivalent maybe in some senses to what happened with the energy shock after the invasion of Ukraine. Waking one day to see that interdependencies, which you thought would ensure peace and stability and good faith cooperation, could be turned against you and weaponized. We had a lot of experience beforehand in interference in the digital space, but this was from foreign malign actors, especially Russia. But for the last year, we've been experiencing a complete different turn of things and events in which our dependencies in the digital and technological field were being weaponized or threatened to be weaponized against the European Union, to the point of which these vulnerabilities on our digital regulations were or have been placed as equivalent to tariffs, but also played in terms of whether the security alliance, which is NATO, would be compatible with this kind of regulation. So we've been hearing and trying to work with attempts to change our digital regulations, to have them not being applied at the European Union, and even threaten with the withdrawal of given technologies, and in some instances with kill switches and so on. So it has got a bit complicated, and I think the awareness of the need to acquire or to develop digital sovereignty is now clearly on the table. The question here is how and what, and when and with whom do we develop these technologies? Because this is clearly a field in which we are much more dependent than we are, for example, in the field of energy. So therefore, we are starting from a very low point. So I wanted to maybe then start with, if we agree that a minimum definition or a minimalist definition of digital sovereignty is the capacity to exert your decision-making without coercion from third actors, and to be able to regulate your space according to the values that you consider appropriate and correct in a political community such as the European Union. But achieving technological sovereignty requires first reducing dependencies and vulnerabilities, and very obviously this requires investments in capacities that we don't have through a range of strategies, including industrial policy and competition policy, but all of the things that we can discuss now. So sorry for this maybe too long introduction, but I wanted to start maybe then with you, Maciej, because the industry is absolutely essential in terms of the role of industry in terms of delivering these capacities. So, but I understand also, that you need the right frameworks and incentives in order to be able to think through and develop them. So I wanted to very openly ask you, how do you see first digital sovereignty from your perspective, sitting now here in Poland with this exposition also to these issues, but also to which extent you are working and the private sector sees itself in the capacity to deliver on digital sovereignty solutions, or if not, what are you missing? What would you need in order to see this happening, either here in Poland, but also cooperating with other actors and partners across the European Union? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that just in my personal introduction, I think what is important that the era of the naively innocent globalization is over. So this we understood, but we should not go too much on the other side, in the sense of when I hear sovereignty, it's somehow one, super expensive. If you want really to achieve the definition as was presented by you, it's a complete independence from any influence from outside. It would mean that each of us has to build its own chip factory, produce its own smartphones, and operate them on its own antennas and fibers made in Poland. So I think that is the philosophy, and a good experience is what we experience for, or a good maybe benchmark, what would you do somehow with China for some years. So it's instead of concentrating on the sovereignty, I would say it's an instructed and I would say full of security, understanding of security, movement of the risking in some areas. Without decoupling, we still stay in a global market. We can't live without our American friends. We can't live with some elements being produced in Asia widely. So I say with this sovereignty, because it's really used today by some people in the very nationalistic terms. So where's the limit? It should be European, or some people will say, no, we don't trust. In some countries, people will say we don't trust Germans. I will not quote the countries. So we should have our own Polish chips and the Polish antennas. I don't quote the country. So the point is, first is to define what really we want to protect. Naivety is over. We've seen Ukraine carve out of internet for some moments. We've seen, if I understand, Israel without some cloud services from some providers. So there's the question of the risking. There's but more than the risking, because people concentrated on the fact: should we still use some, let's say, American solutions or Chinese solutions tomorrow? But I think there's a big element which we forget. Is, do we have resilient infrastructures? Did we invest enough in the in those infrastructures? Do we have our own capabilities to somehow to secure the readiness in case of attacks? And this is about capex. So there are two elements. One, which is to invest, to build the infrastructure, to build a strong infrastructure, and then very carefully to select where we need, I would say, this capacity to be resilient from the external actors. At the same time, selecting well our enemies, because with all respect, if suddenly we say that Poland or even Europe will build its own technologies and AI, come on, with all the personal data protection regulations, it will take us centuries, and we will not achieve it as well as we did with, as is being done today in North America and USA, namely. I'm not afraid of quoting it. We are very lucky because we still have a choice between using ChatGPT and ChunkGPT, so at least there are some possibilities of variations. And then somehow, to be positive on this one, European industry, sorry for quoting another name again, have been built in the last 35, 40 years based on the Microsoft Excel. There's Microsoft in the Excel. And we have been developing it far above the capabilities which were, or the ideas which probably have been built initially by the company selling it. And we built our business with it. So I have no problem on European industries using American tools. And again, I will not take a risk of speaking about Asia, but we cannot go into this obsession of full sovereignty, because they never stop. Should it be at the Polish level or Warsaw voivodeship level or by house level, it's a dangerous way. So invest in infrastructure, number one. Invest in the new technologies where you will have no discussions of using somebody from USA, somebody from Israel, somebody from China, like satellite. And then work, and this is a tough job, and I understand our American friends. I got a very interesting meeting with some high-level lobbyists speaking to me about data centers. I told them, listen, but it's not my problem, it's your problem. How do you guarantee to me, European, that what happened with Starlink would not happen with the data centers? This trust is somehow suffering today, but please provide me a solution. So what I've been provided with was write nice penalties in the legal contract with us, which obviously doesn't work. I proposed the European with a hammer inside of every single American data center. Didn't work neither. So we have to build together. We have to sit together, confirm the trusted partners and file with them with solutions, not of the mutual destruction, but I would say some elements which will rebuild this trust both sides. But sovereignty important, naive globalization finished, but let's don't go into the Warsaw district sovereignty.
Okay, I mean that's great. I think we agree that building the whole stack under the current conditions, the whole stack of technology and the current conditions is something which is on the table and so on. But maybe, I would want to put a question to maybe to the rest of the panel, but also maybe to Muriel, to you on this, and then we can continue the conversation, because I think this thread is very important. Are we forced to choose kind of in a binary world that is it either the US or Chinese technology or EU technology, or is there just an obligation, or the only alternative is to go for fully developed and closed models? Is there a different future, or is there an alternative like in AI and in other systems in which you could say, as Maciek is saying, I don't want to buy the whole thing here, I don't want to buy the whole thing here. Is there a way in which Europeans, instead of coming with a third thing, could work in a way in which you would have open things which you could build as you needed, and they will provide solutions which are not locked in a way or another that would lead you to full dependencies of other? Are we just forced to choose between things out there that would make us dependent from one other, or maybe from worst case solutions? Is this the case, or can we imagine something different when it comes to AI and data centers and all these technologies?
Yes, so the first quick answer that I would go for is we have to do an intelligent mapping of our dependencies. Because if we don't enter in this kind of stack-aware understanding of technology, we will end up in exactly how it was in the last 10, 15 years, in understanding that technology is just an integrated thing, right? And that's the problem of lock-in, is that we have been consuming very highly integrated solutions for many years. So in order the first move is just start understanding that the stack is not just an integrated thing, but it's a full amount of different layers that have a huge interdependence, but different layers that can be tackled in a strategic manner without wanting it all in 1 second, which is anyway unfeasible. So how I would imagine this is that we decide, for example, that cybersecurity is a huge challenge, and we try to find a way to build collectively and target this resilience gap through just, for example, a software layer of common that is co-built, because we decide together at European level that this is a resilience gap that we want to tackle together. And this could be a way forward, but you need this stack awareness. And you need this previous mapping that can help you to have a strategic targeting inside this whole stack.
So in your view, regulation is not necessarily about creating the technology, but enabling the creation of different technologies that could kind of compete so in the market to provide digital solutions which are sovereign, but they are not locked in and are vertically integrated.
And I also think it's an advantage to have a new positioning on the global market of AI and of technology in general, because we have this really underutilized advantage of being a trust anchor in the world, and we don't make it a market access. If we have this trust advantage, then we can use it in order to say, listen, look, here, just for example, you want a menstrual app. You're in South America, you decide to buy a European one because you know how the data are. You know what's the vision on privacy. You know what's the impact on your everyday life. And if we have data centers, we could sell them as trust data centers. So building infrastructure is also a market strategy of accessing this global market, and also to make a difference, because I think we have a mission. We haven't built all the values and all the Europe we've been building just to stay in our own homes, locked and closed with our national sovereignty or European sovereignty, best case scenario. We're there, we have a mission in the world, I think.
Okay, maybe before I jump to you on some very concrete thing, which is satellites, maybe we can go back to you, because this is kind of a different view in terms of something which is not very often laid out in this way, that values can create value in the market, right? That this is not necessarily in this debate about, innovation versus regulation and all that. But I wanted to check also from your vantage point in the, in the business community, to how do you see Europeans creating value in this sector, while, as you said, not necessarily building autarky and having solutions which, and I would say, like, even, the word of Eurostack is not necessarily very fortunate, because you kick people out of the conversation when you move outside Europe. You should maybe do a stack of technology in which everyone feels that has a space and a place to come in with solutions. And we know that the Koreans and the Japanese and the Brazilians and everyone should be there. But I wanted to ask you then, so in terms of innovation and bringing European solutions to the market, not necessarily because we created a closed market, do you see ourselves and do you see the industry able to deliver on these things?
So first, I think we have to deliver on our own market, which is enormous, which is almost 500 million people. And in this one, we are not yet good on creating one market. So I think a single market and transparency of services is already enormous task to deliver. Then I'm a bit pessimistic on this selling the values, because I'm afraid that in the current world, the trust is already broken. And in the case of Europe, yes, we bring values, but we also bring a risk that one day somebody in Strasbourg will wake up and will find a great solution that whatever country is not applying anymore to the rules. So I think that in case of Europe, there are values, but against over regulation. So somehow it may sell somewhere, but I think first let's concentrate on Europe. And then let's find a way, and I love this comparison of layers, because we cannot decouple. I can't imagine that again, we will breach this transatlantic NATO/NATO alliance and suddenly we'll build it in Europe. It will cost too much. Some things we can't, some elements we can't catch up. AI, in my pessimistic opinion, it's not possible to catch up given the personal data regulations, not rapidly at least. So we have to understand the layers, give additional control and security where we really believe that the sovereignty lays. And then for export of values, if we have clients for this, perfect, but I think they will not be numerous. The lack of trust is somehow an enormous problem which we will face for many years to come.
Okay. So then, sorry for keeping you waiting, but I think it is perfect now that we have a concrete, case in which we can test, some of these ideas, which is space, right? Because this is a field, again, in which we were not paying a lot of attention to for the last whatever decade, while things were happening out there. And again, because the way we look at markets in the European Union in terms of competitiveness and welfare consumerism, probably we didn't do our homework in terms of competition policy very well. So at some point we woke up and there was a Starlink, right? And the market was crowded with a solution which was commercially great for a lot of people at a very reasonable cost and so on. But then you start having noise, of course, in Ukraine and the geopolitics of, whether these devices are going to be used by one or the other. And we were listening to the panel before, to the army also saying, and to the Polish government saying, okay, yeah, we're paying for these services, but, we have second thoughts on whether they could be shut off or not. So I think satellites have become, of course, a point in this. And then, Ukrainians have now been able to reclaim that when a satellite service is happening in your sovereign territory, foreign agents should not be able to use them against you because that's your sovereign territory. And I think that has brought again back to the fore. But I'm not going to go deep into Elon Musk moving from buddy to daddy and daddy to buddy like we did in the last panel because, that's not our thing now. But I wanted to ask you, Christine, on at the SAA, you are, providing digital solutions to Europe and trying to bring them, of course, to the market in a competitive terms, but also, again, putting safety, resilience, and data ownership and control into that. Could you tell us a bit, how do you then do this, and how do you see this debate practically from the field in which you are?
Yeah, of course, and maybe linking also to the discussion that we just had here, because obviously what ESA does, the European Space Agency, is delivering space to Europe. Yeah, so this is probably sounds a bit abstract compared to very clear physical things that we touch here, like data centers, etc. However, it's closely linked. Yeah, and if we look at what we do, for example, one of the very clear statements from ESA is that our digital sovereignty is, from our perspective, not possible without technological sovereignty. Yeah, to a certain degree, we need to have a very good capability also in Europe to develop the critical technologies ourselves that we need, for example, to ensure the access and use of space. Yeah, so how do we get into space? Usually via launchers. Yeah, so we have our Ariane 6 or our Vega C launchers today already, and there will be 2 more coming with Astris or the Space Rider, right? And here, obviously, what we see today are dependencies, for example, in the value chain for launchers. So they are critical components where the European industry today cannot deliver these components. So we have a high dependency, for example, on the US, but also from other countries. But we have seen there that not only have the costs gone up, but also, let's say, there is restricted or less availability because these vendors are focusing more on their national defense sector, for example, and deliver these components more to these players than, for example, to us. And with that, our access to space as Europe is in danger. So therefore, ESA is very clearly arguing we need technological sovereignty to a certain degree so that we really ensure that we have the access to space and can use space. And use of space, of course, means the data from space. And to your point about are we competitive or not, have we slept or not, I guess we have these lighthouses where definitely Europe is even leading, yeah, when it comes to Galileo. And also Copernicus, so Earth observation and navigation, we have leading systems in the world. Nobody can come close to this, right? So even though in the past probably we could have invested more, but we have seen an extremely successful ministerial conference in November 25. Europe is now spending more than ever in space. But having said that, we are very clear if we don't want to fall behind as a space power, and we see, you mentioned the scenarios in our very specific geopolitical situation, how relevant space is, I think we're more and more understanding why space is relevant for society, for humanity, etc. Obviously here, we need to take a next step. We need to invest even more, and we need to do even more, and do even more includes developing our industry. Yeah, because, and that's the beauty of ESA. For example, every euro you spend to ESA will go back to your industry because we are developing the industry with that, and exactly using programs that we set up, like our general support technology program that really focuses on these core technologies and also cybersecurity, as you mentioned, so that our industries ramp up in these capabilities and we become competitive. And this can be used then across different applications, but of course space, but others as well. Yeah, so this is how space has always fostered innovation. It starts with the science, but then also very clear applications that you see then in products of everyday life. And we all know our cooking pan, right? So the Tefal and so on.
So it's not just that you create business opportunities, but that you are able to create complete ecosystems in which then innovation and other businesses can grow, right?
Obviously, this is the principle of ESA, right? That we work in very strong ecosystems, right? So with primes, as we call them, so the big suppliers like the Airbuses, Thales, OHB, and also, of course, from every country, from every member state, right? But beyond that, of course, also very much with startups, yeah, and also with academia. So science is super important for us. Only in this ecosystem, this value is being created.
Yeah, and in which way would then be your business model and marketing model and your service model different to what, for example, alternatives that you have in the market, like US companies and so on? Are you, and we can have this discussion also in the field of AI, that do we copy what we know works or is working or the way it's working somewhere else, or do you try and find ways of doing things differently, adapted to the way Europe should be looking into these things?
I guess I have an idea what you're alluding to. So, obviously, our approach would always be to do what is the best for Europe, and just copy-paste, well, can be a situation, but usually we're looking for the innovative edge, right? And here, for sure, this is also the power of our diversity in Europe that we have, right? That we come up with very innovative solutions in this ecosystem.
Okay. Matej, you want to comment on this?
Yes, I think it's on. I was just checking with my friend ChatGPT. Sorry for advertisement. Now, because we have a very advanced audience, but when we speak about so very much telecom and digital, but just to confirm, Elon Musk paid $17 billion for the frequencies which will allow him in the United States to provide telecom service directly from the space. Already our smartphones today are connecting, we have no network, they're connecting to the satellites. He already bought frequencies for the US, where he can shortcut all the telecom operators, and the same tenders will come to Europe in 1 year or 2 years time maximum, when the monopoly of SpaceX could shortcut. So it's not about sovereignty, security, readiness, it's just hardcore business discussion where we are late. So we have European projects, which is the Iris Square. Yeah. So Iris Square is the it's alternative to the solutions provided by the North American companies, but with one small little bottleneck, that when we have those thousands of satellites, we'll go to launch them, we'll go to see Mr. Elon Musk and tell him, Mr. Elon Musk, we need some of your launchers because we want to launch a competition to your network, and you will have less revenues and we'll apply for frequencies in Europe. So here is a space where we see that sovereignty in this area can be only European. Because I will use another buzzword those days, we have to pass a deal to say, okay, we can leave some companies access European market, but only if we are sure that our satellites, we will be able to launch them from Texas. It's a deal. And this deal, Polish government, German government, French government will not be able to do it. Only the European agencies will be capable to negotiate that our satellites will be launched, and in exchange there will be some opening of the market. So this is about hardcore money, and it's about the European sovereignty, and that's why we need more Europe in many areas, and specifically in business, just somehow to cope with the delays or other focuses. Because again, we have been launching on the Arianes, wonderful machines, when some other people have been launching on the kind of cheaper and the frequent use launchers, and we need them today. So it's an interesting area, but as we live in the world of deals, as I learn every day from the media, so let's have a good one with the space communication.
And thanks for mentioning Iris Square as well, which is so relevant, obviously, for our European connectivity. Yeah, and here maybe the big difference is, right, because what we've said before about the low Earth orbit let's say, constellation that everybody knows what we're talking about. IRIS² probably will be a bit different because we don't need that mega constellation here, but as we will use the low Earth orbit and the mid Earth orbit, right? With that, we will have a very different situation and don't need this mega constellation, but a little bit smarter setup here. And we will also have this is remarkable about IRIS², by the way, because it has built-in cybersecurity already, so security by design, and also as we're developing it from the European Space Agency, together, of course, with industry, etc., the approach is that it will stay, obviously, in governmental hands. We will not be dependent on one single actor, private actor in the field, and therefore, indeed, it will add these capabilities. And as you mentioned, to the launchers and who we work with, etc. So there will be more launches of Ariane 6 than ever before this year, right? Really ramping up, and obviously even Jeff Bezos will send his satellites with Ariane to the space, because obviously there's it can carry much more payload than before, right? So this is a big difference. On the other hand, I want to underline this because I think sometimes in the discussion around sovereignty, it might get lost, For the European Space Agency, and I think also for the European Commission, we collaborate very, very closely here. International collaboration and cooperation, we're strong believers in that. And I want to underline this, which does not say that we should not reduce the dependencies where necessary, right? But first of all, strong international collaboration, we are strong believers.
Yeah, we've been promoting at ECFR the idea of strategic interdependence, which is, that you choose your interdependence a bit more wisely.
If I may, just one point, because it's very important when we speak about launchers, because what I see today, yes, we have been late in space, so suddenly you discover national movements, so Polish Space Agency spending billions, Germans having super ambitions on spending billions. We will never be able to do so. If we go this way, we will repeat with all respect, stupidity of our armies, where each country produces its own rifle, which is being used in hundreds of pieces just for National Day parade. So we really should avoid that we have those underdeveloped national projects and really push as much international, say, kind of, let's use the name Airbus model in those areas as much as possible. And then we build this sovereignty and security as much as possible at the European level.
Yeah, I think that gives me an excellent segue to the question to Muriel on, because something like that, we're having a similar discussion on AI in Europe as well, right? That how do you go about developing AI and which model should we choose? There is one ready-to-go model, which is the US model, and then countries are also competing for data centers and to get all these investments from, big tech American companies with a promise of data sovereignty and data localization, which I don't know to which extent, you think is true or real or not. I'd like to, to comment on this, of course. But there is also European authorities and European governments promoting sort of their own solutions, like AI gigafactories and so on. But are these European investments and strategies an attempt to compete on the same model, maybe with less resources, or something where you see that you can be successful? That is, are we copying something? Are we trying to play the Premier League and not being able to do that because we were never going to put the 40 billion, in each data center? Or this is the right path that the European Commission is following with AI gigafactories and all of this?
I will start first by the fact that many of these decisions are based on a kind of fear or a FOMO. And I like to quote, Churchill when he says that fear is a reaction, but courage is a decision.
Okay.
And so deciding to stay always at that point where we are reacting to what is happening, for example, in the US with this data centers frenzy, is against the logic of the courage of taking decisions. But to take decisions, what do you need? The first thing you need is knowledge. And a big part of this is really, I think knowledge is not only important as the first step in order to decide a strategy for digital sovereignty and digital dependencies because you understand the technology and you understand also what you buy. Even on the layers where we stay buyers, we need to have enough technological knowledge inside the decision making and the policy world in order to be able to know what we buy. We need to be able to evaluate the technology if we stay buyers. Just because we want like enlightened consumers that know what they are using. And we saw it with generative AI. So conversational AI entered in our lives and we discovered afterwards that it's a cultural artifact that has cultural biases, linguistic biases. And if we're not able to measure this through AI evaluation, European AI evaluation, because we are a highly multilingual market, we're not able to consume. So even if we stay buyers, but if we want to become builders, which is the idea of developing all this compute capacity, we need to understand also where the technology is going. And this is knowledge is the fundamental enabler, because otherwise you end up in copy-pasting the way AI is done abroad. And this emphasizing the arrival of a general intelligence is also a way in order to sell data centers. And we have to understand not only the logic, the narrative, but we have to understand the technology. And what is happening actually is that beginning of this year, we discovered that reasoning models, the last generation of models, are not very good at retrieving information. So the famous use case that everyone is using generative AI for in every company is to retrieve data in order to answer questions. And we discovered that reasoning models with very scientific proofs and mathematical ones are not good at this, right? So I have to play the game of being the techie person on the, and this is over, so you can breathe. But I would turn this also in the investment. When we look at the last 2 months of AI investment, like billions, you take the new lab from Yann Lequin, which was able to raise more than, I think it's 1.03 as seed money. He's building something that is not just a big model that knows all, that does it all. He's building a model that is able to do some reasoning that is, and the first act is to do a partnership with a company that has clinical data. So the idea of this lab is to deliver products, is not just to do pure research, which is actually what we really need. And was so happy that the whole morning I've been hearing this because I was feeling so lonely before this morning. So we are in a situation where even in a frontier lab, we decide to start with data that are vertical. So we are no more, trying to do general intelligence, right? You take Fei-Fei Li from Stanford that also raised $1 billion just a few weeks after. She is developing physical AI. She wants to have spatial intelligence and not general intelligence. What is currently happening in the corporate world is that people want to have a new frontier AI model that is called tabular model, so that they natively understand the tables, because the majority of everyone is on Excel and decisions are made on Excel, right? So the reality is that if you have a model that is able not to hallucinate and really understand what is a column, what is a row, you're very happy, and you can do data science. You can do data analytics, you can take decisions. I like your definition that resilience and sovereignty is about decision making. And what happens is that a few French folks managed to raise 250 millions just like this on tabular model. Last example, Mistral is developing a platform that is fully integrated for corporate companies to train their own model with their own data. And what they're using is small models, is OCR little models, and so they go forward and they build this thing. So basically Europe could be like Africa that leapfrogged the internet in order to go to the smartphone. Europe could be leapfrogging the data center frenzy. Run on device. And this is not just a super strange future that will happen, we don't know when. Google Store is having, since last May, small language models that run on device, on smartphones. So it means that we are finally getting to a maturity of the technology where we can decide to have custom specific European needs to be answered by AI without having to have this just frenzy.
Yeah.
And that's very positive because we need those custom models, we need those industrial specific answers for Europe to increase productivity and to be competitive.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that you say that the industry runs on Excel tables, like, because in my industry we run on PowerPoint, which is much worse, and I don't think there's AI enough to to cover for that or to replace that. But anyway, so Maciej, this is the debate also in the industry these days, that you see that also happening, that behind or beyond AI hype and LLMs and all of that, companies are really desperate to get practical applications of AI to the physical world in which they operate. And I'll ask you the same also about your field, because it seems that this is the real want and the need that the industry is putting on the table. You know, I don't have 2 billion to play, but you know, I have an industry that I want to digitalize in that way with solutions that are fit for my concrete purpose. Is that also the drive that you see in the industry?
But it evaluates so much that I think most companies I know today using AI somehow, they go now for the next stage very rapidly from the usage of the generic, so you buy the generic, one of the generic models, into the training of the specific sub-models or tools on for the specific industry. And for me, this is a kind of independency or added value of Europe I spoke about. It's not the basic generic tool. This one probably will, in the foreseeable future, will not catch up to the both Americans and Chinese, but we can be very good. And using again European experience, Ford was the first one to produce cars in mass, but still, in my opinion, best cars are now produced in Europe because we have been very, very good on deploying this American technology and then improving it. I would prefer it to start with Europe. We'll be very proud of it. It didn't happen. Nothing dramatic happened with this. So I think that's what we need, because I very love the statement of fear as the enemy of, or decision based on fear. We dramatically need to de-escalate, to use another modern or fancy language, de-escalate the tension with the US, mostly. I don't have the solution. I think it's, from my private discussions, it's harming both sides. Because again, the big techs, they feel us afraid of kill switch in our data centers, kill switch in our applications, and we are the very large market. So the question is, now we should somehow maybe propose here a round table of the industrials, not the politicians, to say how we can ensure the mutual destruction, to use the old Cold War clauses, which would allow us to rebuild this, to lower this, de-escalate this tension, because we are natural allies. We have been working, we are late, we lost a lot of time. It was plenty of signals have been existing for the last 20 years. So all those discussions about us customers clicking, I accept on all the clauses which appeared on every single update of our Android or iOS, whatever is the religion of the user. We did it. EU was thinking about killing it with the huge nuclear bombs, never worked properly. So we ended up with competitors being stronger in this area. So instead of now thinking how we catch up in the next 3 years, how we cut the undersea, the ocean cables between Europe and Europe and US. Let's think how we can better use those technologies, build the layers of security. Maybe somehow, again, a kind of brainstorming idea, to speak about involving our solutions inside of those big machines. Things we do in the defense, typically. You buy a product and you say, yeah, but I want to have a local content layer inside, which will be used then by the vendor also, which gives a bit of security. So maybe more cooperation. Maybe this is the way of mixing, say somehow the equity creating. Maybe because I love Airbus ideas, so maybe transatlantic Airbuses giving some security for both sides and de-escalating this fears. But the companies, yes, they look for specific local solutions, and yes, we have brains, students, IT people capable to deliver this European version of the generic tools for the good of the European industry.
Yeah, and it's also the case that it is in the US itself when you're seeing again, this first backlash against, the hyper, scalers and the cost of all of these and so on. So they may also be turning at some point to something which is different, right?
So Mr. Trump is annoyed by some German brands selling very well, luxury German brands selling very well in the US, because they are good cars. So let's hope that some European, German, Polish, European digital brands will also do the same on the American market, but based on the 4T technology. So it's I think this is something once we breathe a bit after the shock of the last 2 years. I'm not sure that it will come tomorrow, but again, we think about the long term. So there will be no third term in the US. So I think this we should already build for this.
And a word on that, maybe, Christine. That's also the case in your field, right? That you have, like for example, the impact of quantum in space technologies and all of that. That we have good solutions or different solutions to the same problems that could allow you to also to leapfrog and not just to copy and try to reproduce what the others are doing. Like we're good at adaptation and second round innovation, right?
Yes, we are. We're also good at innovation. I gave some examples earlier already, right? Where it's not that we always have to wait and then leapfrog or do the second round. I think we have also very good examples in Europe and in space especially. Again, Galileo, Copernicus are not met yet.
Standard, yeah.
Yeah, so that's very important. And with all that you said, I just want to underline again, I think for everything that we discussed, one very important, foundation for us is still that we act as one European force. I think that is something we should also strengthen more and more. And sovereignty, going back a little bit to the beginning of our discussion, right? What does it mean? Is it by principle, and then we get into this nationalism discussion, etc., which is a bit dangerous, right? Is it via legislation, regulation, actually, where we are more than trying to govern? Bit complex sometimes in Europe, right? Or are we more taking a risk-based approach, which I heard now in our discussion emerging a bit more. So I think here we must be very clear also as Europe, and again, acting as one united force will make us stronger and more heard, etc., compared to being individual voices and only, let's say, single actors in the private sector whatsoever. We need to combine our strength. That's a very important statement that ISA cannot repeat often enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Muriel, Mathieu mentioned Airbus. I know that in the sector of defense, these things are very complicated, and as we see in these days. But you also been writing about, the role of the public sector and public investments on these technologies, because it's always been the case that public investments have been a precursor of many of these things. And I think you've been now read something on your proposal for a CERN for AI. So is there still a role for public infrastructures and public investments, or we are just at a moment in which, as you were saying with the case of LeCun and others, that the market is finding its ways and means to deliver on this solution? What is the role of the private sector and public infrastructures here?
I think we are facing a situation where this strategy, this decision needs to be at the interface. We are in a situation where we can no more be monolithic, right? So especially in something that is moving so fast, like AI, every 3 months you have something radically new. The time in order to publish a paper is 4 months. So we're living in a time scale that is radically different from that of public investment. Mm. So if I would say something for public investment in this field, it needs to have rapid cycles. For example, you have in Germany, you have Sprint Day, that is with the right accent, that is developing financing cycles of 6 months. So this is the first thing. And this interface is important because I do believe that we need to be in between resilience and competitiveness, so that these two things should not be opposed. Because if you oppose them, then you lose the competitive advantage of being European, you lose the time scale, and you lose all the incredible complementarity that can exist at European level. And that's also what happens with a CERN of AI. It starts with this kind of more bilateral situation with the Commission between France and Germany, and then catalyzes more interest. And it's really interesting to see that if you're building gradually things, you can have a gradual aggregation at European level, because it's what is at stake is always to be at this frontier of knowledge, so that we can build together something, and we can be builder and not only buyers. So I think this experiment that is gradually aggregating more will around Europe is really interesting. And it's really interesting because it's meant to be also at the interface between public and private. Not only because the private sector has the data, like industrial data, that are super important in order to build frontier models, but also because the private sector has a timescale that is closer to the timescale of technology. So you need this kind of harmonization, like in wavelets, where at the end of the day we're synchronizing timescales, we're synchronizing the money, we're synchronizing the data in order to be competitive. So these experiments of being able to have a European voice are also important in order to attract back talent, because they have so much talent that is outside of Europe. And gradually, at least in Paris, I'm seeing many people coming back. So this has also not only attracting the investment, but also the talents in order to build something that can be meaningful at European level with the needed complementarity.
Yeah, it's quite a provocation for LeCun to set up something in Paris these days, right? In terms of technology and innovation, where people would think that maybe this is not possible.
And it's also interesting. I mean, in this work we did on the CERN of AI, this proposal, there is this idea of calling the middle power countries that were cited this morning, where we had this brilliant definition from the ambassador of Canada. I like to call them bridge countries. But why do I like to call them like this? Because we're in a situation at the geopolitical level where polarization is evident. This deepens the technological dependencies. And if we are in this middle zone, what is in the middle of something? It's a bridge. So I do believe that being able to take the Western of the West and the rest, which was this the definition that we had this morning, is a way to fulfill this mission that is, for me, still value-based. At the end of the day, I have this formula. We need competitiveness. We need knowledge. We need digital commons, so C, K, C, and then D, democracy. Because at the end of the day, we're not building all this technology just to have technology, because technology is cool, right? We are building this technology because we want to have a digital future that is meaningful. Because we want to continue the democratic life we've been living in. So I really think we shouldn't forget the aim, because sometimes when you're in technology, you just want to advance, have the better code, and you're satisfied at the end of the day. But at the end, we want to build a situation that is human-centered, that is value-based. And I think we will have our children asking us what we did, because we are a junction. And exactly like new generation are asking, what did you do with environment? We'll have our children asking you, what did you do with the digital future we are in?
Yeah, and we're not getting into issues related with agentic AIs and nudity and so on, because that can get us that. So maybe I want to give it to the public, to the audience, but maybe I'll ask word also on, where is Poland then there in terms of this bridging also, like. In Enrico Letta's report also, there was this fear of peripheries not being able to cope. I mean, within Europe itself, because the amount that we saw with defense expenditures in Germany, and so that there are countries that have a hard choice because concentration of investments at home and in Europe can lead to further concentration of power of industry. If we want to consolidate industries, this is most likely to happen, when smaller industries from small countries are concentrated and merge with others, So what is the kind of thinking maybe here in terms of how are you going to position yourself there?
I think digitally, when you speak about peripheries, it's enough to compare the Polish M-Citizen app with the German, French, Italian, or other non-existing M-Digital applications. So, so the peripheries, I think it's our problem would be more about the capability or availability of large amounts of equity, but that's the only problem. That our economy has only 35 years of freedom. So it's the size of our companies and the size of the investments which we can cope with. But it's a general problem also of Europe. That the real money it's across the Atlantic. But I would say from the user's perspective and citizens' perspective, I'm very proud that my 78-year-old mom is looking for her buses, trams, and hours of masses in her smartphone without any problems. So she pays through the internet banking and she uses the M-Citizen application. So from user's perspective, I think we are completely I would say in the top, in the European top. From the entrepreneur's perspective, we are a country of a very vibrant entrepreneurship. So I think we're adapting very well. Some startups, obviously, a lot of them, whenever they take out of the ground, they are being taken to across the Atlantic. But it's not only Polish problem, and we are very happy. And I think somehow the advantage of Poland, it's a weakness of the central administration. So we have much more space naturally for the entrepreneurs and for the local authorities to test the solution. So somehow it is helping us. So I'm not afraid about Poland. Really, my fear and my concerns are more about Europe being capable to find common solutions, because LETA is already very soon 2 years old. And we only have the very small Digital Network Act, which is not at the level of what the industry would expect, with some ideas, but again, with not enough resources to finance them. So it's a question of speed of access, of speeding up of the work of the Commission and of Europe to create those Airbuses I'm speaking about from the very beginning of this panel.
Yeah, and as you see, the US is not necessarily the most digitalized country in the world. I don't think you can pay your bus in the US with a QR like you do here in the tram. But that's another discussion. I'm a bit blinded by the lights, but I think there is one question over there, and second here. Can we take these two questions? Please say who you are for the panel so they know you, and then so happy to take your question. Hi.
No? Yes. Katarzyna Szymielewicz, Panopticon Foundation. We've been on the front of regulating technology for the last 16 years, and we've been among the first voices, certainly in that part of Europe, warning against the growing power of big tech. And from our perspective, the key fight these days, it's not so much about the cloud anymore, or the data localization, or the kind of old school tools of sovereignty like applications or cables, because these themes have been well understood and regulated even in the GDPR, but it is around the top layer of the technological stack, which is consumer interfaces and algorithms. What the panel thinks about these challenges, and maybe our moderator can answer this question actually, because I know your work in Spain in supporting, the question is, are we ready to support sovereign solutions in Europe, not localized, because they cannot be localized, that will offer different interfaces to consumers when it comes to the largest platforms, because this is where the public debate happens, this is where elections are happening. In fact, human views are shaped. So what about those players? Thank you.
Thank you. And over here, thanks. Do we have a mic for him? Okay, sorry. Thanks.
Hello, Maciej Piasecki. I'm a fellow at ICANN. So you've mentioned we might have a hard time catching up with the deep learning models that are being produced in the US, but the bar is much, much lower. You have mentioned PowerPoint and Excel, and that's what we're using. We're using Microsoft solutions at the public institutions, but also private companies are the vast majority of them are using them as well, because Google is coming to our schools to teach children Gmail. And we have solutions that are just as good in Europe. We've got, let's say, CryptPad and Proton, and they are just as good, but maybe slightly better because they're open source, and so they're probably not harvesting our data and stealing our intellectual property. Should we have mechanisms to endorse these kind of solutions, this kind of small to mid-size European businesses, or are we just going to use the monopolies and pretend the capital has no nationality as we did 30 years ago? Thank you. So a bit of follow-up to your question.
Okay. So I guess that's it. I'll give it back to the panel. Who wants to start with?
You, because it was a question to you.
Well, but also maybe let me, before I answer the question, we were discussing, Christine, also in terms of market. Space is a very clear example in which you have to make space for European solutions, right? And there is also a lesson, I think, that you can use for other environments in which you first, and we were discussing that on AI, so maybe the question also to you, Muriel, that first, before you come with a marketable solution, there has to be a space for placing that solution. So you have to fundamentally transform sometimes the market in order to make that possible. Is that the experience also with AI and space? Can you just maybe briefly in that?
Yeah, I would say, first of all, I mean, the approach that we really want to take on this digital sovereignty is so important, as I mentioned before, right? If we want to go for European solutions or not depends a lot on our take on the risk. And we talked about de-risking also a lot, and where do we really see the need and the necessity to be independent, right? So I think this is always, and you talked about the risk map before, which I like a lot. We need to understand what we need to protect, where we need to be independent, and where we really want to make a difference and be, let's say, in control, yeah, and stay in control. And I think that's the first thing that we need to do. So mapping, understanding our risks, being clear where we want to de-risk, being independent, and then obviously create the space that you talked about so that we are obviously sovereign. Yeah, so and resilient. I think that's the second point to it, because if we put all of our eggs into the same basket sometimes, yeah, here's also a risk in that we're clear. So sovereignty and resilience for me go together, yeah, and we have to look at these both aspects when we're defining our landscapes.
Okay, and then Maria.
Yeah, this makes me think that I'm always reluctant to use the term sovereignty, because for me, I can decompose it semantically into resilience and agency. And this goes to the first question about having agency when you are the end user. Especially because the top layer has been super fast, super efficiently developed in the last year with a layer of behavioral prediction. And because that's exactly what big amounts of condensated data inside transformers architectures or agentic frameworks with orchestrations can enable you, is that you can simulate with very few data. You don't need to know everything about the person. You don't even need to buy so much data from data brokers to do it. You just take the mouse movement on the e-commerce platform, the amount of pictures and product descriptions that have been seen, and you can have very nice next purchase prediction. So it really means that we are in a situation where this UX layer is a place where we need protection for citizens, consumers, and where we need to embed our values. So we need to be the builders of that end layer in order to have seamless interaction, because nobody wants to go back to the fact that you have to scroll 100 things. I don't buy anything because I had to scroll. And so this kind of predictive, let's say, nudging of products can be actually a seamless experience that is desirable for the end consumer. But what is the level where we put the threshold, where we realize that that seamless situation could be like a little bit degraded, or a new solution could be found that is less intrusive and preserving privacy. You know, all this kind of equilibrium that is needed in order to forge. Finally, we have the possibility to forge technology. We're no more in a recommender system that is putting people all together, that is sending me Viagra, spam, and so on and so on. We're an adaptable technology. We have to seize that opportunity in order to build it with our values inside. So I definitely think this end layer is a place of protection. And because of this dimension of agency that is embedded inside the concept of sovereignty, right? And then I do really think we need to have aggregation of demand on the European market. There are nice initiatives that are happening, like the tech sovereignty catalog, that is having human auditing, market-ready digital solutions that are European, in order to have a catalog where you can look for alternatives. But the problem is always the integration aspect, right? The fully integrated solution, because my experience in private company as a consultant is just shifting to sovereign solution can mean for the cybersecurity only to shift from one solution to 5. And this has an organizational cost, a governance cost, a legal cost that is not only the cost of buying European solution that could be a little bit more expensive. So there is this question of integrated solution that is not only market aggregation, right? It's not only knowing that having the demand in order to boost European products, right?
Yeah. So, you know, I'm the moderator, but I'll take your question. I mean, I think we do have a serious democracy and sovereignty problem, because, you know, digital industries is not a digital industry, it's that everything is connected through, you know, the same infrastructure, which we don't really govern in the way we would want to do it. And if in a democracy, the supply chain of information is broken because we cannot anymore transmit reliable information to people to the point to which people realize that this information is true, or at least, you know, verifiable and so on, then we do have a problem. So, and, you know, we trusted, of course, US companies to deliver on these services. It was not kind of us that said in their national security strategy that regime change in Europe was necessary for the security of the United States, or that banning of services for judges in Europe, in institutions that are located in Europe, like the ICC. You know, so all these moves were initiated by the US, and we've been feeling very helpless and defenseless on this. So I agree that decoupling is not the solution, because it's very costly in the first place, and you're not going to be there in time. The risking is very interesting, of course, and you have to do some of these things, but I think deterrence is also a very common and normal way, and acceptable way of restoring the balance that you have to have. We have to deter these companies from weaponizing their technologies against us and do the lobby back in Washington rather than in Brussels. And for that, you have many tools, and they work, because, of course, you say, you know, these companies, they're most centered in delivering their products and making money in Europe, which they make in massive amounts, to the extent to which this is a trade surplus, you know, that the US has on Europe. So, you know, what we try to do, or where I see this, is that we have to be confident that we have many more instruments that we think in order to deter, because that's the success of having an army, is to never use it, right? Because you have deterred the others. And therefore, you need the instruments, you need the strategies to deploy them, not to do wild and crazy things which would damage you and expose you. And we've been doing this in trade. And when we've shown our anti-coercion instrument, it has worked, because we've we told the US that the cost was something above zero. Even if it was 0.0001, then there was a cost. And I think the Greenland thing was also very revealing in that we didn't deploy an army able to deter the US from military, they would impose themselves. But we raised the cost and we saw that there were other things. So I think we need also a balance, which is not just through regulation, it's through diplomacy and political engagement in very reasonable terms. And everyone does this in diplomacy every day in trying to defend, their way of living and so on. So that's where I would leave it at maybe, but this is a conversation for next year or some other forums in which I really want you to join me in thanking this panel for their fantastic contributions and this very enlightened discussion. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome, everyone. This is the last panel of the Warsaw European Conversation on de-risking climate and energy policy. My name is Julia Cudejko. I'm a senior energy and climate analyst at Polityka Insight. And I took note of Andrzej Bobiński's speech this morning. He said he's not one for lost causes. I feel I am very much for lost causes. And in my experience, it's best approached with something like constructive optimism, which is what I would like us to exercise today with regard to energy and climate policy in Europe. I am lucky enough to be joined by distinguished guests, Mr. Krzysztof Bolesta, Secretary of State at the Ministry of Climate and Environment, Ms. Heather Graby, Senior Fellow at Bruegel, Mr. Byford Sang, Senior Fellow at the ECFR for the Asia Program, and Mr. Paweł Świeboda, Senior Visiting Fellow at the Economic Security Forum European Policy Center. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you. I would like to start with taking stock of what it is that we are dealing with in Europe at the moment in terms of energy and climate policy. What we have now was largely designed in 2019, and some years after that, this was a very different reality than the one we are facing today. So first I would like us to start with a perspective from the inside. How would you diagnose the problems that we are now trying to respond to with simplification, with ETS review, and so on and so forth? Mr. Bolesta, shall you start?
Yeah, not messing about.
No.
Thanks, and happy to be here. Yeah, this is a very peculiar point in time in terms of climate policy, energy policy, because it's been more or less 20 years I've been involved, and I think it's always been kind of plain sailing for climate targets, energy transformation, and all of a sudden it's quite complicated in Europe. It's quite complicated. We live in times of omnibuses. Omnibuses are all the rage. You wait for one and then 10 appear. So we are simplifying everything, although we are not really simplifying. We're just putting different legislation. So it's really complicated. It seems as if Europe lost its way, and the way.
So Europe had a way and then lost it?
Yeah. And let's not discuss whether the way was good or not. There was an idea and a kind of a clear way, and now it seems that the geopolitics is a struggle between two different views. One is energy abundance, and we know
energy addition.
Abundance,
yeah.
Just richness
all sorts of energy.
But mainly fossil fuels, right? And the second vision is energy independence, and electrification. And this vision is promoted by and pushed by China, and rightly so. They've been dependent on imported fossil fuels, so they want to be more independent, and also they sell all kinds of clean tech, so they benefit on being more independent. And Europe is in between. Some of the leaders are more for the abundance, some of the leaders are more for independence, but we struggle to get this clear vision we used to have. And the clear vision was this: we are going to decarbonize because this makes sense from the climate point of view, but also this will become our advantage in terms of global economy. But now it's quite clear that the Chinese are leading this, way of getting more, being more competitive. So we basically are playing catch up with China in terms of, who's the most decarbonized economy and whether it could be used as competitive advantage. So we are lost and we don't really know what to do next and whether to continue or change tack or so now you see all these initiatives like, okay, so if not decarbonization, then maybe resilience, maybe local content. So we need to rediscover our mojo, if you will.
Thank you for mentioning competitive advantage, because I feel that that's the point. It was supposed to drive us forward, and now we find ourselves in a position where we are no longer sure whether that's the driver that we need. So I'd like to give the metaphorical mic to Ms. Graby and ask if do you think that this narrative still holds, and we can still adapt it to the circumstances that we now find ourselves in, or do we need different drivers, maybe tweaked drivers, maybe slightly different drivers than the ones that we expected in 2019? I'm thinking, many technologies that were supposed to kick off but didn't, like carbon capture or hydrogen, and you name it. What is it that drives us forward in terms of decarbonization?
Well, since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I divide what the EU has done into three categories. There's the good, the bad, and the ugly. So the good is setting targets and also sending the right price signals through the emissions trading system to drive the investment in order to reach those targets. And that's really important because it gives all of the economic actors a very clear sense of direction. Fit for 55 is a good title. It's very clear we want to get to 55% reduction in emissions by 2030. And that makes it very clear that investments in renewable energy will pay off. But the bad is that many member states continued with subsidies to fossil fuels for far too long, also untargeted subsidies, which disproportionately benefit better off households and firms that haven't decarbonized. So those untargeted subsidies and fossil fuels continued usage have then held back the transition. And then I think the ugly is where we've had attempts to undermine the system that sets the incentives for a transition. So attempts to undermine, for example, the emissions trading system that came up very recently at the European Council. And it really doesn't make sense to change a system which is designed to pursue a transition, because you remain stuck in the continued dependence on fossil fuels that simply become more and more expensive. And I think the perfect example of this is what's happened in Spain versus what's happened in Italy. In Spain, since 2019, they've driven down the role of gas in the electricity system dramatically from 75% to 19% today. And as a result, Spaniards now face an electricity price which is half that per megawatt hour of what people in Italy face. So Spaniards are paying half what the Italians are paying.
But they also had a huge blackout.
Yes, they had a huge blackout, but that's because of failures across the system. There's a very good recent report on that, which shows it's not the shift to renewables that caused the blackout. It's because of a failure of coordinating the system, which could happen in any country. That also happens in fossil fuel countries. So I don't think that's a false narrative, I think. But what's key is to think about policy flip-flops have a really big cost because they drive down investment in what will bring you lower prices, and they keep you stuck in the status quo, which is very expensive.
You speak of false narratives. Do you feel that maybe there are some other false narratives that we now have in Europe, but don't realize that they're false? In terms of energy policy, I mean, like, what else is there to say? We are revising the ETS. We are simplifying lots and lots of regulations. We are thinking about a much longer path to climate neutrality. Are those new narratives about what we need as a continent, as a European Union, the right way to go?
Well, the false narrative is that by going slower on a transition, you make it more bearable for economic actors. But the problem is a slower transition can be a much more painful transition because you spend more on importing commodities which are simply burnt when you could be spending that money on building a new system which provides energy independence and much cheaper sources of electricity in particular. So I think that's the trade-off is false. And also the argument that it's better to go more slowly because that will give European industry longer to adjust. Only if they have the incentive to adjust is that going to happen. You know, a business has to think, okay, is my investment going to pay off? When will I get the return on my investment? If the transition is slower, it will be a longer period until the investment return pays off, and therefore it's a less cost-effective method.
You know, I'm asking because with the energy transition, we're really learning as we go. We don't really know what exactly the impact will be of certain technologies that have not yet taken off, and so it's easy to make assumptions, right? So here come the narratives.
But we have proven technologies, and look at how China is decarbonizing. Look at how other countries are decarbonizing.
Yeah, let's look at it. That's exactly what I wanted to look at.
I think it's quite clear that, you know, certain technologies have proven that they work and they work at scale. That's fine. But the thing is that the policy design at the start was quite strange, because we decided to have ETS, which is technology blind, and that's fine. Let's give the companies, the business, freedom to choose. And then we slapped all the targets. It's like, no, we decide for you that you should do hydrogen in industry, 43%. Like, where? Why? Hang on. I was supposed to be free in my choice how to decarbonize, and now you have this, so to speak, technology blind system, but it doesn't work because you have a long list of targets and sub-targets, and that's what's wrong with the policy. You just have too much regulation. The transition is over-regulated. Same goes for transport. You know, we adopted very stringent CO2 targets for cars, and then the Commission decided to slap ETS too. It's like, hang on, you know, the transport will decarbonize with these regulations on CO2 standards for cars, and then no, that was not enough. Let's have CO2 ETS too. So there are mixed messages, and this transition gets complicated because of over-regulation. And I think that's the main reason why businesses and people also get confused, because it's, of course, the transition is necessary because it gets us independent of imported fossil fuels, but it's not easy and it's very costly because we are doing it at breakneck speed. You know, take Poland 10 years ago. 10 years ago, it's not really just, maybe it's because I'm old, but it's only half of my career. 10 years ago, we were dependent on coal.
No, we are still dependent on coal, but the level of dependence was
90% of our energy mix was 60. From coal. Now it's 50.
Yeah,
10
50
years.
to 60.
It's the fastest speed in Europe.
It is.
Take any country in Europe.
Despite the fact that we have no strategy, terrible regulations, we have done a great job over the last decade. I fully agree.
And it comes with cost.
Yeah, and the question is, did we need those targets, those regulations to drive that change forward in Poland? Did it, I mean, you know, a large part of it was prosumers, it was individual investors who took the wheel, and now we expect companies, energy-intensive industries to step in. The question is, those regulations that define the pace of the energy transition in Europe, whether they are implemented in member states or not, and spoiler alert, they are not. They are viewed somehow from the outside. And here I would like to look at them from the outside and check what what impression do we make on the world with the regulations that we have created for ourselves, beginning with China and also expanding to the wider world, because those are the questions that we often ask ourselves.
Yeah,
what do they think about it?
I mean, I would just say that, like, on the 50% of coal, I mean, China also has 50% of coal in its energy systems, albeit that is also a clean tech superpower at the same time. And China is also looking at imposing a lot of targeted measures, policy targets, deployment targets, adoption of EVs targets. So that's the way that China does it. But whether it would be relevant for Europe, I think that's another conversation. But coming from the outside, like kind of looking from a China perspective, recently I was in conversation with one of my Chinese interlocutors who is a very seasoned observer of China's climate and energy policy. And I asked him like how he sees Europe's climate and energy policy. And his response was a Chinese idiom, which roughly translates to, you want A, B, C at the same time, but they are contradictory. So which is the Chinese version of have your cake and eat it. So we want to have all the clean tech deployment, and we want it low cost, and we want it to be produced in Europe and save all the jobs here. So I think what Beijing is now looking at, obviously, one of its main objectives is to expand markets for clean tech in Europe. But if I'm Beijing, I would be betting on the fact that like these are contradictory goals and something's got to give. And I think Beijing would be looking at what we've done in the past couple of years and take note of those. I think the first one is a lot of these measures that we have introduced, whether it's Local Content Industrial Accelerator Act, but also trade protection measures like the tariffs. I think they are obviously a good start in terms of like if we are thinking about using clean tech as competitiveness, building industrial competitiveness for Europe. But some of these are hit and misses, I would say. So for the EV tariffs, for example, what happened after the EV tariffs is that like Chinese electric vehicles imports kind of dropped a bit and also stabilized, I would say. But then if you look at the plug-in hybrid vehicles, they skyrocketed. And then what the EV tariffs, I would say, show is that member states would have a hard time in uniting in a lot of these measures that is in front of us in terms of Industrial Accelerator Act, local content, foreign direct investment conditions, because you get like the EV tariff, it was passed in the end, but the biggest automotive producer of Europe, Spain, abstained, and Germany opposed the measure. And obviously that is on the back of Chinese promises of investment and the company's exposure to the Chinese market. And also you see that European firms are deeply engaged in the supply chains with China. After last year's export restrictions on critical minerals, permanent magnets, and a range of technologies, components that are related to clean technologies, conversations with some of the European clean tech producers was about the fact that if we have to reduce risk from any Chinese supply chain disruption, we might have to actually increase our investment in China or move certain supply chains in China to shield us from the risk. So I think from the outside, Europe has a set of very contradictory goals to achieve, and I think at the moment, if I'm Beijing looking at from the outside, that I think I will be betting on that Europe will still be dependent externally on Chinese technologies for a good while.
A good while. That's a very very nice phrase. I will remember that. Yeah, I think I agree. I mean, it's impossible to do such an ambitious project as an energy transition in Europe without some sort of dependence here or there. But the alternative is dependence as well. So I'm thinking those shortcomings that we cannot avoid in Europe will always be exploited by external superpowers. Are they well understood? Are they welcome or even supported by not just China, but equally the US or countries rich in natural resources? Or is it just the landscape is so dynamic that this kind of exploitation is not so evident? Mr. Svoboda, what do you think?
So if you're asking how we are seen by the outside world, well, the US clearly sees us as a client at most and best. Ambassador Posdor, the US ambassador to the EU, was trying to exercise leverage earlier this week over the European Parliament with respect to the vote on the free trade agreement, and he was saying, well, if the Parliament doesn't vote it through, then there will be consequences, and one of the consequences was the access of the EU to LNG resources. Right. This morning, after the vote, I heard him using a completely different language. So. He clearly adapts. But for the US, I mean, we are, well, a client at best, and we are definitely not a policy interlocutor. I think we are still a policy interlocutor for China. I think China was even for a while a policy taker from the EU. I mean, the fact that the emissions trading system was launched in 2021 in China, it was very much, a result of the interactions with the EU. Of course, that may not be that significant at the moment, but nevertheless,
it's quite significant.
Well, it's significant because 24% of global emissions are covered by trading schemes of this nature. So that's in itself relevant, of course, but it's maybe not that significant when we compare it to the pressure that China exerts on the EU in dumping the clean tech products. So 2/3 of EU's imports come from China. It's interesting to realize that the next country is Korea with 7%. So you have 2/3, you have then 7%, and then you have 6% the US and the UK. So there is, a massive issue there. I don't think we should be, over dramatizing the EU's predicament because we are also a very sizable clean tech exporter, right? I mean, we know our weak spots, we know the opportunities that have been forgone, but we are also a big player in this game, and it is a very dynamic game. Trade in clean tech has risen by something like 57% annually over the past 9 years. So, admittedly from a low base, so the dynamic then is very big. But nevertheless, this is a hugely promising field of activity, and you can turn things around, right? It's not easy. It's complex in a field like batteries. It's super complicated. Northvolt is a case study in how complicated it can get, but still you can get to the position of leadership if you do X number of things, which I suppose we'll discuss next.
This sounds like optimism, just saying. As we wrap up the stock-taking part, I wanted to ask you, can we, my understanding is that Mr. Svoboda would say yes, but I wanted to ask, can we still shape the global energy policy by the actions taken in Europe, or are we just the receiver of external crises like the Middle East, earlier the pandemic, the ongoing war in Ukraine? Are we reduced to reacting to what's coming, or are we an active player on the global stage?
I think we will
see. Did I guess correctly that you would say, yeah, we are still proactive?
I think what we will see, like in 20 years' time, I don't think we'll remember the omnibus or anything remotely similar. But hopefully in 20 years' time, Europe will have pivoted to clean energy, right? So all the rest will be local difficulties and the nuisances that people like Krzysztof in government had to overcome. But we will be there. I'm not sure if the US will be there in 20 years' time. I mean, that's the jury is out, right? So we may see a bifurcated global situation in which some countries have this hybrid situation. I mean, China also, 50 coal-fired power plants opened in 2025. So apparently the pace of that is slowing. So the permitting for coal-fired power stations in China is decreasing. but it's still a huge area of investment for China, right? So I think we will have pivoted to clean energy, and the rest of the world will possibly still be in a hybrid situation with a good contribution of, sizable contribution of fossil fuels. I think Spain is interesting because Spain cracked the code of how to transition in a short period of time to not only renewable energy but also to low prices, right? I mean, what Heather mentioned, that you said 19% of the time when the price of electricity in Spain is determined by the cost of gas-fired power. So they cracked the code on marginal pricing mechanism, right? I mean, the UK also has a lot of clean energy, but it pays completely different prices because they haven't cracked the code on the marginal pricing mechanism. So at least, you mentioned these contradictions earlier. I think the point is to solve some of these contradictions in a strategic manner.
Do we have any polemicists, or are we leaving this at an optimistic note?
I think we have to recognize that we are a resource-poor continent. So we're not going to be able to influence the global energy situation on the supply side, but we can influence it on the demand side. We can influence it by developing technologies which use energy the most efficiently for heating, but also for other uses. That's something where we have been ahead of the curve at different times and then we lost our comparative advantage. Solar panels are a great example of that. But there are still a lot of technologies which still need to be developed, which could also be made in Europe and made with Europe. Still a lot that can be done in terms of battery development, for example. There's still a need for efficiency and demand reduction through not just technologies in themselves, but through systems change. Through, for example, designing transport systems or designing district heating in ways that use the least amount of non-renewable energy. And of course, there's also things like grid optimization and efficiency of the whole energy system. These are areas where Europe could be both achieving greater security and independence itself, but also developing the kind of technological and know-how that can also be exported. So I think there are opportunities there for Europe, but we need to recognize that on the demand side, you need a different strategy than if you're a supplier.
I think we can, as Europe, we can still shape global agendas. We just have to decide what we want to do. At this stage, I think we don't know. And for me, the problem is in losing the democratic mandate behind the climate transition. I think many countries lost kind of democratic support for fast climate transition. But now, because of the conflict in the Middle East, we see that we can reignite this transition, but from a slightly different perspective. Energy independence or independence of imported fossil fuels is the way to go. Last year Poland spent roughly 120 billion zloty, so 30 billion euro for energy imports, and that's money that could be spent on other things.
But that's the long term, and we need short term.
No, but listen. This morning I listened to an interview of one of my favorite CEOs, CEO of Octopus Energy, and he said this morning that since the war in the Middle East begun, sales of solar PV in the UK, in his company, increased by 50%, 50%. So this works. People want to get independent, want to be secured from these price shocks.
And the industry in Germany uses 17% less gas.
Yes, it does. But I think the key thing is we have to allow prices to do the work, to set the right incentives. And prices of energy are distorted in Europe, partly because of the various fees and taxes and so on, which are put on them by governments. Which means that they are different in different parts of the EU. So we don't have anything like a uniform electricity price. But also because households pay a lot more than industry. In Germany, for example, households pay 2.5 times what energy-intensive industries pay per kilowatt hour. In France, there are moments in the day when they're paying 3 times as much as industry are. So it's no wonder that you start to lose the what you call the sort of democratic legitimacy of the climate transition if households don't see their bills go down when renewables capacity goes up. So we have to look quite carefully at who's paying for what. If households are subsidizing energy intensive industries because that's seen as a political priority, that bargain, that needs to be part of the social contract, that needs to be part of the debate. And the things like installation of heat pumps could go much faster if governments combined the higher prices with targeted subsidies for example, lower income households to install those heat pumps, or to come up with the upfront cost of investment in, for example, an electric vehicle. So I think getting the prices right is a big part of the solution.
True, but if you let price signals work, then that means that we let losers lose. And I think
not necessarily. You can have subsidies to the more vulnerable. If you target the subsidies to the more vulnerable households and you subsidize the transition rather than subsidizing the immediate consumption of fossil fuels, then you can make the transition happen in a more socially just way.
Yeah, so I think on the price, related to the price, is like one of the things in the kind of trilemma that I set out is the cost question, whether we can afford to produce domestic indigenous technology. So I think to stick with the theme of ending this round on optimism, I think we usually think that like European produced technology would be like super expensive, unaffordable, and it would rack up energy prices and cost of the electric vehicles. But I think we need to start to have a more concrete conversation on like what it would take in terms of if we want to localize our production, what would be implication further down the line on energy prices and all of that. And I would share 2 kind of stories, the anecdotes that I collected along the way in the last couple of months. So in Italy, last December, there was a solar auction that was done that excluded Chinese solar panels. Yeah. And the cost of that auction per megawatt is increased by 17% compared to before. I mean, it is an increase, but it was not an increase as feared by a lot of people, because we were saying that Chinese solar panels versus solar panels made in other regions have differential of 30 to 50%, but that is not the case when it comes to actual auction price.
That's surprising. That it was only 17%.
Yeah, it's 17%.
So second anecdote is like if there are some research done by very good friends at Transport and Environment, and they were looking at like if the local content policy is to be in place and batteries are to be made fully locally in Europe, what would be the cost implication to an average electric vehicles? It would be 500 euros. So obviously we can get into the assumptions of supply chain, but I think we need to have more concrete conversation about the cost of localizing or having local jobs for the green economy in order to inform all of the conversation that we are having on European competitiveness. And
then you have to add like local, European-made steel, European-made rubber, and all the rest of it, and then the cost of the car will just blow out of the proportion.
And also, if we look at those 17% in terms of all of the all other expenses that we have at hand, can we really afford 17% more expensive, even if it's not as much of a premium as we thought it would be? Can we afford it?
We also couldn't afford
anyone.
I mean, we also couldn't afford,
because I don't know. I
gas
don't know. Maybe
oil
it's
price
worth
of $200. We also cannot afford like volatility in the fossil fuel global market. So I think that is that is the comparison that we should, or the alternative that we should be comparing against.
Yeah, and that's the alternative question. Do we have the data? Do we have the knowledge to feed us the insights to be able to answer that question? Can we afford it? Is it worth paying up?
I think what you're getting at is also this discourse, which I sense is only just beginning between Made in Europe and Made with Europe, because Made with Europe has the advantage of...
And Made for Europe.
Made for Europe has the advantage of greater affordability, no question about it. The Chinese products are inexpensive. It's also the advantage of greater scalability, which we need for like electrification. We need to go fast and big. So that's Made for Europe and Made with Europe. But Made in Europe is necessary because it really fills a gap which has been, I think, made more than visible in this whole framework, namely that the business case hasn't really existed for the net zero transition in Europe, right? So we had this conceptually purist approach with the emissions trading scheme, but no, I mean, the industrial policy element is only being added to it, and it's late. So there's a lot of catch-up that needs to take place. And there will need to be some compromises, right? Because, I mean, if we are in a situation in which 90% of graphite comes from China, and what is it, 2/3 of rare earths, then how on earth would you like to have EU-based battery production in that context, right? You need to be able to have some arrangements, hopefully ones that will give you a better guarantee of supply, to at least make it through that transition period. But you need a bit of, I mean, you need a solution that will make the best out of Made for Europe and with Europe and Made in Europe.
I think what we're trying to do in Europe is struggling to move from a situation where we thought that the market would take care of most things and open trade globally, rules-based trade would simply create the most efficient outcomes.
There's no such a thing anymore.
Well, there isn't such a thing anymore, and we're also realizing there's now a big trade-off of having efficiency of supply chains over security of supply chains. And we're kind of waking up to these realizations rather late. So how do we deal with this now? Now, I think Made with Europe could be good and it could be bad, right? So it could be bad if it's used as an excuse for protectionism that both drives up the price of the transition and basically results in Europe producing expensive, not terribly good technology and the rest of the world buying cheaper and much better technology from China. That's not going to work very well. But Made with Europe could be a more sophisticated strategy of developing alternative supplementary supply chains to those which are controlled by China for clean tech. So, for example, working with India, which has great manufacturing potential because of lower wages and high skill base in technology, and getting together coalitions of the willing, the kind of the middle powers that Mark Carney was talking about at Davos this year, whereby you really try to have alternatives for lots of countries in clubs based on specific, so things like having price undertakings and clubbing together on developing these kinds of more secure supply chains. Now, there's good reason for doing this. It's not just about cost and security for Europe, but also because the demand for clean tech is going up, especially now with the energy price crisis. It's more than probably China can supply in short order. And also, bad things can happen. China also is vulnerable to, for example, climate impacts, which can disrupt production of clean tech. Climate impacts are going to have impacts on supply chains globally. So Made with Europe could be an interesting way of trying to do de-risking while decarbonizing if it's done well. But the danger is that it can be an excuse for propping up incumbent industries and less than the best in class in the name of economic security without looking carefully at the price.
Are we looking at an alternative choice between Made with Europe or in Europe and low energy prices?
Well, I think the main thing is installation of clean tech is a capital investment, whereas spending money on fossil fuels is just, it's buying commodities which you burn and then they're gone. So we're having, I think, a little bit too much focus on where the clean tech is made. Yes, there are security concerns also about kill switches and other ways of weaponizing dependence on imported technology from China, for example. You know, installing Chinese solar panels is probably not very risky, but having all of the connectivity infrastructure around the grid controlled by Beijing is not such a good idea. So I think we need to be quite careful about where the security concerns lie most and address those there. You can't have just a, you know, all Europe or no Europe.
I think it's also early days when it comes to how these partnerships will really shape up. So the Commission has signed, I think, 14 different partnerships on CRMs, on critical raw materials, in the past few years, right? So you could say, no, that's great. We are opening up to different countries. Between the lines, 7 out of these 14 are with low score governance countries. So we are making some moral compromises along the way, right? Extraction is not always a super nice type of business, but just for the record. However, what the Court of Auditors showed last month is that for half of these CRMs, the volumes imported have actually fallen in the last 5 years, right? So we are signing partnerships, but these partnerships don't always work sufficiently well. I mean, part of the reason is that it's early days, right? We're just starting. But I think what we need to remember is that these partnerships have to be genuine in order to inspire sufficient interest on the other side. So we have to have an offer also for these third countries that are supposed to send their precious materials to power the European clean tech revolution, right? Because so far it's a mixed record. Yes, the Commission is citing a lot of things, but these things, I mean, don't seem to deliver the type of result that was intended.
I like the idea of partnership or coalition, but I think what happened with global trade and how fast the US flipped in terms of, you know, being a reliable trade partner to basically a kind of party that just looks for a better deal no matter what. I think what we are seeing in energy supply markets, global value chains, and for clean tech, it's this kind of fear that, you know, if this happened to our most reliable partner and biggest partner, could happen to anyone. Okay, like today we have Mark Carney, who's very friendly, and, you know, we could be best pals, but, you know, what happened in the next election comes? Maybe there'll be another strange customer in charge of this country, and then what happens with the value chain that we've developed and, you know, created codependency. So I think after this one single event and what happens with global trade policy, I think there's a tendency for countries or, you know, European Union to shrink to like local and more resilient value chains.
Yes, but I think it is still possible in a single political cycle to do some, or maybe, well, 2 political cycles, to initiate a process that will then live on and force the operators of the next political cycle to continue.
Really?
Yeah. And I am going to give you an example. And I am going to give you an example that you are actually responsible for.
Okay.
Which is individual investors in Poland, I mean prosumers and electric vehicle users. I mean, that demand was not created over the last 2.5 years. It's older than that. You capitalized on the interests that you have found when you came in, and so you are able to, you know, improve on the programs or develop further the programs that were established by your predecessors.
No,
and
you're
I'm
right,
thinking
but the thing
maybe
is that
maybe
I'm
there
talking
is a
about
way to crack the destroy that vicious process of democracy versus energy transition.
Yeah, but these programs that benefit the population, they are not, global supply chain dependent.
But they create demand, so they can create supply.
Oh yeah, they create demand. But look at the leader of the opposition, or the candidate for the prime minister. He wants to strip off PV from his roof. I mean, with all due respect, it's not very smart, but. It's a choice he's making.
Let's leave it there.
Let's just, it's done. It's said and done.
But it's not his roof anyway. So.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel that there's still a question hanging here. We've got programs which subsidize electric vehicles, which subsidize energy storage for residential energy storage. I think we still have the residual, in a residual form, subsidies for residential solar. And we have some clean tech that is entering the market based on those programs and those subsidies. And so we are, as we are getting ready for Made with Europe, for local content, for economically viable energy transition, also with individual users. How do we, reconcile those priorities? Clean tech on the one hand, and the needs of individual households and maybe small and medium companies on the other. Because I'm asking you because you work with this every day.
Yeah, it's easy.
So maybe.
No, I think that if all policies were data-based, that would be simple. But they are not. And also we are pushed by many regulations from Brussels, as I explained earlier. So the ideal scenario would be to continue with the transition using a mix of tech imported and local made, and increase the local component. So we are becoming more and more independent from imported, not only fossil fuels, but clean tech as well. But of course, everyone says there's no time, let's do it, from day one. And that complicates things because it requires you to make compromises. And today, in Europe, we have 27 member states, but we have like 30 visions of the future. So it's difficult. And this particular matter is the conflicting views of two big economies in Europe. One is German economy, then they've been always dependent on, global trade and exports. So they were against the tariffs on cars because this is their model. They sell cars still. There is some people who want to buy a combustion engine. Well, how long, I wonder. So this is one vision, and one is French vision. What they have cheap electricity and they have low carbon electricity, so they want to be more local based from day one. So we need to reconcile these two visions and try to move slowly and expand our local value chains. But initially, we have to be dependent on imports.
What is China's experience with this? How did it work domestically? So obviously the long-term strategy is that the clean tech sector is developed so it can be exported, but the uptake in China is impressive, like you said. What were the policies that drove demand for clean tech individually?
Well, I would argue that China's main policy is to increase supplies and to drive down costs, and that is their main strategy. And they see clean technologies as an industrial strength, as energy security technology, and I would say climate may be kind of the third and the fourth kind of priority down the line when they think about clean technologies, which I think is, in Europe, we are kind of doing it the other way around. Like we have like big climate targets, we have Fit for 55, we have the European Green Deal, and then we are now talking about competitiveness quite a few years later. So I think for China, the logic is that if you look at the policies that they have imposed, I mean, we talked about the ETS, but I mean, it covers actually now 40% of the emissions, global emissions, because of the expanded sectors. But I would say that ETS is not the main tool that drives China climate action, because the price is really low. It's less than 10 euros compared to our price. And it has a lot of reallocation, and it's an intensity-based system, so there's no absolute emissions reduction. So that is not what it does. What it does is to have government directives that sets deployment target on renewable technology, on electric vehicles, and that is, so the command and control model is still very up and alive, and and like I said, the driving supply, investing in supply with, I mean, I would say not only subsidies, I mean, there is actually a lot of measures that it has taken in terms of providing free land, concessional loans, building clusters of technology so that the engineers of different parts of the supply chain can learn from each other to detect it kind of knowledge that they have, look at kind of the supply ecosystem around the Tesla factory that is created in the Yangtze River Delta region, and that is part of the Chinese advantage. And obviously, the final kind of factor is scale, that China just has the scale to drive down costs. So I would say there are a lot we can learn from there. I mean, Europe is already learning a lot from local content, foreign direct investment conditions. But then
that's good news.
It's good news. But then I would also say that, like, are we looking at the full suite of tools that China has used when it did the reverse to us maybe a decade ago? Because when China first opened up, they invited a lot of the Europeans and the American and the Japanese companies there, but at the very beginning, these companies are limited to doing export, so they're not directly competing with Chinese state-owned enterprises. So, well, that's kind of lesson number one. So are we thinking about that? Second is, if we look at the lessons from the wind industry, the European wind industry, like Siemens, Vestas, they were in China more than a decade ago. They have a sizable amount of market share. But once, after a few years, once the local kind of companies have starting to catch up, they have started to introduce local content, but not only local content, but like kind of preferential access requirements on, like, if you use certain Chinese components in the wind turbine, you would get priority access to the grid. So, and eventually, the European wind turbine makers, they don't have a market in China. I mean, now they have like 0.2% of the market in China. So I think when we think about doing, I mean, a lot of people are calling what Europe is doing in terms of local content a reverse China, but I think there are a full suite of measures that Europe might not be able or willing or looking at that would make the industrial accelerator work.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, that we need to look at the totality of measures that China applies, but also we need to look at China 2026, not China like 10 years ago, because we often focus on the subsidy level, but there's so much more to what China does than subsidies. One example is the financial instruments, right? The Chinese central bank launched 2018, I think, a program which now enables clean tech investments to be 30 times cheaper, right? Through conducive funding mechanisms. Christine Lagarde actually took interest in that, and she once said that this is something that Europe needs to take on board. The ECB has never done anything remotely similar in its long-term refinancing operations, but it's a possibility, right, to gear that. It's not in the mandate, that's why she didn't do it, right? The mandate is, control inflation, but the central bank could be involved. In any case, the Chinese have supported through the financial instruments clean tech developments very aggressively, right? And there are other things like the ambitious performance requirements. I think that's something we need to learn as well. That you really, not just targets, but you really, fund projects when they achieve the next stage. If they achieve progress, then you throw more money into it. But you do set up these ambitious performance objectives. So CATL, the battery maker, that was one of the incentives to keep pushing on the greater range that the battery serves, right, through government set performance requirements. So there are a lot of things that we need to learn, but we should learn from China as it evolves, because it's not standing still, and the set of instruments they are deploying is being improved as we speak.
I'm increasingly thinking that if there's one takeaway from our discussion so far, is that clean tech is really trendy. We keep coming back to clean tech sectors and the production of clean tech technology, clean technologies. But if we want to stay in Europe and talk about the circumstances that we have in Europe, we must confront the energy prices. And this is like the elephant in the room. On the one hand, we have the conflict in the Middle East, which will drive prices even higher. We have kind of maybe slightly panicky politicians in the EU looking to revise the ETS as much as possible, even calling for temporary suspension, although there are few who do that, to curb energy prices. And that is a continent in which we want to distribute technology that runs on electricity. I mean, is it not overlooking the main problem? Is it not? Is that not the answer to the China question, that that clean tech simply, I mean, of course there was ample supply, but there was also cheap electricity to power those devices?
I think we have to recognize that until we've moved really out of fossil fuels, and we won't have abundant, cheap energy. But in any case, in Europe, even if you move fully to renewables, we don't have the kind of strength of sunshine, for example, that other regions have, for example, Africa. So there is going to be a change in industrial geography because of the change in energy sources. At the moment, our industrial geography in Europe is based on where there was coal to make steel in the 19th century, and then where you could import gas, for example, from Russia. That's going to change in the future. That's why, for example, Spain is in a better position, because they have a lot more sunshine than, for example, Denmark. So we need to look at where will future industrial production be, particularly energy-intensive industries. And quite a lot of them may just not have a future in Europe. We need to think about what we want to maintain in Europe of the steel industry, for example.
Which one?
The steel industry.
Okay.
So, for example, does it make sense? Is there really a future in which it will be cost competitive for, say, a German steel company to import iron ore from Namibia, where you find it, and also hydrogen made in Namibia with abundant sunshine, and bring both of those to Europe on ships in the form of ammonia and iron ore, and then you do the basic steel processing, first stages of steel production in Europe? Probably not. Probably it will make a lot more sense for the first reduction of the iron ore to happen in Namibia, and the kind of green iron be shipped to Europe, and then you do the specialized parts of steel manufacturing in Europe, and you have the higher end of the value chain still here in Europe, rather than trying to bring in both the energy and the raw materials at great cost from elsewhere. Now, that may make sense for maintaining the higher parts of the more added value parts of the steel industry in Europe.
But sorry, are you telling me that we should
politically
industrialize Europe because it's cheaper to produce elsewhere?
I'm saying that it may happen regardless of whether we want it. because that could be what happens in a world which
white
fossil
flag
fuels remain very expensive. So I think we need to think about how can we import green intermediate goods more, to have a strategy of having partnerships with other countries where they use their abundant renewables to do the first parts of energy intensive industry, and then we can then use those intermediate goods in Europe to do specialized chemicals, for example, or the higher added value parts of the chain. But we have to recognize we're not going to be competitive globally when the energy map has fundamentally changed. Now, that's very tricky politically because, of course, you've got people working in industries who live in particular localities and they don't necessarily want to move. But that's what we've already faced with coal, for example. This kind of transition is socially disruptive, and that's why we need to have a social contract around it. I think the problem is if we keep still trying to kind of fight the tide and assume that it's possible to maintain the current industrial geography through state subsidies, it's just going to be a prolonged agony, as Mario Draghi put it.
So maybe that's where the hard truth lies. I remember you, Mr. Bolesa, commenting on a similar viewpoint some months ago, criticizing it, that we should let some parts of the industry just move out and specialize in some others. But maybe this is the reality check that we're increasingly looking at.
The thing is, it's I worked in an NGO. It's nice to again make some evidence, based statements. But the thing is that this is a transition that is embedded in a democratic order. So before you get there, you will lose elections. So it will not happen. So we need to transform these industries and keep them in Europe, because otherwise we'll end up with, destitute localizations and areas. Like I still see, that there is a Thatcher ghost in the UK because of these, coal away from coal and steel transition, and this is what happened in the US as well, and why there was a change in government. So this is what we are now facing in Europe. If energy price is too high, then the steel moves out, cement moves out, and what happens to the people?
But can you subsidize a rust belt? Can you subsidize declining industries ad infinitum?
We need to help them. We need to help them transform. Otherwise,
there are limits.
This is the problem with that we are seeing with EU ETS. Because what's the objective? Not what's the objective. Let me rephrase. How you can meet the requirement of ETS? You just close down your plant, and there you go.
But that's what
plant closed. You don't have to.
Advising.
You don't have to pay.
What about innovation and investment also in new industries, new technologies? I mean, do we have to assume that Europe's comparative advantage of the past will be its comparative advantage of the future? Do we have to assume that public subsidies, so taxpayers' money, should go into subsidizing industries which face fierce competition globally, because that's the only way to maintain employment? If Britain had continued to invest in coal, would we, and I wasn't a great fan of Thatcher, and I think it could have been done a lot better, but if Britain had continued to invest in coal and not moved into gas and now more into renewables, would the British economy be looking good now? I don't think so. So I think
We don't know.
it needs to be a socially just. But I think it needs to be a socially just transition, and we need to invest in innovation so that we can also be developing new industries, new sectors, new services, for example, in which Europe can be globally competitive. We can't just try and hang on to incumbent industries.
But I think we are saying the same thing. To transform steel industry, cement industry, is to develop carbon capture and storage, carbon capture and use, hydrogen. These are new technologies that will keep these industries producing different things. But, these technologies, new clean tech technologies, will help us to maintain this strong industrial base. We are in an
Sorry, in the interest of our listeners, there will probably be, maybe we're just in the mood for dramatic sentences now, but I feel that there will be no carbon capture in Europe, ever. If we revise ETS to escape ETS prices at 120, who will be stupid enough to invest in carbon capture?
This is not a market-based technology. You will need a carbon contract for difference, and that's how most of these plants are stimulated.
Okay, but then the point is just emissions reduction. So do we want to pay just for that? Because there is no competitive advantage in just cutting out emissions. It only makes sense if you want to do it for climate. So do you want to do it just for climate, to subsidize the technology just for the sake of the planet?
Climate and for developing the technology, because it will get cheaper.
Okay, point taken. So we have 3.5 minutes left, and this is a round for conclusions and takeaways. I'm quite happy that it's almost 6 p.m. and here we are fighting like
Friday.
Let's not use a metaphor. We have discussed competitive advantages, energy prices, clean tech supply, clean tech demand, and the chances for Europe to remain or stop being sovereign in terms of technology. Mr. Swoboda, what are you taking away from all of this?
So I think we haven't said enough about climate itself in this panel, so maybe just one word that unfortunately there is fresh research on hothouse Earth aspects which points out that we are approaching the types of tipping points, consequences of which we don't know, and this is now potentially very serious. It's top climate scientists telling us this. The ocean, the AMOC, the ocean current system over the Atlantic is one of them, but there are others as well. So not only for the record, but not to forget that we are doing this for a certain reason.
But if we wanted to quantify that or bring it into the economic equation, we would have to be able to calculate the alternative costs, and this is extremely difficult.
But the problem is that if these tipping points are reached, then the civilization as we know it ceases to exist. Like there's no food production in Europe, for example, any longer. So food security was something Commissioner Serafin mentioned in the morning, praising our efforts. Well, we can praise it as long as these tipping points are not reached. So I just wanted to mention it because we cannot forget why we're doing it. But having said that, of course, the rationale has changed into a much stronger emphasis on the economics of it, and I think that's absolutely needed. And the EU especially has had to do the homework on the business case for the net zero transition. I think we're in the process of getting there. It will still take some time and a lot of intensive debates, but this will make a difference. And as Paul Krugman I think said the other day, the sun and the wind don't have to pass the Straits of Hormuz. So from the economic security and energy security point of view, I think it's pretty clear where we need to land.
Thank you, Mr. Tsang.
So I think we kind of talked about social contract, cost, and politics. And I think we also said that there's a lot of learning from China in terms of the policy instruments, from the model of driving down costs, because renewable is taken as the least cost option. So there's no debate kind of like this in China. Perhaps we can get China on the case on the CCS, perhaps. But I think what I want to raise as a final point is that there's also a kind of politics and social contract in China. When you think about, we like to talk about China is subsidizing the global transition, but obviously that also there's a fiscal limit that is out there, and then that it creates an imbalanced economy not a fully fledged social security protection system for China. So that is the cost of the Chinese model that we don't often talk about. And I don't think Europe can tolerate that cost if we are thinking about learning from the Chinese model. And there's also like the issue of just transition in China. There are 3 million co-workers in China that China has to deal with. The aggressive policy targets that we have observed have created unintended consequences of rural villages being left out of heating because the government has ripped and replaced coal boilers with gas boilers, and villages cannot afford the expensive gas. So I think there are all these policy tools, the approach, and also I think the strategic thinking that China has on seeing clean tech as an industrial strength and energy security tool is something that Europe should be talking a lot more about. But then we also have to bear in mind that there is also a cost to the Chinese model.
Thank you very much. Ms. Graby?
So I think we're at a turning point now where we will be talking a lot more about climate adaptation and not only about mitigation.
I wanted us to discuss
transition.
adaptation, but we didn't
because, yeah, so just one key point on adaptation. Europe is the fastest warming continent in the world. We are warming at twice the global average, and the Mediterranean Sea is a hotspot of massive change in both temperature rise and also that changes then precipitation. So the floods that we saw in Poland, for example, just a couple of years ago, those used to be once in 50-year events. They could be once in 5-year events. That's an enormous fiscal cost. That's going to be really expensive for government budgets to deal with the storms, the wildfires, the floods, and also the droughts and alternating droughts and so on, and the heat extremes. And at the moment, we haven't even really thought about how we're going to adapt all of our infrastructure. We're going to be spending, Poland is spending more than 5% of GDP on defense, but actually the upgrading of infrastructure, not only to withstand Russian attack or sabotage, also needs to happen to withstand droughts and floods and storms and so on. So climate adaptation is going to be an enormous need, and one in which there will also be a social contract because people need to be protected from these extremes. But it's also a big opportunity. It's an opportunity to develop new adaptation technology, which could be part of European industrial policy, where we could be developing the technologies of the future to help not only ourselves, but also others in the world to adapt to living in a much more unstable climate and much harsher physical conditions than we've had in the past. And I think that what would be wise for governments now is to start getting ahead of the curve and starting to make those investments, because whether or not Putin invades us, climate impacts are coming. We're focusing very much on geopolitics at the moment and what's Trump going to do, what's Putin going to do, how's this going to work, etc. But actually, there's a non-human controllable thing that is already happening, and you can't just wish it away in the way that Trump has done. And in Europe, we're especially vulnerable.
Thank you. Mr. Bolesta?
Well, I think what is very important going forward is that in Europe we have two very important policy objectives. One is getting rid of Russian energy in Europe, and that's an important policy element, but it comes with huge cost because we need to find additional alternative supply. And alternative supply now, it's kind of hard to get by cheaply. And the second thing is that we have a new target in terms of emission cuts by 90% by 2040.
Or 85%.
Yes, let's stick to the numbers in a title, although the mechanics may differ. But these targets will have to be met with keeping people behind us, because otherwise all this will be just a very, very badly aging paper.
Thank you very much. Mr. Krzysztof Bolesta, Ministry of Climate and Environment, Ms. Heather Graby, Senior Fellow at Bruegel, Mr. Byford Tsang, ECFR, and Mr. Paweł Świeboda, European Policy Center. Special thanks to Mr. Świeboda and Ms. Graby for bringing up climate, which is so often overlooked, and it's really quite frustrating.
I have climate in the name.
and yet you didn't bring it up. So, you know,
in the name.
it's quite at times frustrating, at times going back to lost causes, which I mentioned earlier, productive to work with topics like climate adaptation, which nobody wants to talk about. This was the Warsaw European Conversation. Thank you all very much for attending and for taking part in this dialogue. Let's hope it will continue, and see you next year or in 5 minutes outside.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Yeah, great being on stage. Yeah.
Yeah.